Chapter 1045. On the third day of the 10th month of the first year of Dazu, Empress Wu Zetian led the court officials to leave Luoyang and head west to Chang. And on the 22nd day of the 10th month, Wu Zetian arrived in Chang and pardoned the world and changed the year to the first year of Chang. And Wu Zetian had ascended to the throne in Luoyang, and now she had moved the capital to Chang, and this was not a simple relocation of the capital. Everyone knew that this meant that the empress, who had taken the Tang Empire from her son, was preparing to return it to her son. After many secret discussions with his trusted subordinates, Wu Sanxi had already adjusted the Wu clan's strategy. He no longer coveted the throne, instead choosing to keep a low profile and consolidate the foundation of his power. He often visited Crown Prince Li Xian, inviting him to travel with him and feasting with him. The two families that were once irreconcilable enemies had now become the best in-laws. In the officialdom, there were no eternal friends or enemies. Whether one was an enemy or a friend did not depend on the relationship between the two parties, but on whether the two parties had common interests. Wu Sanxi was close to Li Xian. On the one hand, he wanted to unite the Li family against the second Zhang, and on the other hand, he wanted to maintain the glory of the Wu clan after the transition of imperial power. After the emperor moved the capital, the military power was divided into three. The South Yamen Imperial Army was handed over to the prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall. The North Yamen Imperial Army was still controlled by the Wu clan. The left and right Yulin Guards, which protected the palace, and the 1,000 Horsemen camp, which was the core of the Yulin Guards, were controlled by the most trusted generals of the emperor. The throne was no longer with him, so Wu Sanxi had to change his mind. He was determined to strengthen the power of his relatives and control the princes. During the days when the empress moved the capital to Chang, and the court could be said to be peaceful, the most common thing everyone did was visit relatives and friends. After the emperor moved the capital to Chang, and the officials bought houses and land in Chang, and the old officials who had moved from Chang and to Luoyang with the emperor had old houses in Chang, and the new nobles built new houses. With the change of the location of the houses, the relationship between the nobles seemed to be changing. Some former enemies became friends, and some close friends became enemies. Of course, the reason for this was not the change in the location of their residences. Instead, as the situation became clearer, they had a new choice. The local powers in Guangzhou also wanted to move. The emperor had just moved the capital, and it was a great opportunity for them to establish contact with the nobles and important officials who had followed the emperor to move the capital. Therefore, they frequently made contact with the important officials of the court. After the pain of losing their son gradually subsided, Fan Chuan and Du Jingting also actively took action. Today, they were inviting their old friend, the current prime minister of the Zhou dynasty, Wei Yuanzhong, to tour Xiuqi. Yang Fan's family was among the first batch of officials to move to Chang, and the house that the Yang family had built by the Longqing Pool had been completed 2 months ago. It was a small pavilion with windows and rooms connected to each other. Every door was connected to each other. It was extremely elegant and beautiful. In the spacious courtyard, there was an undulating slope on the west wall of the courtyard. Green water surrounded the slope, and the flowers and trees on the slope were lush. There were several green pines and thousands of bamboo poles. Further inside, there were exotic flowers and rare grasses with fragrance. There was a small temple in the middle. Behind the temple, there was an osmanthus tree. Under the tree, Ning Ke's bones were buried. Except for Yang Fan, who had come to the fore, clock sacrifice, this small hill had become the favorite place for Yang Serong and Yang Nianzu to play. Little Ji, Nu's son, often jumped in his mother's arms and wanted to play with his brother and sister on the slope. However, he was too young and could only watch his brother and sister play freely. Yang Dyer was now raised in the Yang family. Except for the people in the inner courtyard, no one knew that Gu Zhuting was 5 months pregnant. Only when she gave birth in October could it be announced to the public that she had given birth to a pair of twins. At that time, the existence of Yang Dyer could be announced. As for showing it to the public, it had to be a little older, so that the ages of the two children could be mixed up. Fortunately, Gu Zhuting was a concubine, and Yang Fan was a general. He didn't have a deep relationship with the officials in the imperial court. He didn't want to make a big deal, and others wouldn't pay attention to the son and daughter of a concubine in the Yang family. Now, the Princess Annel's mansion on the left side of the Yang family's mansion had been completed. The fifth prince's mansion on the right side was just half built. Behind Yang Fan's mansion, there was also a big construction going on. The mansion of Madame Zhang, the mother of one, was built there. The gate of the mansion faced the other side. The back gardens of the two families were only separated by a wall. When the mansion was completed, a corner door was cut in the wall. The two families could come and go freely. As long as Juana returned to the mansion, she could easily go in and out of the Yang family's mansion to meet her lover and visit her beloved daughter. On the green slope, there was a small pentagonal pavilion. The pavilion was hidden among the green pines and cypresses, with a corner of the eaves faintly visible. There were pine and cypress trees, exotic flowers and plants on the slope. In the golden October, the trees were lush, fruits were abundant, flowers were in full bloom, and the fragrance was overwhelming. In the middle of the pavilion, there were 2 cups of tea. Yang Fan and Princess Taiping sat opposite each other, smiling and whispering. Among the flowers, there was the childish voice of a boy occasionally. It was Yang Serong and Yang Nianzu. They often played in the forest under the care of third sister and Tao Mei. Yang Fan was a little laissez-faire to his son. Although he was very strict in his studies, he usually didn't treat him like a son of an official family or a noble son. At such a young age, Yang Nianzu was already mischievous. He also learned martial arts from his mother and concubine. Compared to the younger Yang Fan, he was more agile. From time to time, he would climb up a tree like an unruly wild monkey. Yang Serong was also led astray by her younger brother. If Tao Mei and third sister were not paying attention, she would tuck up her red skirt and use her hands and feet to quickly climb up the tree. By the time Tao Mei and third sister were looking around blankly and calling out "little lady," she was already sitting on a tree branch. She casually plucked pears and crabapple from her side. She used her red skirt to wipe them and started eating. Princess Taiping took a sip of the glistening yellow tea and said sweetly, "You don't say? The way you eat it, when you taste it carefully, it really has a special taste." Yang Fan said with a smile, "I also learned this from others. At first, drinking tea only refreshed my mind, but now I am somewhat addicted." Next to the stone table was a small red clay stove with a teapot on it. Yang Fan sifted a cup of tea for Princess Taiping and said, "Zhang Yiji is preparing to present the Pearl of 3 Teachings to the Emperor as a congratulatory gift for the Emperor's relocation of the capital. This is an important matter of culture and education. The Emperor will certainly reward them. According to the previous agreement, you should join forces with the Wu family and persuade the Emperor to confer them the title of king." Princess Taiping stretched out her slender fingers and gently placed them on the edge of the green jade-like cup. She looked at him with her charming phoenix eyes and said, "Do you know how powerful the second Zhang family is now? They are becoming more and more powerful. If the Empress pushes the boat with the current and really confer them the title of king, then the second Zhang family will be the next Junwang family after the Wu family." At that time, the second Zhang family will be even more famous. Yang Fan shook his head and said, "No, the emperor will not agree." Princess Taiping slightly raised her beautiful eyebrows and teased, "Oh, that is my mother. It seems that you know her better than I do." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Of course. Speaking of which, your mother is my mother-in-law. As a son-in-law, if I don't figure out my mother-in-law's temperament and character, how can I please her precious daughter?" Princess Taiping blushed and said coquettishly, "Glib tongue, are you asking for a beating?" Taiping lifted her leg and pretended to kick, but Yang Fan took advantage of the situation by opening and closing his legs. Taiping felt slightly embarrassed and looked around anxiously. She said softly, "Let go of me quickly. It will be embarrassing if your precious son sees it." Yang Fan smiled and said, "The table is covering, he can't see it." As he said this, he clamped his legs even tighter and touched her round thighs even more intensely. Yang Fan's fingertips had just touched the tender flesh on the inside of her thighs when Taiping slapped it away. She blushed and said, "Then tell me, why would the empress not agree?" Yang Fan no longer teased her. He withdrew his hand and purposely brought it close to his nose to sniff, putting on a lecherous look. In return, Taiping rolled her eyes charmingly. Only then did she say, "Did you notice? It is true that the speed of the two Zhang's promotion is unparalleled, but the two of them almost never held any real important positions." Princess Taiping gently turned the teacup and listened carefully. Yang Fan said, "Zhang Changzong once went to Yenzhou and Chang and as an imperial envoy, but these were all temporary missions. Just like when Shui Huai led the army to suppress the Turks, even though he led more than 100,000 soldiers, it was also a temporary mission. Once the war was over, he immediately removed his military power." Princess Taiping raised the teacup and thoughtfully took a sip. Yang Fan said, "In the reign of the empress, on average, there are 5 prime ministers in a year. The great Zhou dynasty's prime ministers change even more frequently. Since ancient times, there has never been a second prime minister. The empress frequently changes the prime minister. Admittedly, it is the result of the fierce struggle between the various factions in the court, but it is also the empress' intention to use this method to firmly grasp power in her own hands. So far, among the royal family and relatives, only Wu Qingxi has held the position of prime minister for a short period of time. Other than him, there is no one else. Although the second Zhang is favored, he has never had the chance to hold the position of prime minister. It can be seen that although the empress is old, some things are still very clear. She knows that if the second Zhang is allowed to interfere with the court too much, it will be a disaster for the court and for themselves. Princess Taiping said, "Su Weiwei and Ji Su have now returned to the capital after the second Zhang's intercession and resumed their important positions. Through the compilation of the Pearl of the Three Sects, Zhang Yiji has also recruited a large number of scholars and celebrities under his banner. Among them, Zhang Shua, Li Jiao, and the others are all important officials of the court. Li Chongxiu and Yang Zixi have long attached themselves to the second Zhang. Now, the Wei families Wei Chengqing and Wei Sili are also close to the second Zhang. Among them, there are already 5 people with the status of prime minister. Although the second Zhang has never become prime minister, they have such great power. Shouldn't we be vigilant?" Yang Fan said, "They are in the ascendant of the emperor's favor. Naturally, there will be people who want to curry favor with them. Just like Shui Huai in the past. Didn't Liang Wang, Wei Wang, and many other prime ministers do their utmost to curry favor with them? But can the relationship between them be considered a stable political alliance? Moreover, the second Zhang does not understand the art of politics at all. He is unable to truly grasp these powers in his hands. When the wind and the current are smooth sailing, they can still be useful to these people. But once the situation turns against them, these people will definitely scatter like birds and beasts. Moreover, other than political power, the most important thing is military power. On this point, the Empress is even more cautious and never allows the second Zhang to touch it. Obviously, the Empress wants them to walk the path of meritorious officials. If she bestows the title of king on them, this time, there will be no more rewards or titles. What will happen in the future? Therefore, you don't have to worry at all. Princess Taiping was convinced, but she said, "Your mouth can even make the dead come alive. Forget it. Whatever you say, we'll do it. Who asked me to be your woman?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "My formidable ability is not just my mouth. I have something on me that can turn the living into the dead." Oh, Princess Taiping raised her eyes in surprise. She heard Yang Fan say, with a mischievous smile, "Even if they are not dead, they can make Miss Ling Yu cry, 'I'm going to die, I'm going to die.'" Princess Taiping's pretty face turned red. She spat, "You're going to die? What nonsense are you talking about?" After saying this, her face turned even redder. Yang Fan leaned forward slightly and said gently, "Don't leave today." Princess Taiping looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. She said, "I won't leave. Do you have a place for me to stay?" Yang Fan said, "Yes, I built a red building in Safang Garden. There is a specially made bed upstairs. The bed is extraordinarily big and sturdy. It can withstand torment." Even though Princess Taiping was usually generous, she blushed at his words. However, her neat white teeth gently bit her plump and sexy red lips. Her charming eyes looked at Yang Fan with watery eyes. She did not say anything. It was obvious that she acquiesced to Yang Fan's request. Right at this moment, a strange cry was heard from afar. "Ayo, what is this?" "Ah, you little beast." Yang Fan was startled. He said in surprise, "Wu Yizong." Then there was the sound of a child's laughter. There was also a woman who repeatedly said, "Sorry, sorry." Yang Fan said hoarsely, "It's Nianzu and third sister. You wait here. I'll go take a look." After saying that, he flew away toward the source of the sound. Chapter 1046. Wu Yizong stood at the foot of the wall, annoyed. Today was the opening day of the Duke and Lu residence. Princess and Lu and her husband sent out invitations, inviting guests and friends to celebrate the moving in. Wu Yizong was also invited, but because it was still early, the banquet had not started yet, so Wu Yizong, Wu Yuji, and a few other brothers from the same sect were strolling and chatting, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Princess and Lu residence, and chatting about some things. Unexpectedly, when they were at the foot of the high wall, a pillar of water suddenly fell from the sky. Wu Yizong's head was splashed by the water. The sky was clear for miles. Why would there be a sudden rain? Just as Wu Yizong was feeling strange, he suddenly felt that the stream of water was a little warm. Wu Yizong hurriedly looked up and saw a stream of water flowing down the wall in a rainbow-like arc. It turned out that someone was standing on the wall and peeing. Wu Yizong was furious. Yang Fan's residence, because the wall was a slope. The outside of the wall was 12 feet high, but the inside of the wall was only 2 feet lower than the top of the wall. Yang Nianzu and his sister were playing hide and seek, but after searching for a while and not being able to find his sister, he suddenly felt the urge to pee and went to the wall to pee. The child was mischievous. Seeing that the top of the wall was not high, he played around and shot the water out of the wall. Who would have thought that Wu Yizong and a few other brothers were walking side by side, and when they reached the bottom of the wall, they were splashed by him. Yang Nianzu heard angry curses and quickly leaned on the top of the wall to look down. He saw a skinny old man with a long beard blowing his beard and glaring, constantly wiping his face and waving his hands, looking very comical. He couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yizong was even angrier. He pointed at him and scolded, "You little beast, you still dare to laugh. Ben Wang will twist your head." Yang Nianzhu had never seen such a fierce person before. After being scolded and threatened, his little mouth flattened, and he started to cry. At this time, Anu happened to rush over with Yang Ji in her arms. Yang Ji was still young and could not run around, so he followed behind his older brother like a shadow. But whenever he saw his older brother playing on the ridge, he would be extremely envious. He would always jump and run, signaling his mother to carry him over to watch. Anu couldn't dissuade him, so she would always carry him and chase behind Nianzhu or Si Rong, while Yang Ji watched his brother and sister hide. He was even happier than the two of them playing. At this time, hearing the scolding, Anu quickly carried Yang Ji and walked over. When she saw a skinny and withered old man standing outside the wall, scolding Yang Nianzhu to the point of tears, Anu's pretty face immediately sank. The Yang family's women were all protective. Moreover, one was an old and one was a child of an old and a young, so their ages were really disproportionate. How could such an old man be so serious with such a young child? Anu stretched out her hand to pull Yang Nianzhu over, wiped his tears, and coaxed, "Nianzhu, be good. Don't cry. What happened?" Ingli, Yang. Yang Yans Yang. Yang Long of the Yang Shin Yang of Yang, Yin Yang and Yang, Nan Yang. Nianzhu, don't cry, you're a boy. How can you protect your sister and brother if you're so timid? Listen to Nyang. If anyone dares to bully you, use the martial arts Nyang taught you and give him a good slap. Anu turned around and said to Yang Nianzhu, "Nianzhu, don't cry. You're a boy. How can you protect your sister and brother if you're so timid? Listen to me. If anyone dares to bully you, use the martial arts I taught you and slap him hard." Wu Yizong was about to go crazy from anger and angrily shouted, "Woman, you are so unreasonable. Ask your little beast, what exactly did he do?" Wu Yizong was so angry that his beard was trembling and there were still a few drops of water hanging on it. When Anu saw his disheveled appearance, she had already guessed what was going on. She was annoyed that he was so old, yet he was still arguing with an ignorant child, and his words were so harsh, so she pretended not to know and took the opportunity to mock him. Yang Ji didn't know how to speak, so when he saw his mother's anger, he glared at Wu Yizong angrily and waved his fist at him. Wu Yi frowned. If it was any other matter, the Wu family would not allow anyone to insult them, but Wu Yizong was just unlucky today. That child was only a few years old. Why would he bother? Wu Yi frowned. If it was any other matter, the Wu clan's members wouldn't be humiliated. However, Wu Yizong was truly unlucky today. That child was only a few years old. So how could he be calculative? The higher one's status, the more self-restraint one must have. His behavior was no different from the vulgar commoners in the market. The higher one's status, the more self-restraint one must have. His behavior was no different from the vulgar commoners in the market. Wu Yi advised, "Yizong, this little urchin doesn't understand. Why bother with him? Quickly go wash your face." Wu Yizong flew into a rage. This prince will not bother with a little child. But is that woman also a child? The little one did something wrong, and the big one doesn't know the rules. How can this old man let it go? Today, I want to clarify everything. Who is this family? Wu Yizong didn't know that next to Princess and Li's residence was the residence of his old enemy, Yang Fan. But he knew that to be adjacent to the Princess and Li's residence, it must not be an ordinary family. So he asked about this family's identity. Their quarrel attracted many guests who were strolling in the garden and admiring the princess' new residence. Seeing Wu Yizong's expression, the Chang and prefectural magistrate, Lu Xiantian, held back his laughter, and said, "Your Highness, this is the residence of the loyal general Yang Fan." Once Wu Yizong heard the name Yang Fan, old and new hatred rose in his heart, and he became even more unforgiving. Anu was also not a person to be trifled with. Hearing him call her a little beast, and even scold Yang Fan, she was instantly enraged. She poked her son on the ground and said to Yang Nianzu, "Nianzu, look after little brother." Finishing, Anu rolled up her sleeves and was about to jump down to settle the score with the old man. Once little Yang Ji landed, he stumbled and grabbed his brother's clothes and stretched out his chubby little hand to help him wipe his tears. Yang Nianzu was afraid that his brother would fall, so he quickly held him in his arms. At this time, Yang Fan flew over and hurriedly said, "Anu, what happened?" Just as Anu was about to jump down the wall, hearing Yang Fan's voice, she stopped and angrily said, "Listen, the crazy old man next door is speaking rudely. His curses are really unpleasant." Yang Fan looked over the wall and couldn't help laughing. "Io, great General Wu, Prince Consort Wu, Magistrate Liu, how are you? What a good day it is today. Why are all of you here?" He was a general of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion, subordinate to the Yulin Guards. Wu Yi was his official, so he had to greet him first, followed by Princess Taiping's Prince Consort Wu Yuji. Wu Yuji's wife was currently on this side of the wall. Unexpectedly, this Prince Consort Wu appeared next door. As for the King of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, the two were old enemies, so Yang Fan directly ignored him. Once Wu Yizong heard that Yang Fan deliberately ignored him, he became even angrier and shouted in a stern voice, "Yang Fan, you taught your son well." He actually stood on top of the wall and peed on this prince's head and face. What do you say about this? As soon as Wu Yizong's voice fell, a burst of snickering came from behind him. Wu Yizong angrily turned around and saw many guests gathered there after hearing the news, each with a curious expression, but he didn't know who was laughing just now. Seeing his embarrassed appearance, Yang Fan also wanted to laugh, but he quickly restrained himself and called his son over, asking, "Nianzu, did you really pee on top of the wall?" Nianzu also knew that he was in trouble, so he lowered his head and stammered, "Yes, but when this child peed, I didn't know there was someone on the other side of the wall." Yang Fan said, "Whether there is someone or not, what you did is wrong. That is someone else's house, not our own. Look, you even peed on someone else's head. This is wrong. In the future, you must not make this kind of mistake again. Come, quickly apologize to this old uncle." "Oh." Yang Nianzu obediently stepped forward, bowed deeply to Wu Yizong under the wall, and said in a childish voice, "This child was rude and offended old uncle. I apologize to you here. Please forgive me." Wu Yi laughed and quickly smoothed things over. All right, which child is not naughty? In fact, the King of Hanoi didn't want to argue, but your son is naughty, and your Madame Ru is also a bit protective. So when the words collided, the King of Hanoi was furious. Yang Fan glared at Anu and reprimanded, "Outrageous! It is clearly our child who did something wrong. Can it be over if he apologizes to someone? How can you be so biased? Isn't this teaching the child bad?" Anu said angrily, "This servant didn't want to be protective, but this person is so old, and his mouth is still dirty, disrespectful." Yang Fan said, "So what? Our child did something wrong first. Can't we let others say it? Because others speak rudely, you speak rudely. Then what is the difference between you and others? Quickly take the child back. I will settle the score with you tonight." After being scolded by the man, Anu pouted, picked up Yang Ji, and left. Wu Yizong listened to him scolding his wife. No matter how he listened, he felt that it was not right, and couldn't help but angrily say, "What, do you want to just apologize and be done with it? Your son dares to ride on this prince's head and take a dump. You, Yang Fan, are too arrogant. I won't let this matter go." Wu Yuji frowned, whispering, "Yizong, what do you want to do Don't make a fool of yourself. Don't worry about it. Who is making a fool of? Who is making a fool of? Wu Yizong had long wanted to find trouble with Yang Fan, and now that he was finally in the right, he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Yang Fan picked up Yang Nianzu and gracefully leaped down the wall. His movements were extremely nimble. If it wasn't for the current situation, perhaps many of the onlookers would have cried out in praise. Wu Yizong knew that his fists and feet were very strong, so he took 2 steps back in shock. He said in a threatening manner, What do you want to do? Yang Fan sincerely said, My son really did something wrong. Your Highness is an extremely high official, so it is natural for you to be angry after being insulted like this. If you do something wrong, then you have to take responsibility. This Yang has already had my son apologize, and since your Highness feels that it is not enough, then this Yang will hand my son over to your Highness. If you want to hit or scold him, it's up to you. Wu Yizong was stunned. He never thought that Yang Fan would do this to him, such a small child. How could he hit him? How could he punish him? Yang Fan put down the child and cupped his hands towards him before turning to leave. Yang Nianzu was afraid and quickly grabbed his clothes, pitifully saying, Father! Yang Fan turned around and solemnly said to him, What does father usually teach you? Tell me, peeing on this uncle's head, is it your fault? Yang Nianzu timidly said, Yes. As a man, it is your fault, so you have to take responsibility. Right now, father is handing you over to this uncle to deal with. Are you afraid? Yang Nianzu said, This child is not afraid. Yang Fan smiled and said, That's a good boy. You're not allowed to cry. Yang Nianzu flattened his small mouth and nodded, Yang Fan happily patted his son's tender shoulder and swaggered away. Yang Nianzu was a bit scared, but he worked hard to follow his father's requirements, to be a responsible man. Yang Nianzu clenched his small fists and pursed his lips as he stood there firmly. His small body was like a little white rabbit standing in front of a big bad wolf. He had a 3-piece hairstyle, with one on his forehead and one on his left and right, making him look very cute. He was wearing a short jacket embroidered with flowers, birds, and beasts, and a pair of flared trousers. He also had a pair of tiger head shoes on his feet. The solemn expression on his face made him look like a great hero who would rather die than submit. Wu Yizong looked at Yang Fan's back, and then turned to look at Yang Nianzu. He couldn't help being dumbfounded. He was a dignified royal prince, and he was already 54 years old. What could he say or do to such a young child? The child's father had already left, not to mention saying a single harsh word to this child. He would be despised to death by others if he said a single word. In fact, the way the people around him looked at him was already not right. The people attending today's banquet were all members of the Wu family or people who were close to the Wu family, but even these people looked at him with a trace of disdain. The women were even more unreserved. Wu Yizong was an old man and a dignified prince, yet he was making things difficult for such a cute child. The women who were overflowing with motherly instincts already used undisguised tones to vent their dissatisfaction at him. Wu Yizong was slightly at a loss. How did things become like this? I originally wanted to make things difficult for Yang Fan. How did it become someone else making things difficult for me? Yang Fan didn't leap back to the Yang residence. Instead, he walked out of Princess and Li's main doors. Once he was out of the main doors, he turned in the direction of his own residence. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the residence, he saw an ox cart coming his way. The cart moved slowly and stopped beside him. An old face poked out from the cart and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Erlang." That face was abnormally old, and his hair was white. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment before he recognized the person in the cart as Du Jingting. Du Jingting was in his early 50s, but he had taken good care of himself and had always been elegant and graceful. Yang Fan hadn't expected that after not seeing him for such a short period of time, he would become like this. Although his son had courted death himself, Yang Fan still felt some guilt when he saw this haggard old man. After Du Jingting said, "Erlang," he shrank back, obviously inviting him to get on the cart. Yang Fan stepped onto the cart and entered the carriage. Du Jingting silently gestured for Yang Fan to take a seat, and Yang Fan sat down on one of the stools. Du Jingting said in a hoarse voice, "Sect Master Yang, this old man wants to deal with Zhang Changzong." Yang Fan wasn't the least bit surprised by his straightforwardness and what he said. He nodded calmly and said, "Zhang Changzong is also our enemy." Du Jingting said, "It is precisely because of this that this old man has informed you that this old man will soon be making a move against him." Yang Fan frowned and said, "You want to deal with him, and so do I. It's not just you and me. In fact, both the Wu and Li families want to move against him. If this was easy to do, the second Zhang would have collapsed long ago. Right now, the second Zhang's imperial favor is flourishing, and we can't be too hasty. If we don't kill the snake, it will instead raise their vigilance." Du Jingting said with a sigh, "From what Erlang means, you can't give this old man any help." Yang Fan shook his head apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. I can't. My every move doesn't represent me alone. I don't think that now is the time to attack Zhang Changzong." Du Jingting nodded and laughed bitterly. He slowly closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, saying quietly, "The Wu and Li families also have the same intentions. In reality, this old man also knows that now is not the best time to deal with them, but this old man can't help it." Du Jingting slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Fan with a pained expression. He said, "Zhang Changzong is leisurely and carefree in the palace while my son is slowly rotting in his coffin. I often dream of him. In my dreams, he would ask me tearfully why I haven't avenged him." As Du Jingting spoke, his old tears flowed down. Yang Fan was unmoved and calmly asked in response, "So you are willing to risk the future of the Du family?" Du Jingting shook his head and said, "No. Even if all of my sons died in his hands, I wouldn't let my entire family die with him. I'll be very careful when I make my move." Yang Fan suddenly asked, "Before Mr. Du came, did you entertain guests?" Du Jingting was dazed. He thought that Yang Fan already knew of his whereabouts. In reality, even though Xianzong was powerful, he would not stare at everyone's whereabouts for no reason. Yang Fan asked this because he smelled the faint scent of alcohol. Du Jingting nodded and said, "Duke Wei is this old man's good friend of many years. Today, this old man invited him to tour the Chuchi because he came to congratulate Prince Consort Wu on his move. He came back early. The one that Du Jingting called Duke Wei was naturally Wei Yuanzhong. Wei Yuanzhong was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion and the Wantai administrator of the Phoenix Pavilion. However, he had originally been the vice minister of the imperial censor of the austere palace and had been the minister of austere palace for decades. Most of the imperial censors of the imperial censor palace were under his tutelage. Hearing this, Yang Fan already understood what Du Jingting planned to do. He was silent for a moment and then slowly said, "If you do not keep this matter secret and fall into the hands of the second Zhang, this Yang will do his best to help you out." Du Jingting said sensitively, "Sect Master Yang means that this old man will definitely fail?" Yang Fan did not answer. He cupped his hands at Du Jingting and turned to leave the ox cart. Du Jingting was silent for a moment and then lifted his boot to lightly kick the carriage board. The ox cart continued to move towards Princess Annel's residence. When Yang Fan returned to the residence, Xiao Man just happened to come out from behind the screen wall to welcome him. Yang Serong and Anu followed behind her. Anu was still carrying little Yang Ji in her arms. When she saw Yang Fan return alone, Xiao Man's beautiful face couldn't help but turn pale. "Lang Jun, where is Nianzu?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Nianzu, perhaps he will be back in a while." Yang Ji was lying in his mother's arms and biting his finger. When he saw his father walking over, he immediately opened his mouth and stretched out both hands towards him. Most of his body was stretched out. Yang Fan took him from Anu's arms and carried him with one arm. He strode towards the rear residence. Xiao Man stamped her feet and complained, "Lang Jun, how can you be so assured to leave the child with others?" Before Xiao Man could finish her words, a clear cough was heard in front of the residence. A cough. Xiao Man and Anu heard the sound and turned their heads. They saw the eldest young master of the Yang family holding a porcelain bowl in his left hand and a soup spoon in his right hand. He was dipping maltose into the porcelain bowl and eating it all over his mouth and face. Wu Yuyi and Wu Yuji stood on either side of him with smiles on their faces. One was holding a bamboo horse while the other was holding a windmill. Wu Yuyi smiled from ear to ear and said, "Lady Yang, quickly take your precious son back." Chapter 1047. Women were like flowers. Women who had been watered by the rain and dew were like flower buds under the sunshine after the rain, tender and beautiful. Of course, Princess Taiping would not really stay in Yang Fan's mansion. She only stayed for a couple of hours and only left in the evening, treading on the sky full of sunlight. Under the sunset glow, Princess Taiping's face was tender and bright red. Her eyes were watery. Her posture and gait carried a bit of languid amorous feeling. Her body, which had been withered for a long time, really had a feeling of being unable to endure the violent rain and wind. But after the wind and rain, her body and mind were relaxed, unspeakably happy. The green ox pulled the green oil cart and leisurely strolled on Juke Street. The wheels rolled and rumbled. In the cart, Taiping was lying on the couch weakly. She seemed to be asleep and awake at the same time. She was soft and powerless until the ox cart, as if it was strolling, went through the side door and directly entered the princess mansion. After Taiping returned to the mansion, she rested for a while and changed her clothes. Then she went to the study and called Mo Yuhan to see her. Mr. Mo's strategy was far-reaching, his temperament was calm, his thoughts were meticulous and meticulous. He handled all kinds of affairs in accordance with Taiping's wishes. Now, he had become Princess Taiping's most trusted confidant. As soon as Mr. Mo entered the study, he saw Taiping wearing a bright red peony robe. Her jade-like arms were leaning on the table, supporting her pink cheeks. There was a hint of a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. She was like a peony with dew dripping from the railing, infinitely amorous. As soon as Mr. Mo came in, Taiping hurriedly sat up straight. That languid and enchanting amorous feeling quietly disappeared. But the amorous feelings that could not be hidden at the tip of her eyebrows and the corner of her eyes could not be faded in a short period of time. Mo Yuhan saw it and guessed a bit. He knew that the princess was going to see Yang Fan today. Taiping, as a princess, took the initiative to visit a general. Between the two of them, it could be imagined who was superior and who was inferior, not to mention that the love affair between Taiping and Yang Fan had already filled the streets. Mr. Mo had also heard of it. In great Mr. Mo's view, it was not unusual for a princess of the Tang dynasty to keep a gigolo, let alone a princess like Taiping, who was doted on by thousands. But for such a noble and beautiful princess to be subdued by a man, it was not that she was keeping a gigolo, but that she, as a princess, had become someone else's mistress. It was very rare. Although great Mr. Mo was old, he was a man after all. so he was very curious about Yang Fan. He wanted to see what kind of person this Yang Fan was to be able to subdue this arrogant princess of the Tang dynasty. As soon as Princess Taiping saw him come in, she sat up straight and resumed her cold and inviolable noble appearance. Taiping summoned him here because he wanted to discuss with him the matter of joining forces with the Wu and Li, two surnamed princes, to present a proposal to the emperor to plead on behalf of the two Zhangs, to request that the two Zhangs be conferred the nobility. Of course, Taiping would not say that this was her decision after listening to Yang Fan's opinion. She only said that this was her idea, and she was seeking Mr. Mo's opinion. Mo Yuhan listened to her carefully, clapped her hands, and sighed, "Wonderful plan. Princess's move is to advance in order to retreat. It is indeed a wonderful plan." Taiping's bright eyes turned. She laughed and asked, "Oh, does Mr. think this plan will work?" Stroking his beard, Mr. Mo nodded his head gently and said, "Once the two Zhangs are conferred the title of prince, their position will be extremely high. There will be no bestowment, no reward. How will His Majesty win over the two Zhangs? Moreover, to confer the title of prince based on the merit of writing books, it will be very difficult to shut the mouths of the people. The emperor will not agree. That being the case, why don't we do them a favor? Princess, the two Zhangs wrote the letters for two purposes. One is to seize this opportunity to win over the scholars and famous people under their banner. The other is to use the merit of literature and education to seek a promotion. If we do not ask for the title of prince for them, they will certainly ask His Majesty for a reward. If by any chance the emperor conferred a real position on them, even if it will not be as illustrious as a Wang Ho, it will only give them more power. Weighing the two sides, we will take the initiative to ask for the merit on behalf of the two Zhangs. From the beginning, we will restrict the reward to the title of nobility. It can be regarded as a clever move to advance in order to retreat. When Princess Taiping heard that Mr. Mo's analysis coincided with her beloved's, she was overjoyed. Sweetly nodding her head, she said, "This princess also has this intention. In that case, this princess should notify Prince Liang and my two elder brothers. As soon as the two Zhangs present their letters, I will appear to ask for their merit and reward." Mo Yuhan smiled. In this old man's opinion, it is enough to say a word to Prince Liang. However, Princess should personally pay a visit to the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang and explain the pros and cons to them, dispelling their apprehensions. Only then can they advance and retreat together with Princess. Princess Taiping frowned. She did not like Mr. Mo's beating around the bush. She went straight to the point and asked, "Just what does Sir want to say?" Mo Yuhan said, "If Princess does not explain it clearly to the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang, I fear that they will be overcautious and apprehensive. Among the Empress of Heaven's sons, only the virtuous and the magnanimous are worthy. The Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang, whether it is in breadth of mind, bearing, courage, or wisdom, they are far inferior. Alas, it's a pity that your Highness is a woman." Taiping was silent for a long time, then sternly said, "Sir, please do not say such words in the future." Mo Yuhan hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes." Taiping sighed and said, "Sir, please withdraw. This princess still has some matters to take care of." Mo Yuhan nodded, stood up, and walked out of the study. She gently closed the barrier door behind her, and then slowly descended the stone steps. Not far ahead was a garden of chrysanthemums. The chrysanthemums were in full bloom, their fragrance assailing the nostrils. They were surrounded by a bamboo fence. Sir Mo walked over and bent down to pluck a precious chrysanthemum whose stamens were in full bloom, blooming like threads of gold and silver. He brought it to his nose and took a whiff of its fragrance. Then he slowly raised his head and gazed at the azure sky. The sky was clear and blue, and a wisp of white cloud as faint as smoke quietly hung on the horizon. Sir Mo's eyes began to sparkle. He muttered to himself, if you were still alive, you would be about the same age as the princess. Father would probably have a grandson long ago. Sir Mo faintly sighed and slowly walked out of the courtyard. He left a chrysanthemum at the side of the garden, crushed into mud by his boots. That morning, during the morning court session, Wu Zetian attended the court session. She had just finished dealing with the state affairs when suddenly a eunuch came to the palace hall to report that Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong had finished compiling the Pearl of the Three Sects and wanted to present it to the emperor. In fact, Wu Zetian already knew about this matter. Today, she deliberately arranged for her two beloved to present the book in public. As soon as she heard the news, she immediately issued an edict, summoned Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong to bring the Pearl of the Three Sects to the palace hall. Not long after, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, dressed in official robes, walked into the main hall with a stack of books in their hands. They bowed to greet Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian happily said, "I heard that the Pearl of the Three Sects has been compiled. This is the first cultural and educational event since I moved the capital to Cham. And today I order the two of you to present the book to the palace hall and share it with all the officials. Yizhi, Changzong, the book in your hands is the Pearl of the Three Sects?" Zhang Yizhi bowed and replied, "Reporting to your majesty, the book that Subject and Changzong are presenting is the table of contents of the Pearl of the Three Sects, altogether 13 volumes. As for the entire Pearl of the Three Sects," Zhang Yizhi swept his gaze over all the officials in the hall. He raised his voice a bit and proudly said, "The entire Pearl of the Three Sects has a total of 1,300 volumes. Because the number is too large, I did not bring it to the palace hall." Hearing this, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court could not help but burst into an uproar. Their private discussions turned into a wave of noise that lingered in the imperial court for a long time. Many of the officials knew about the two Zhang brothers' compilation of the Pearl of the Three Sects, but they did not pay any attention to these two emperors' gigolos. They only thought that they were just fooling around. Just now they saw the two of them were each carrying a thick stack of books to the palace hall. In their hearts, they were already endlessly astonished. Unexpectedly, there was such a thick stack of books. It seemed like they had really done something. Who would have thought that the two of them were only holding the table of contents of the Pearl of the Three Sects? The entire book was actually more than 1,300 volumes. Wu Zetian laughed out loud and said, "No harm done. Today's imperial court meeting will end a bit earlier. I will take a good look at the entire Pearl of the Three Sects with all the officials. Come, send an order to the imperial supervisor to present the entire Pearl of the Three Sects to the palace hall." Actually, the entire Pearl of the Three Sects had already been transported to the outside of the palace hall. Under Wu Zetian's order, a total of 100 little servants, each holding 13 volumes of the Pearl of the Three Sects, entered in a line. They placed the books on the golden brick floor that was covered with red silk before retreating. The entire offering process lasted for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn. When the 100 little servants retreated, the entire Pearl of the Three Sects was spread out on a huge piece of the golden palace hall. It was nearly 2 feet high, and the ground within a radius of several dozen steps was filled with books that were filled with the fragrance of ink. This action of the two Zhang brothers was really amazing. Wu Zetian's royal countenance was delighted. She said in a loud and clear voice, "Writing a book and establishing a theory can be used to recount the past, to reflect on the future, to purify the morals, to educate the common people, to strengthen customs, to correct human relations, to expound on the teachings of the past sages, and to pass it on to the future generations. It can be said to be a great merit. Today, the completion of the Pearl of the Three Sects is indeed a great fortune for our dynasty." Wu Sanxi listened attentively and naturally understood that the main point of his aunt's words was the words "a great merit." He couldn't help but think, as Taiping expected, the two Zhang brothers really can't wait to take the initiative to ask for credit. Aunt also intends to reward them generously. I better be a step ahead and ask for a title for them. In this way, not only can we sell the two Zhang brothers a good deal, we can also prevent them from being given a real position. Even if we really give them the title of prince, it's still better than letting them be the official seal of some yamen. Thinking of this, Wu Sanxi immediately reported, "Your Majesty, I think that those who write a book and establish a theory must be outstanding talents of the time. Moreover, for such a magnificent work to be passed on to the future generations, it is indeed a great merit. The talents who participated in the writing of this book, Your Majesty should reward them generously in order to enlighten them. And the two Zhang brothers who made the greatest contribution can be conferred the title of prince." Wu Sanxi's words caused an uproar in the Golden Hall. The court would certainly reward those who wrote a book and established a theory. This was inevitable, but to be conferred the title of prince just because they wrote a book, wasn't this conferment of prince too excessive? However, there were a few people who were more knowledgeable. With a little thought, they understood Wu Sanxi's true intentions. Crown Prince Li Xian glanced at the Prince of Xiang Li Dan, and the two of them simultaneously reported, "This subject agrees." Crown Prince Li Xian and the Prince of Xiang Li Dan had already communicated with Princess Taiping. Just as great teacher Mo had expected, Li Xian and Li Dan truly had not expected that the two Zhang brothers would be rewarded generously. They also had not expected that if the two Zhang brothers were to obtain a real position, the consequences would be far more severe than if they were conferred the title of prince. Even though Princess Taiping had earnestly advised them of the pros and cons, the Crown Prince and Li Xian still had many misgivings. They were worried that their fawning in front of all the civil and military officials of the court would harm their reputation. After all, the two Zhang brothers were their mother's gigolo. This was a secret that everyone in the world knew. If they shamelessly fawned on him, wouldn't the entire world laugh at them? Of course, how could those astute ministers not be able to sense the true intentions behind this? As for the clamor of the common people, what use would it be? If their mockery and ridicule were of any use, the two Zhang brothers would have collapsed long ago. The ones who would truly be effective were the nobles and important ministers of the court, and they would only feel reverence for the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang. Unfortunately, even though Princess Taiping had repeatedly encouraged them, the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang had still been overtaken by Prince Liang and Wu Sanxi because of a moment of hesitation. The Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang had only just stepped forward to echo the two Zhang brothers, but they had already lost all meaning in showing themselves to the officials. On the contrary, they gave off the feeling that the two princes were following Prince Liang's lead. When the two Zhang brothers heard that Prince Liang was asking for them to be conferred the title of king, and that the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang were also chiming in, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. They knew that they would definitely be heavily rewarded by the emperor, and perhaps they might even be given the position of assistant minister in the Ministry of Rights, or even be conferred the title of marquis. However, they hadn't expected Wu Sanxi, the Crown Prince, and the Prince of Xiang to actually propose conferring the title of king. The two Zhang brothers stared at Wu Zetian in excitement, hoping to hear the word approved from her lips. Confer the title of king. King. If the Zhang clan could have two kings, just how glorious would the Zhang clan be? Wu Zetian gave her nephew Wu Sanxi and her sons Li Xian and Li Dan a meaningful look, causing them to lower their heads in guilt. Only then did she indifferently say, Yi Ji and Chang Zong have rendered great service to the country, but conferring the title of king is no small matter. This is an important treasure of the country, so how can it be taken lightly? This matter can be discussed later. Chapter 1048. After the morning court adjourned, the imperial entourage returned to Changshan courtyard. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong ordered their servants to collect the 1,300 volumes of the Pearl of the Three Sects and led 100 eunuchs to deliver them back to the Fengshan courtyard. After locking them up, they went to Changshan courtyard to see the emperor. The emperor did not immediately agree to confer them the title of Wang. The two Zhangs were very unhappy and wanted to strike while the iron was hot, urging the empress to grant this proposal. In truth, Wu Zetian had seen through Wu Sanxi, Crown Prince Li Xian, and Prince of Xiang Li Dan's real intention in electing the two Zhangs as Wang. However, it was clear that her own son and nephew were hostile to the two Zhangs, so Wu Zetian could not reveal this to the two Zhangs. As soon as the two Zhangs arrived, Wu Zetian understood their purpose. She smiled and said, Wulong, Lulang, just because you wrote a book, you want to be conferred the title of Wang. Are you not afraid of being criticized by the world? We have our own plans for this matter. There is no need for you to say anything now that you are at our side. Although you do not have the title of Wang, you have the title of Qin Wang. Is this not enough? Before the two Zhangs could speak, Wu Zetian blocked his mouth and could only stop talking about this matter. The two Zhangs accompanied Wu Zetian for a while. When Wu Zetian was sleepy and wanted to sleep, the two Zhangs left the Changshan courtyard. On the way, Zhang Yizhi discussed with his brother and sent someone out of the palace to find Zhang Tongxiu. The two of them ordered their men to leave the palace and were about to return to the Fengshan prison when they happened to see Yang Fan leading two imperial guards walking toward them. As soon as he saw the two of them, Yang Fan cupped his fists and laughed heartily from afar. Wulong, congratulations. I heard that the Crown Prince, Prince of Xiang, and Prince of Liang jointly elected you as Wang. I am so envious. Zhang Changzong angrily said, The 8 characters haven't even been set in stone. What is there to be happy about? Yang Fan was surprised. Why do you say that? He asked. Wulong and Lulang have always been favored by the saints. This time, they have performed a great service and have been nominated by the Crown Prince, Prince of Xiang, and Prince of Liang. Who would be so ignorant as to oppose them? Zhang Changzong smiled bitterly and said, The person who opposes, it is the current saint. What can I do? Zhang Yizhi glared at his brother reproachfully, not wanting him to say more. He turned to Yang Fan and said with a smile, Conferring the title of king is not a small matter. The sage is worried about giving out too many rewards, so he hesitated. In my opinion, your majesty is wise and far-sighted, and your thoughts and concerns are far beyond what my brother and I can reach. Naturally, we should follow the wishes of the saint. Actually, I only wanted to make a name for myself by writing the Pearl of the Three Sects. Now that I have succeeded in writing this book, I can leave my name in history. My wish is fulfilled. As for whether I will be conferred the title of king or not, it doesn't matter. Yang Fan said, Wulong is open-minded. It is admirable. In this Yang's opinion, if you can be conferred the title of king due to your great contribution, it will be well-deserved. However, the Son of Heaven's words also make a lot of sense. If I can't be conferred the title of king this time, my humble opinion is that you might as well settle for the next best thing. If you can be conferred the title of duke, you will only be a step away from the title of king. It will be easy to confer the title of king in the future. Listening to this, Zhang Changzong's eyes lit up. The two of them laughed and chatted for a while before Yang Fan cupped his fists and took his leave. As soon as Yang Fan left, Zhang Changzong immediately turned to Zhang Yizhi and said, Wulong, Yang Fan is right. If you and I can't be conferred the title of king this time, we can settle for the next best thing and ask the saint to confer us the title of duke. If there is another opportunity in the future, I am not afraid the saint will not agree to confer us the title of king." Hearing this, Zhang Changzong was also greatly moved. He nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Let's wait for De Xiong to arrive, and we can discuss this further." Zhang Tongxiu was currently serving as the Assistant Minister of Rites. Normally, he did not have anything serious to do. Suddenly, he received a message asking him to see Heir Zhang. Zhang Tongxiu immediately followed the messenger into the palace. He went to Fengqinjian to see Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong. Heir Zhang wanted him to come because he wanted him to mobilize the Zhang party to put forward a proposal to the Son of Heaven to elect the two brothers as kings. How could Zhang Tongxiu have any opinion? His wealth and fame came from Heir Zhang. Since Heir Zhang had a request, naturally Zhang Tongxiu would comply. Zhang Tongxiu repeatedly agreed. He said, "Zhang Shuo and Li Jiao were involved in the compilation of the Pearl of the Three Sects. If we asked them to come forward to ask for the title of king, it would be tantamount to showing off their own merit. It is not appropriate. Let Xiong find Su Weiwei and Ji Su. Tell them to come forward to persuade you." Zhang Yizhi said, "All right." Zhang Yizhi said, "These two people's influence is somewhat weak. Let Wei Chengqing and Wei Sili also come forward. This matter must be struck while the iron is hot, better sooner rather than later. De Xiong will go back now. Oh, right, tell them to be more flexible. If the title of king is impossible, please confer him the title of duke." Actually, in the beginning, Zhang Yizhi also wanted an official position in the imperial court, but he did not expect that Wu Sanxi in one step pushed him to the position of a high-ranking minister. Wang Ye, this title of nobility, was something that he could not help but be moved. Therefore, the thought of grabbing an official position in the imperial court had long disappeared without a trace. Right now, he wholeheartedly wanted to be the king. Su Weiwei and Ji Su had used Heir Zhang's connections to return to the capital, so they naturally became Heir Zhang's disciples. However, this was only Heir Zhang's wishful thinking. Su Weiwei was known as the ambiguous hand, always leaving leeway when doing things, so how could he be willing to stand on Heir Zhang's boat? Ji Su had just been riding on the crest of success when he offended Wu Yizong in the imperial court and was demoted and exiled. Now that he had returned, his temperament was much more cautious. They were attached to Heir Zhang, but they were not his staunch allies. Heir Zhang could have used some matters to establish a relationship of common weal and woe with them, thus making them wholeheartedly follow him. But Heir Zhang did not have the means to control people. At that time in the imperial court, Su Weiwei and Ji Su had already guessed the true intentions of the Prince of Liang Wu Sanxi, the Crown Prince Li Xian, and the Prince of Xiang Li Dan. In the Golden Hall, they did not say anything in agreement, hoping that Heir Zhang would understand the pros and cons. Who could have expected that Heir Zhang would be blinded by greed? Not only had he not seen through the trap, he was actually extremely passionate about it. Su Weiwei and Ji Su smiled bitterly in their hearts, but they did not want to offend the Wu clan and the Li clan and bind themselves to Heir Zhang. Of course, they would not expose this matter. Since Zhang Tongxiu had an order, they readily agreed. They agreed to write a memorial tonight and present it to the emperor the next day. Wei Chengqing and Wei Sili were brothers born from the same mother. Wei Chengqing was now the assistant minister of the heavenly official. He was in charge of the 3 selections and was a powerful official in the Ministry of Appointments. Wei Sili was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion. He also had a high position in the imperial court and was young and promising. The Wei brothers' father was the former prime minister Wei Siqian. He was also a descendant of the prime minister and came from a family of officials. However, This family of Wei was not the Wei clan of Jingzhou in Guangzhou, but the Wei clan of Hanoi. Their county seat was in Hanoi's Yanguo. The princess consort of the current crown prince Li Xian came from the Wei clan of Jingzhou. Thus, the Wei clan of Jingzhou was close to the crown prince and could not be attached to heir Zhang. Although the two brothers from the Wei clan of Hanoi were attached to heir Zhang, they were not wholeheartedly devoted to him. They were attached to heir Zhang because heir Zhang had tried to win them over in many ways. They did not dare to offend him, so they feigned civility. Under these circumstances, even though they could see the intentions of Wu Sanxi, the Prince of Xiang, and the Crown Prince, they would not expose the inside story to Zhang Tongxiu. In a short time, heir Zhang had managed to win over all sorts of talented people, but not a single one sincerely assisted them. As a result, heir Zhang was the only one who was drunk when everyone was sober. These people received heir Zhang's signal and naturally began to submit memorials to recommend heir Zhang. The Crown Prince's faction, the Prince of Xiang's faction, and the Prince of Liang's faction all submitted memorials, one after another recommending heir Zhang to the Empress for the title of king. Heir Zhang asked around from one and found out that memorials recommending the two of them to the imperial palace were pouring in like snowflakes. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. The two of them immediately went to see Wu Zetian and presented her with a dance that they had just rehearsed. The two Zhang brothers personally took to the stage, pretending to be Hu, and doing their best to dance. Although it was the 10th month of autumn, the two of them were sweating profusely from exhaustion. Wu Zetian understood why the two of them were trying to please her, and she couldn't help but sigh to herself. When the dance was over, heir Zhang, still dressed in clothing, ran to Wu Zetian's side without changing. One of them massaged her legs, the other massaged her shoulders, attentive to her needs. Wu Zetian was too old, and when she moved from Luoyang to Chang, and she was weary from the long journey. Her body was exhausted beyond endurance, and the matter of bed had gradually faded away. She rarely called them over to make love. Most of the time, she only hugged and kissed them, enjoying the intimate caress of youthful and charming youths. Wu Zetian was very satisfied with heir Zhang's service. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Wulong, Lulang, do you really want to be conferred the title of king?" Zhang Yizhi said obediently whether to be conferred the title of king or not. Yizhi will follow the instructions of the sage. Yizhi understands that in this world, anyone who doesn't treat us brothers well is not a sage. The sage cares for us brothers very much, and any decision of the sage must be for our own good. Wu Zetian laughed and poked his forehead. Your little mouth is always so sweet. Zhang Changzong, however, was a straightforward person and said, "Sage, I just think that if I can be conferred the title of king, how impressive it would be. Besides, the Wu family has so many nephews, a total of more than 20 people, and all of them have been conferred the title of king. What contribution did they make? Isn't it because they are close to the sage? I have made great contributions. Why can't I be conferred the title of king? In fact, it is secondary whether I am conferred the title of king or not. I just feel wronged. In terms of closeness, I am not as close to the sage as they are." Wu Zetian shook her head and said, "Aren't you afraid of being roasted on fire?" Zhang Changzong said, "With the grace of the sage, who dares to roast us on fire?" Even a person like Wu Zetian couldn't help but blush when she heard the implied words. She said angrily, "You're asking for a beating. You really can't compare to your brother's intelligence. Haven't you heard of the saying that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind?" Zhang Changzong heard that her tone had softened, so he quickly pulled her hand and said coquettishly, "Sage, Changzong is relying on you, a towering tree. What wind can blow on Changzong?" Seeing that Wu Zetian was in a good mood, Zhang Chongzong wanted to strike while the iron was hot. But the chief chamberlain, Xiao Hai, suddenly reported that Princess Taiping wanted to see him, ever since they arrived in Chang, and Wu Zetian had not seen her daughter for a long time. Hearing that she was here, she said happily, "Let her in." In the first few years, when Wu Zetian met with the ministers and nephews, she would ask the second Zhang to leave. But now it had become a habit, and she had no intention of asking them to leave. Chapter 1049. When a married princess returned to the palace, it was like returning to her parents' home. Regardless of who she wanted to see, according to the royal family's etiquette, she had to go through a set of fixed procedures. First, she had to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager, then to the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress. If there was a crown prince who was older than her, she had to pay her respects to the crown prince and the crown princess. The Wuzhou dynasty had a female emperor. There was no Empress Dowager or Empress. Even though there was a crown prince in the Eastern Palace, he was basically a prisoner. Although Taiping was favored, he did not dare to violate the taboo of paying his respects. Now it was different. The crown prince's situation was much better than before. Princess Taiping came out of Changsheng courtyard and rushed to the Empress Dowager's palace. Bada! Taiping was walking leisurely when her shoulder was suddenly hit lightly by something. She turned her head and saw a green and red jujube rolling on the ground. She raised her head and looked into the distance. She saw her little enemy, Yang Fan, dressed in military attire, looking valiant and heroic with a sunny smile on his face. Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at him and walked leisurely toward him. The two maids from the princess mansion behind her had good eyesight and stopped in their tracks. Princess Taiping gracefully walked in front of Yang Fan and said with a straight face, "Do you have nothing to do? Why are you strolling around here?" Yang Fan said, "Who said I was strolling around? Am I not inspecting the palace?" Princess Taiping looked at him and said, "You are so dedicated to your duty?" Yang Fan laughed and said, "I am going to take a break. How can I not look around? When the imperial court gave me the clothing leave, I was busy preparing to welcome the emperor in Chang and could not take a break. Now, with great General Wu's permission, I will take half a month's leave from tomorrow onwards. I plan to go out with my family." According to the Tang dynasty's system, officials inside and outside the palace were given farm leave in May and clothing leave in September, divided into 2 periods of 15 days each. The Wuzhou dynasty continued. Taiping said, "It is already past the best autumn season. Why are you suddenly in the mood to go out?" Yang Fan sighed and said, "Princess and Li's mansion holds banquets every day. The music is incessant. I don't know how many days her housewarming party will last. I am really annoyed by her. I can go out for a walk. How about it? Do you want to come with me?" Princess Taiping was somewhat moved and asked in a low voice, "Where do you want to go?" Yang Fan said, "Qi province, where Zhou Wenwang's Fengming Qishan is located. Go there and buy some good farmland." Qi province? Princess Taiping suddenly recalled that the Shangguan family was the biggest landlord in the Qi province. Did Yang Fan go to the Qi province to buy land? Who was he trying to fool? There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was to accompany Wanner from Shanghai. Needless to say, Wanna must have asked for leave from the Mother Empress in these 2 days. This little sweetheart only casually extended an invitation when the other party asked. There was no sincerity at all. Princess Taiping's heart was sour. Thereupon she said, "You two live together. Why would I go and be an eyesore? I'm not going." Yang Fan chuckled dryly and did not extend the invitation again. Actually, Taiping had only guessed half of it correctly. It was true that Yang Fan wanted to accompany Wanner, but He also wanted to give Wanner and her mother a chance to be together. If he really invited Princess Taiping along, there would be many inconveniences. Taiping turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and said, "That's right, I just received news that someone from the censorate wants to harm the second Zhang. The mastermind behind this is actually the Du family of Fan Chuan." Yang Fan knew that Taiping had people in the censorate. Plotting to deal with the second Zhang was no small matter. There must have been many people involved, so it was impossible that there was no news at all. However, Taiping was able to say that the mastermind behind this matter was Du Jingting. It was evident that there were Taiping's eyes and ears among the imperial censors who participated in this matter. Yang Fan said, "The second Zhang is in the prime of his imperial favor. This is not the right time to deal with him." Taiping sighed and said, "Du Jingting has been blinded by the hatred of his dead son." Yang Fan thought, if Du Jingting knows that his son was killed by the Wu family because he seduced a girl from your Li family, I wonder if he will hate the Li family or the Wu family. Yang Fan said, "Du Jingting is furious, but the people in the censorate shouldn't be so irrational. Now that the second Zhang has just established the merit of writing a book and making a statement, it is even more inadvisable to make things difficult for them." Taiping said, "The censorate has been planning this for some time, but they did not anticipate that the second Zhang would present his book at this time. Although they know that the time is not right, some things are already half done. If they stop now, all their previous efforts will be wasted, and they will alert the enemy. They may even suffer the second Zhang's counterattack. They can no longer stop." Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid the people in the censorate don't have the guts to do this. Prime Minister Wei has been in charge of the censorate for many years, and most of the censors are his former subordinates. Is this Prime Minister Wei's plan?" Princess Taiping did not speak and only looked at Yang Fan. She knew that Yang Fan would not ask about this for no reason. There must be more to it. Yang Fan said, "Prime Minister Wei is the Crown Prince's man." Taiping found it a little harsh and immediately emphasized, "Prime Minister Wei is Li Tang's loyal subject." Yang Fan smiled and did not want to argue with her about the difference. He changed the subject and asked, "Did you come to find the Crown Prince to ask the Crown Prince to step in and tell Prime Minister Wei to stop, or to make preparations to clean up the mess for them if they fail?" Eunuch Taiping shook his head and said, "Neither. The Crown Prince cannot be involved in these matters. This matter can no longer be resolved peacefully. In my opinion, although this isn't the best time, there's an advantage to it. Precisely because this isn't the best time to make things difficult for the second Zhang clan, the Queen Mother won't believe that this was a deliberate act. In this way, we can use this to test the waters and see how much the Empress protects the second Zhang. I went to the Crown Prince's palace only because I entered the palace and wanted to pay a visit. I do not want him to know about this matter." Yang Fan said, "If you are not here for the Crown Prince, then you are here for the sage. What is it?" Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said, "Isn't it because of your orders to recommend the second Zhang to the Empress?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Look at you. You are so resentful, as if I have bullied you. Then, who am I racking my brains for?" Princess Taiping glared at him, but then she thought about it. Although she came here because of his words, everything he had planned was to restore her Li family's empire. Princess Taiping's heart warmed, and she softly said, "All right, I know I was wrong. Great General Yang, you have worked hard and made great contributions. In the future, I will repay you even if I have to work like an ox or a horse." Yang Fan teased, "Why wait for the future? As long as you are willing to work like an ox or a horse, I will definitely ride you." Princess Taiping blushed and spat at him. "Did you ride me less in the past?" As soon as she said this, she blushed even more. She only felt that the two of them were talking more and more nonsense. She said shyly, "I don't want to talk to you anymore. I am going to see my brother." Yang Fan whispered behind her, "When you want to work like an ox or a horse, remember to tell me." Princess Taiping walked with her head down and pretended not to hear, but she quickened her pace and walked with a fragrance. Yang Fan looked at her back and smiled. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "The weather is going to change." The next morning, Yang Fan quietly left Chang and with his family and went to Qishan. On the same day, Shang Wanwan left Chang and with her mother Zheng and went to Qizhou. There was not only a large amount of the Shangguan family's fertile land there, but also an old house. Wan went to accompany her mother to relax. These two things did not attract other people's attention. The most eye-catching thing that day was the Empress's commendation to the 47 officials and famous scholars who had participated in the compilation of the Pearl of the Three Schools. Some were promoted to nobility, and some were rewarded with mansions and fields. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who were in charge of the compilation, were conferred the titles of Duke Heng and Duke Yi, respectively. Wu Zetian did not accept the request of Wu Sanxi, the crown prince, and the Prince of Xiang to make them kings, which greatly disappointed them. But they did not know that this was clearly flattery. Even if they were made duke, it was already enough to raise the attention of the world. It had always been believed that those who were made duke were either meritorious contributors to the founding of the country, had outstanding military service, or were old ministers who had been in charge of state affairs for decades. Even Xue Huai had only been promoted to the rank of duke because he had twice led an army to repel the invading Turks, and he had also presided over the construction of the two magnificent buildings, the Bright Hall and the Heavenly Hall. Just what sort of meritorious service did the two sons of the Zhang clan have? Everyone knew who had compiled the Pearl of the Three Sects, yet the two brothers were both made dukes. They received nobility, but they also received even more hostility. The civil officials were not convinced, the generals were not convinced, and the descendants of those meritorious officials whose ancestors had only been conferred the title of Marquis, Count, or Baron were even more unconvinced. Their ancestors had risked their lives and used their abilities to fight for the title of duke, but they had still not been able to obtain a hereditary title of duke. The two sons of the Zhang family had slept with the Empress for a few nights, and now they were fucking dukes. Who would be convinced? Under this kind of undercurrent, the censorate's first attack on the second Zhang began. In the past, there had been people who had submitted petitions to the Empress to distance herself from the second Zhang, or to expel them from the palace. They had all used high-sounding but superficial principles of righteousness. If the Empress did not accept it, she could simply laugh it off. There was no need for her to give an explanation to the officials or the people of the world. But this time was different. This time, they were directly looking for the second Zhang's crime. Since there was a crime, they had to determine who was right and who was wrong. The second Zhang was under the Emperor's protection. This attack on the second Zhang was no different from a challenge to the Empress' authority. On the second day after the second Zhang was made duke, Imperial censor Zhang Tinggui accused Vice Supervisor Zhang Changyi of accepting bribes. Wu Zetian did not connect this matter to the second Zhang. If there was corruption, there would definitely be things that harmed the country, and the country was hers. She was the Empress, so she naturally hated corruption. Wu Zetian issued a decree ordering Vice Supervisor Zhang Changyi to appear in court for interrogation. A day later, disciplinary judge Jia Jingyan submitted a memorial. Zhang Changzong forcefully bought someone's farmland and should be fined 20 caddies of copper. Although this matter involved Zhang Changzong, it was too small of a matter, and the punishment could be completely ignored. Although Wu Zetian doted on Zhang Changzong, the officials were acting according to the law, and there was no harm done to her beloved. Wu Zetian did not raise enough alarm, and so approved the memorial. On the third day, the censorate's investigation of Zhang Changyi's bribery case made a breakthrough. The vice minister of rights, Zhang Tongxiu, and the provincial governor of Bianzhou, Zhang Changqi, were both implicated as accomplices in the bribery case. When Zhang Changyi was detained by the censorate, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong were at a loss. They did not know what to do. They had always thought that they would directly ask the empress for help if they had any problems, but this step involved the law, and they had no reason to let the empress interfere so easily. However, if they had to think of a solution themselves, they did not know what procedures to follow or what channels to go through. These two little flowers that grew up in a greenhouse, not only did they not have any henchmen in the censorate, but they also did not know any of the rules and methods of the officialdom. All along, they had relied on their special privileges to handle special cases. Once they were asked to do things according to the normal rules, they had no way of entering. However, Zhang Changyi was detained by the censorate and was still in the interrogation stage. There would not be any urgent situation for a while, so the two Zhangs were still able to keep their composure. After all, they had the empress to back them up, and they still had some confidence. However, the next day, Zhang Changzong was fined for forcefully buying someone's farmland. After the rich and powerful in Luoyang moved to Chang, and with the emperor, they were all buying houses and land. Land was the wealth that the rich and powerful were most passionate about. Even if there was a mountain of gold at home, it would not be as reassuring as 10,000 hectares of good farmland. That was the kind of wealth that would not be easily passed down for generations to come, and the Zhang family was naturally no exception. The Zhang family did use their power to forcefully buy someone's farmland. Although the fine was not much, the problem was that he was a dignified state duke, and he could not afford to lose face like this. When Zhang Changzong was vexed, Zhang Tongxiu and Zhang Changqi were also implicated in the corruption case, and were detained by the censorate for interrogation. The two Zhangs were even more at a loss. At this time, the censorate Li Qingjia once again impeached the emperor in front of the court, pointing the spearhead at the two Zhangs. "Your Majesty, the corruption case of Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi may involve Zhang Yizhi, Duke of Heng, and Zhang Changzong, Duke of Yi. Your Majesty, please allow the two Zhangs to come to the censorate for interrogation." At this time, Wu Zetian had already realized who their real target was. Wu Zetian said calmly, "The report of the approved minister." She wanted to see who else would jump out. Chapter 1050. Autumn in Guangzhou was slightly cold, especially with the light rain that had just fallen in the morning. It was even colder. When the sun rose, there was still a wisp of mist lingering between the mountains, causing the distant mountains, the nearby water, the blue sky, and the earth to look like an ink painting of appropriate shades. Anu was used to this kind of scenery and did not find it strange. She accompanied Gu Zhuting, who was pregnant, to sit in a light car covered with soft leather mattresses. The windows on both sides were only slightly open. The two of them didn't look at the scenery, but just talked about pregnancy and childbirth in the car. This kind of Guangzhou autumn scenery was a rare sight for Shangguan Wan, who had grown up in the palace. Qi province had hundreds of acres of fertile land of the Shangguan family, but she had never been there. For one, it was just a line of numbers on an account book. But at this time, she had no time to enjoy the scenery because her beloved daughter was in the same carriage. The little girl had to drink milk, pee, and occasionally cry for her mother to play with her. Fortunately, there was Xiao Man to help. Er's hands, which were used to playing with the 4 treasures of the study, and only knew how to write poems, were clumsy when she served the child, but she could handle it. Yang Fan sat in the first carriage with Nianzhu and Si Rong. The windows on both sides were tightly blocked by the two children. They leaned against the window and poked their heads out, excitedly looking at the scenery along the way and occasionally shouting. Yang Fan sat in the carriage and could only occasionally use their little butts as a hand drum to beat them to relieve his boredom. The vegetation on both sides of the mountain gradually became colorful, tinged with yellow and green, red and purple. The colors were distinct and varied like a painting. The autumn wind sent the reed flowers into the blue sky. A line of wild geese spread their wings and flew past. Yang Fan had a pair of small feet on each of his legs. He lazily leaned against the cushion of the seat. He could not see the scenery outside the carriage, but he could hear the calls of wild geese flying in the sky and the loud and clear Chin accent coming from the fields. Days like this were as free as immortals, far away from the chaos of the court. With less scheming and scheming, Yang Fan's body and mind were at ease and unusually relaxed. This kind of life was what he truly wanted. Now that he could spend a few days with his family like this in a year, Yang Fan could not help but feel homesick. Entering Qi province, and Yang Fan sat in the same carriage. Yang Fan was half paralyzed in the seat like an old man. Yang Dyer lay between his chest and abdomen and climbed up. She used all her strength, but could only occasionally reach out a small hand and touch her father's cheek. Then she slid down. But Yang Fan used his belly to bounce her, stopping her of sliding and allowing her to continue. Daphne was very energetic. She never got tired of this seemingly boring little game. She would giggle happily whenever she touched her father's cheeks. One sat to the side and smiled as she watched the intimate game between the father and daughter. Langjun, from here onwards, this is our family's land. Looked out of the window and said softly, ever since Wan'er was favored by the Empress, she was given back her family's land. However, she had never been here before. She could only see the changes and harvest of the land in the account book every year. However, on this trip to Qi province, the steward who was in charge of the land in Qi province had accompanied her all the way. He had already introduced the situation here to her, so she was very clear about it. Yang Fan hugged his daughter and tilted his head to look outside. Dyer took the opportunity to grab his beard and jumped up and down excitedly. Yang Fan was already 28 years old. According to etiquette, he could grow a beard. His beard had just grown and was trimmed very neatly. Dyer grabbed her father's beard and laughed happily. Yang Fan held her little butt and lifted her up a little. He said to are all our lands in this area? Said, not all of our lands are in the same area. Only those that are close to the water source are of the best quality. However, this is the most complete piece of land we have. There are more than 1,000 temples. Based on our current speed, it will take us until noon to finish walking from here. Yang Fan grabbed his daughter's naughty little hand and made an angry gesture at her. Unfortunately, the little girl was not afraid at all. Instead, she was amused by him. Yang Fan said, "Look at our precious daughter. She is so beautiful. In the future, she will have such a generous dowry. I wonder which family's son will benefit from it." Rolled her eyes at him and took her daughter from his hands. She said, "Our daughter will naturally have a generous dowry in the future. But how can we give our land to an outsider? Moreover, our daughter will marry a capable man. Are we going to find a useless man who depends on his father-in-law?" Yang Fan laughed. "That makes sense. Our precious daughter will find a good son-in-law in the future." Wan'er wrinkled her nose at him and snorted, "You're already thinking about using the land as a dowry. Do you not want people to have more children in the future?" Yang Fan smiled. "I was just speaking thoughtlessly. How could I have thought so much about it? Have children. Of course have children. Give me a few more sons and then a few more daughters. The sons will all be taught skills, and the daughters will all be married to capable son-in-law. Ha ha! At that time, if I, old man Yang, get into trouble with my neighbors, I'll lead a group of capable sons and capable son-in-law to fight and scare them to death. Warner giggled and pouted. You're not serious at all. In the open, you are the mighty general of loyal marshal. So young and already a fourth-grade official, your future is bright. In the dark, you are the sect master of the Xian clan and hold great power. Which neighbor dares to get into trouble with you? Yang Fan grimaced and said, Why wouldn't I dare? My neighbor on the left is the beloved daughter of the Prince of Liang and the current crown prince. My neighbor on the right is one of the 5 Junwang of the Prince of Xiang's estate. Tell me which one of them is easy to provoke. I, the general of loyal marshal, am not enough in front of a bunch of princes and princesses. The power of the Xian clan is also not good to show, so I can only rely on my son and son-in-law to help me vent my anger. Couldn't help but laugh again. Now that you say it, it really is like this. When you built your house, did you not choose a good day? Look at your neighbors. Even if they aren't golden branches and jade leaves, they are still princes and marquises. Also, the 2 families will have to fight sooner or later. You are stuck in the middle. Your feng shui is really good. Yang Fan sighed and said, Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Second Zhang lives in the palace and doesn't have any neighbors. Isn't he just inviting trouble to himself? That's why I say if it's something that belongs to you, you can't avoid it even if you hide in Mount Zhongnan. Dai lay comfortably in her mother's embrace, but her mother didn't play with her like her father did. She found it very boring, so she stretched out her little arms and leaned toward Yang Fan, wiggling her little butt for her father to hug her. Warner angrily said, You little heartless thing. Mother doesn't even want to hug you for a while. Although she said this, she still handed her daughter to Yang Fan. As soon as Dai was in Yang Fan's embrace, she beamed with joy and stroked the short mustache on his lips. Warner glanced at Yang Fan and teased, You didn't come out this time to escape the storm caused by Second Zhang, did you? Yang Fan said, What does Second Zhang's matter have to do with me? There's nothing to escape from. This time, I came out with you to relieve your boredom and let you, mother and daughter, get closer. As for the battle in the capital, there's really nothing to see because victory and defeat have long been decided. The 3 brothers, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi, were all arrested by the censorate. The censorate was very well prepared. Faced with a mountain of ironclad evidence, the 3 could not deny it and could only admit that they had taken bribes of more than 4,000 yuan. 1 yuan was equivalent to 10 strings of coins, which was a shocking 40,000 strings of coins. 40 million yuan. Zhang Tongxiu was the assistant minister of rights. Zhang Changyi was the assistant minister of Shangfang, and Zhang Changqi was the governor of Bianzhou. Among the 3, only Zhang Changqi could be considered an official with real power. Not long after he took office, he was able to take bribes of 40 million yuan. What could they do for others? In reality, the people who bribed them were targeting Second Zhang in the palace. Most of the money fell into Second Zhang's hands. The censorate's ultimate goal in arresting them was to prove Second Zhang's corruption. But the 3 brothers were not stupid. They knew one thing: as long as Second Zhang did not fall, they would be fine. Other people's bribes were all sent to them. The only people who had direct contact with Second Zhang were the 3 brothers. The 3 brothers gritted their teeth and refused to admit that this matter had anything to do with Second Zhang. The censorate did not dare to torture them, so the case reached an impasse when it came to them. The crimes committed by Zhang Tongxiu and his brothers could not be directly linked to Second Zhang. The censorate could only think of another way. They really did find a way. because according to the laws of the Great Zhou, with the crimes committed by Zhang Tongxiu and his brothers Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who recommended them to be officials, should be punished together. Thus, during the morning court session, Vice Minister Ji Yanfan reported the results of the corruption case to the emperor. Your Majesty, the corruption case of Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi has been concluded. The three of them took more than 4,000 yuan and should be punished severely according to the law. These three were recommended by Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong. According to the punishment, they should be exempted from punishment. Vice Minister Ji's method was similar to disciplinary judge Jia Jingyan's method of confiscating Zhang Changzong's 20 jin of copper. Now, that second Zhang was a duke. His original official position was not worth mentioning. He asked the emperor to remove second Zhang from his official position, and not his title. Removing his official position would only mean losing a portion of his salary. To second Zhang, it was not a big loss. But if the emperor agreed, it meant that the censorate had won this confrontation. At the same time that second Zhang's prestige was damaged, the censorate not only cut off three of their important henchmen, but also scared away some monkeys who were not very loyal to second Zhang. It was not easy to destroy second Zhang. It was like trying to topple a big tree. One needed to cut off its roots one by one. When all the roots and branches were cut off, all it would take was a slight breeze to make it fall to the ground. Wu Zetian said loudly, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi have committed serious crimes. They will be removed from their official positions immediately. Wu Zetian's expression was stern. Fighting corruption was a basic national policy that she had been working hard to implement since she ascended to the throne. She would not slap herself in the face on this kind of matter. If she followed her personal interests, it would be her own prestige that would be shaken. The censorate had played a fatal move and forced her to fight within the rules. She could only sacrifice her pawns to protect her general. However, the censorate hoped to eliminate her general as well. Zhang Tongxiu and the other two were led out of the hall. When the three left, they were fearless and had arrogant expressions. As long as second Zhang was fine, they could make a comeback at any time. The censorate's methods only made them feel disdain. Vice Minister Ji took a step forward and said aggressively, Your Majesty, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong have been punished by the law and should also be removed from their official positions. Wu Zetian glanced at him indifferently and said to Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who were kneeling on the ground without their hats, Did you hear what Vice Minister Huan said? State Duke Heng, State Duke Yi, do the two of you know your crimes? Zhang Yizhi bowed his head and said, I know my crimes. However, I and Changzong have done meritorious deeds for the country, so according to the law, we can atone for our crimes. Wu Zetian raised her brows slightly and asked, What meritorious deeds did the two of you do? Tell me face to face. Zhang Yizhi said, I and Changzong were in charge of compiling the Pearl of the Three Sects and have done meritorious deeds for educating people. Wu Zetian said, Prime Minister's second Zhang has done meritorious deeds for writing the book. Can they be absolved of their crimes? When the censorate was handling this case, they had just made some progress when they encountered second Zhang's letter. They also knew that this matter was very disadvantageous for them to pursue second Zhang's crimes, so they had already thought of a countermeasure. Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong immediately reported, Your Majesty, although second Zhang has done meritorious deeds for writing the book, second Zhang has already been conferred the title of nobility. Their merits have already been rewarded. How can they atone for their crimes? There was a slight commotion in the hall. Although the officials looked down on second Zhang, very few people dared to openly call him second Zhang with contempt. Moreover, second Zhang had already been conferred the title of State Duke. In terms of nobility, he was even higher than the prime minister. However, Wei Yuanzhong actually called him Second Zhang in front of the emperor and Second Zhang. The smell of gunpowder in his words was already very thick. Second Zhang angrily raised his head to look at Wei Yuanzhong. However, there was not a trace of joy or anger on Wu Zetian's face. She only lightly turned to Second Zhang and said indifferently, "According to Prime Minister Wei, the two of you have already been conferred the title of nobility for writing the book. Therefore, your merits cannot atone for your crimes. Do the two of you have any other merits? If not, I will punish you according to the law." Zhang Yiji coldly stared at Prime Minister Yang Zixi. Yang Zixi flattered Second Zhang as if he was his disciple. Being stared at by Zhang Yiji, Yang Zixi couldn't stand still. He could only bite the bullet and report, "Your Majesty, I heard that Duke Heng and Duke Yi created a divine pill together. When your Majesty consumed it, your body became healthy and healthy. This is a great merit and can atone for your crimes." Wei Yuanzhong was both shocked and angry. He said, "Prime Minister Yang, how come I have never heard that the two of you created a divine pill together to cure your Majesty's illness?" Yang Zixi avoided his angry gaze and stammered, "This is something I happened to hear Duke Heng mention at the banquet. Duke Heng and Duke Yi are not proud of their merits and have never made it public. Prime Minister Wei does not know what is so strange about this matter." Wei Yuanzhong wanted to say more, but Wu Zetian already said, "That's right. What Minister Yang said is true. I am old. If Minister Yang did not mention it, I would have forgotten. I was once ill. It was Duke Heng and Duke Yi who created a divine pill together. I only recovered after consuming it. Prime Minister Wei, do you think this merit can atone for your crimes?" Wei Yuanzhong knew that the emperor was determined to protect the two Zhangs. What divine pill? Other than pleasing the empress in bed. These two brats don't know how to create a divine pill. But the emperor had personally admitted that it was true. They couldn't say that the emperor gave false testimony. Wei Yuanzhong could only bow his head and say, "In that case, it can atone for your crimes." "Ha ha!" Wu Zetian suddenly laughed. She stood up and swung her sleeve. The golden dragon on her sleeve drew a dazzling golden light on the imperial table. Court dismissed. Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong quickly put on their hats and stood up. They looked at Wei Yuanzhong, Ji Yanfan, and the other ministers with provocative eyes. They ran up the imperial stairs and helped Wu Zetian up. They walked away like generals returning to the court after victory. Ji Yanfan and Wei Yuanzhong looked at each other and felt sad. When the court meeting was over, Princess Taiping heard about the details of the Zhang's crimes. She stood by the pond and threw a handful of fish food into the water. She watched the fish fighting for food in silence. Mr. Mo consoled him. "In this attack, under the circumstances that the two Zhangs have made great contributions in writing the book, we were able to remove Zhang Tongxiu, 3 people, from their official positions, and also find Zhang Changzong. It can be considered we have achieved something." Taiping sighed. "After so much effort, we finally solved this corruption case. In the end, the board was raised high and fell lightly. It still can't shake the two Zhangs. With the protection of the empress, the two Zhangs have nothing to fear. After today's attack, they will definitely think of revenge in the future. From now on, the imperial court will have a lot of trouble." Mo Yuhan was silent for a moment and said, "Leisurely selling official positions, bribery, and bending the law harms the country. The emperor is the master of the country. If he still protects them like this, it can be seen that he cares for them. But if the two Zhangs usurp the country, will Her Majesty still protect them?" Taiping was startled. He turned his head around and saw Mr. Mo was smiling as he watched the school of fish fighting for food. His expression was tranquil. Chapter 10:51. According to one Er's orders, the steward of Qi province did not spread the news that the master of the main family had come to Qi province. Even when they moved into the Shangguan family's old residence, they only said that the main family had sent a relative to Qi province to check the accounts under the orders of the old madam. One and her mother only stayed in the old residence for a day before they went to Qishan County to meet up with Yang Fan and began their journey to Qi province. Old Madam Zheng only knew of Yang Fan's existence when her daughter was pregnant. It was not until this trip to Qi province that she met this shameful son-in-law for the first time. Madame Zheng disliked Yang Fan very much. Madame Zheng thought that her daughter could marry someone with a higher status than Yang Fan, and that she would be his legal wife. Perhaps Yang Fan could be considered young and promising among his peers, but it would not be easy to find someone with a higher status than him. Most of these people were over 50 years old, and their legal wife had already passed away, and they wanted to remarry. But in the eyes of Madame Zheng, who had experienced many hardships, these factors were not important. Congenial love and similar age did not necessarily mean they were a good match. Only a person with this kind of family background and status would be worthy of her daughter, and they would be able to harmonize. Moreover, Yang Fan already had a wife and concubines, so he did not have an advantage in this aspect. His relationship with her daughter could not be shown to others, so Madame Zheng was even more displeased. In fact, the reason why one could not marry was because of Wu Zetian. Madame Zheng also understood this, but since she was already dissatisfied with Yang Fan, she naturally pushed all the blame onto him. When Madame Zheng had just given birth to one, her father-in-law and husband had died a violent death. She, who was originally from a wealthy family, had brought her infant daughter to become a palace servant. She had endured hardships to raise her daughter and even taught her a body of knowledge and skills. It could be seen that her personality was tenacious and tenacious. After going through so many hardships, her temperament had become even more stubborn. She already had a prejudice in her heart. Her attitude towards Yang Fan was the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the angrier she gets. However, not only had Yang Fan and Wanner become husband and wife long ago, they even had a child now. What could Madame Zheng do? Moreover, looked weak, but she was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. She was very opinionated, so Lady Zheng could only admit this fact. Admitting it was one thing, but when it came to Yang Fan, she naturally didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill. Yang Fan had a lot of luck with women since he was young, but he didn't want to be defeated in front of his mother-in-law. Yang Fan still maintained a considerable amount of respect towards Zheng Shi, but Wanner naturally felt apologetic towards Yang Fan for receiving such cold treatment. She only stayed in the old house for a day before going out with Yang Fan. She was expressing her dissatisfaction to her mother. Because of this reason, Wanner was especially gentle to Yang Fan along the way. Xiao Meng and Nu usually had a lot of time to spend with their Lang Jun. Wanner rarely left the palace, so they gave way to Yang Fan so that they could spend more time together. Qi Mountain, Zhou Yuan, Zhou Gong Temple, Kongming Temple. The Yang family had visited all the famous historical sites in Qi province. In fact, because many historical sites were too old, only their names were left, and it was very difficult to see the real historical sites. However, when one was in a place that was familiar from the ancient books and faced those places that had been wiped out and turned into plains and villages, although it was difficult to feel nostalgic about the past and the present, one would feel a sense of the vicissitudes of the world and the vicissitudes of life. On this day, they came to Wuzhong Plain. Wuzhong Plain faced the Qinling Mountains to the south and the Wei River to the north. Both the east and west were deep ravines formed by years of rain, and the terrain was extremely dangerous. At noon, they rested in the town. There was a noodle shop at the entrance of the town, and the owner was the village chief. As soon as Yang Fan and his family sat under the shelter of the noodle shop, they immediately attracted many villagers. The villagers were full of curiosity about these guests who were obviously nobles in the town. However, Run Wei and the others stood with their hands on their swords and looked around. Their cold and vigilant eyes made the villagers timid. Yang Nianzu really wanted to play with those village children, but those children were scared away by Run Wei and the rest of the guards. Yang Nianzu stood under the canopy and stared at those urchins who were peeing and playing in the mud under the opposite tree. He was really envious. Yang Fan smiled at Ren Wei and said, "These people are obviously local villagers. There is no need to be so cautious. Sit down and rest." Gu Zhuting and Anu glanced around and did not say anything. The people who lived here seemed to have become a part of the Lus Plateau from their bones. Their clothes, hair, skin color, every action, every word, and every action were imbued with the taste of the Lus Plateau. This was something that could not be imitated. The village chief and the shopkeeper saw that Yang Fan and his group were extraordinary, so he took the initiative to greet them. Yang Fan said that he was from the Shangguan family, and the village chief was immediately in awe. Coincidentally, half of the land in this town belonged to the Shangguan family, and half of the people in the village were tenants of the Shangguan family. Yang Fan asked with a smile, "Wang Lijing, why is this place called Wuzhang Plain?" Wang Lijing said, "The older generation said that, in the beginning, this place was called Jagged Slope. The second emperor of the Qin dynasty, Hu Hai, was patrolling the west at the beginning of autumn. Coincidentally, there was a whirlwind that blew up a 5-zhang dust pillar. It was very spectacular. The second emperor of the Qin dynasty wrote a poem, Wuzhang Autumn Wind Plain. Hu Hai was the emperor, and as an official, how could he not flatter? Following the emperor's will, it was changed to Wuzhang Plain." Yang Fan listened and laughed. Xiaoman nudged him with her elbow and laughed in a low voice. "Did you hear that? As an official, how could he not flatter? It turns out that Long Juan's best skill is flattery." Yang Fan looked at her and said, "Miss Xie has become a military officer at such a young age. Amazing, really amazing." Xiaoman coquettishly rolled her eyes at him. Wan originally wanted to make fun of Yang Fan, but she suddenly realized that she was also an official. Officials may not be opportunistic, but who hasn't been complimenting their superiors? Yang Fan and Xiaoman looked at each other, and no one said anything. Nu couldn't help but laugh. She held Gu Zhuting's arm and said to them, "Gu Shi and I have never been an official." Although Yang Nianzu didn't know what was going on, he could tell that flattery was definitely not a compliment. He immediately cleared himself and said loudly, "I didn't either. My sister didn't either. My brother didn't. And my sister didn't either." Yang Fan said snappily, "Get lost. Little brat, you are flattering your Aunt Nu. Do you know that?" Yang Nianzu blinked his big eyes and didn't understand. Xiaoman and Wan'er looked at his cute face and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the steaming minced meat noodles were ready. Yang Fan quickly said, Okay, let's not talk about it. Let's eat." Rapeseed oil, wheat flour, pork, and vinegar were all locally produced. The noodles were thin and chewy, and the broth was clear and delicious. A few drops of chili oil made from cornel were added, and the aroma was very appetizing. Nianzu and Si Rong ate a lot of snacks along the way, and were full after a few mouthfuls. The two of them refused to sit still and wandered around. They began to develop an interest in the guokue. The pancake that was as big as a pot lid was really rare to them. Wang Lijing knew that this family didn't lack money, so he immediately took a pot and handed it to them. The cauldron became a toy in Nianzhu's hands. He hollowed out the center of the cauldron and left it for his sister to eat. He hung the cauldron with a big hole in the center around his neck, as if he was wearing a suit of armor. He looked calm and proud. Because of Yang Fan's words, Run Wei didn't stop him from getting close to the village children. He only sent 2 vigilant men to keep an eye on him. Nianzhu played with the pot for a while. When the novelty wore off, he took off the pot and generously gave it to the village children. This immediately won the favor of the children. They didn't treat this rich young master as an outsider anymore. They quickly played together. Yang Fan stayed at the entrance of the town. He wanted to leave after lunch, but he deliberately stayed a little longer when he saw Nianzhu playing with the village children. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Fan came out of the shed and was about to call his son to leave when a group of people galloped in the distance. It was rare to see people riding horses in this village, let alone a group of people. There were hundreds of people in a long line, and wherever the group passed, the yellow soil behind them rolled up a light dust. Yang Fan looked over and saw a group of government soldiers. But then he found that the government soldiers were guarding the periphery, and the people in the middle were a group of people dressed in tubo. Yang Fan couldn't help but stand in surprise. Tubo and Great Zhou had been fighting for years and were in a state of hostility. How could a group of tubo people appear here? The 2 guards sent by Ren Wei to watch over Yang, Nianzhu immediately brought the young master to the shed. The other guards guarded them inside the shed with their hands on their swords and sabers, raising their vigilance. The group of government soldiers escorted the tubo people to the front and did not slow down at all. But when they passed by the entrance of the town, a burly tubo man with a broadsword at his waist suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He immediately pulled on the reins of his horse and stopped in his tracks. The people around him were all well-trained and skilled in horsemanship. When this person suddenly reined in his horse, the guards around him did not panic, and no one rashly crashed into him. Even the people who were extremely close to him reined in their horses in time. The great Zhou martial army that was protecting them also stopped in their tracks. The tubo man dismounted from his horse and strode to the tree at the entrance of the town. The carriage that Yang Fan and his family were in was parked at the entrance of the village. There were also a dozen fine horses. The tubo man circled around the beauty that Yang Fan gifted to Gu Zhuting twice, rubbed his hands, and praised, "Good horse, good horse. This is a majestic Arabian horse." A rank 5 official of Datong, dressed in a crimson robe and carrying a silver fish pouch, dismounted as well. He walked to the tubo man's side and said, "Ambassador Lun Misha, let us hurry on our way." The tubo man, who was addressed as Lun Misha, pointed at the Arabian horse and said, "Whose horse is this? I want it." Yang Fan heard the conversation between the 2 of them and couldn't help but smile at the girls. Beauties like you, who can bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to the people, should all feel ashamed. The horse that Abdullah gave me is much more impressive than yours. He only took it out twice, and both times someone took a fancy to it. Gu Zhuting covered her mouth and laughed. "This horse is called Beauty. It is worthy of its name." Yang Fan laughed and stood up to welcome them. He loudly said, "This is my horse." Lun Misha turned around and saw Yang Fan's face clearly. He could not help but exclaim, "Mousie, why is it you?" Chapter 1052. Yang Fan did not expect the Tibetan envoy to recognize Ashina Musi. He was slightly startled, but his expression naturally changed into one of confusion. "What are you talking about? You know me?" Lun Misa said, "I am Lun Misa of Tubo. Don't you recognize me? Why are you from the Turks?" At this point, Lun Misa's voice came to an abrupt halt. He realized that the person in front of him was different from Musi. Their facial features were indeed very similar, but this person's skin was much fairer than Musi's. Their beards were also different. It seemed that this Musi in front of him was very young, but the Musi in his impression was far older than his peers. This Musi in front of him spoke in Han. This was not unusual. Most of the Turks and Tubo officials and nobles could speak Han. However, this Musi in front of him had an unusually clear voice. Because Musi's throat was injured, his voice was hoarse, as if he was filing the back of a steel file. Luan Misa looked at Yang Fan in surprise and said hesitantly, "You are not Musi?" Yang Fan asked, even though he already knew the answer. "Who is Musi? Do I look like this one?" "Haha, it turns out that I have mistaken you for someone else." "Indeed not." Luan Misa suddenly smiled and said, "My apologies, I have mistaken you for someone else. His appearance is extremely similar to that of a Turkic royal, I know." "Haha, I suddenly remembered something. Your country's General Wang Xiaojia looks like my emperor's father, who passed away many years ago. Today, I have met you again. You look so similar to a friend of mine. Your country is vast and has many people. No wonder." At this time, the great Zhou official cupped his hands towards Yang Fan and asked, "I dare not ask, there were many aristocratic families and nobles in Guangzhou, now that the emperor had moved the capital to Chang, and there were countless officials and nobles accompanying him. No one could guarantee that this ordinary person he met had a great background. Moreover, although the Yang Fan that this great Zhou official had encountered appeared in the Wuzhong plains, his attire and bearing were all extraordinary. Naturally, he did not dare to underestimate him. Yang Fan returned the greeting and said, "I am Yang Fan, the loyal general of the 1,000 horsemen." "I am." The official was visibly moved. He hastily saluted and said, "So it's Grand General Yang of the Imperial Army's 1,000 Horsemen Battalion, Qi Province's Commandant Zhang Yu. Greetings, General Yang." Upon hearing Yang Fan's identity, a strange light flashed in Luan Misa's eyes. He laughed and said, "General Yang, I'm Tubo's envoy Luan Misa. I was ordered by the king to come to your country. I really like this horse of yours. I wonder if you're willing to part with it." Luan Misa took out a velvet pouch from her bosom and carefully held it in the hollow of her palm. She loosened the opening of the pouch. As soon as the sun shone on it, the colorful light inside the pouch rose up, dazzling everyone's eyes. Inside the pouch was a pouch of pearls. Each pearl was the size of a longan. They were lustrous and translucent. Moreover, they came in various colors: golden yellow, pink, white jade, pure black, dark blue, light green, lilac purple, rose red, and so on. There were more than 10 pearls of the same size. Moreover, all of them were of the same color. They were dazzling and priceless. Exchanging this pouch of pearls for a precious horse, it should be said that Yang Fan had made a profit. Most importantly, the value of a precious horse was reflected on the battlefield. Although Yang Fan was a general, he was a general of the Imperial Army. To him, a precious horse was far less useful than a pouch of precious pearls. Luan Misa thought that Yang Fan would definitely agree. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "Do you think that I'm short of money?" Luan Misa frowned and slowly said, "This is not a matter of money. I really like this horse, and I believe that this pearl is worthy of the horse's value." To me, while speaking, Luan Misa glanced at the table where Yang Fan came from. He saw 4 beauties sitting at the table. They were graceful and graceful, each with their own unique beauty. It was not rare to see one of such stunning beauties. What was rare was that the 4 of them were dressed like his family's wives. Yet, each of them was exceptionally charming. If one looked carefully, it was obvious that each of them had their own advantages. Luan Misa thought, money will not move this man's heart, but it seems that he is extremely lustful. Luan Misa immediately changed his words and said, in that case, I will use beauties to exchange for it. How about it? Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and asked in a strange tone, Honorable Envoy has beauties with you? Luan Misa laughed and pointed to the carriage. He said, look at the beauties in my carriage. They are 1 in 10,000 beauties. Perhaps they are slightly inferior to generals' wives and concubines, but women are like flowers. Each of them is enchanting. Who would complain about having too many flowers in the house? These women are frank and candid. They are good at singing and dancing. Each of them has the 64 virtues of a woman. Tubo's ideal requirements for women. You can choose whichever one you like. I will use that one to exchange with you. How about it? Yang Fan looked up and saw that there were 5 or 6 carriages in the procession, and in each carriage sat a few young women. The curtains of the carriages were lifted, and although they were still far away, he could vaguely see that the women in the carriages were all bright and beautiful, and their facial features were picturesque. At first glance, he felt an indescribable charm, like a gentle spring breeze caressing his heart. Anu whispered, Do you think Lang Jun will agree to exchange a horse for a beauty? Gu Zhuding smiled and did not say anything. Thinking of how Lang Jun did not hesitate to offend Princess Anil after giving her the horse, her heart felt like it had drunk honey. She could not care less about her identity and status in the Yang family, but she cared about her man, did not care about her. Although she did not care if Yang Fan was forced by Princess Anil to hand over the horse, she was very happy that Yang Fan did not do so. Xiao Man and Wan also smiled and did not say anything. Xiao Man always had an indifferent attitude. She did not care if elder brother was willing to exchange a horse. If elder brother agreed, he must have his reasons. If elder brother did not agree, he must have his own considerations. Xiao Man had a kind of blind trust and obedience to Yang Fan. Wan was sure that Yang Fan would not agree, but the reason she thought of was different from Xiao Man's unconditional trust without any consideration. After she learned of the other party's identity, she knew that Yang Fan would not agree. She had confidence in Yang Fan's wisdom and steadiness. Sure enough, Yang Fan smiled and said calmly, As for Envoy Misa, if I am not wrong, your pearls and beauties should be used as a tribute by your country, right? Misa hurriedly said, It doesn't matter. We live on the grassland, and horses are our herdsmen's best friends. If I can exchange a basket of pearls and a few beauties for such a good horse, even Zampu will not blame me. Yang Fan said, Your country's Zampu does not blame you, but it does not mean that you have done this properly. When your country's Zampu puts you in an important position, he will not use this to find fault with you, but once you offend Zampu, he will use it against you. Besides, when there is officialdom, there will be strife. Just because Zampu does not blame you does not mean that others will not regard this as a major mistake on your part, as an envoy. You are straightforward, a worthy friend. How could I let you leave behind a weakness that others can use against you and leave behind future troubles? Misa stared at Yang Fan, his bright eyes carrying a hint of deep thought. The two stared at each other for a long time, and then they both burst into laughter. Misa truly did like this horse and truly did want to buy it, but he did not have the courage to use the gifts that Zampu had given him as a tribute to the emperor and to communicate with the crown prince, the Prince of Xiang, and the Prince of Liang. Only when he heard of Yang Fan's identity did he do so. Yang Fan was an important commander of the imperial army. If the pearls originally intended for the Son of Heaven and the beauties for the crown prince, the Prince of Liang, and the Prince of Xiang were given to him, even if Misa had taken the initiative to barter, what would these people think? The Son of Heaven was wealthy, and perhaps he did not care about the rare, but not unique seven-colored pearls. Perhaps Prince Liang, the Prince of Xiang, and the Crown Prince were used to seeing beautiful women and did not care about a few Tibetan beauties, but they would definitely care about Yang Fan's actions. If a general were to exchange the gifts that had been intended for them without permission, they would feel that this general did not respect them. This was a serious challenge to their dignity and power. If this matter caused them to develop a rift with this commander of the imperial army, no one could predict what would happen in the future. Unfortunately, Yang Fan had seen through his intentions. Yang Fan was using the political situation in Tibet as an analogy, but he was actually hinting at the situation that he would face if he accepted the other party's conditions. Misa had a boorish appearance and seemed straightforward, but he was actually a quick-witted person. Since his attempt to drive a wedge had been seen through, he naturally would not make things difficult for himself. Misa heartily laughed as he cupped his hands to Yang Fan and said, "Many thanks for your kind intentions. Since this is the case, this one will take his leave." Yang Fan smiled and cupped his hands. Misa mounted his horse, took one last reluctant look at the Arabian steed, kicked his stirrups, and prepared to leave. Yang Fan knew that ever since the internal strife between the Tubo king and prime minister resulted in the death of the war god Luan Trinling, although the Tubo king's ambitions were as high as the heavens, the strength of his country and army had been on a steady decline. Luan Trinling's death was no different from the Tubo king cutting off his own arm. The consequences were far more severe than Wu Zetian's execution of Blacktooth Changji and the other famous generals. From then on, when the Tubo and the Great Zhou went to war, the outcome of the war could not be compared to the past. The Tubo Empire was like a dog's skin plaster that could not be removed. Their fundamental goal was to fish for more benefits from the Central Plains, but it was unknown what they wanted to do by sending an envoy this time. Yang Fan could not help but raise his voice and ask, "May I know what mission-esteemed envoy has come to the east this time?" Misa turned his head to look at him, smiled, and said, "Our Tubo king wishes to be on good terms with the Great Zhou and form a father-in-law and son-in-law relationship. Thus, he has sent me here to request a marriage of peace and marry the princess of your country." Yang Fan's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands without saying a word. Misa nodded his head and urged his horse to leave. Warner had also heard Misa's words. Her eyes narrowed and her expression gradually turned solemn. She stood up and walked towards Yang Fan. Her gait was as graceful as a peony swaying in the wind. She walked slowly to Yang Fan's side and looked at the Tubo Empire's entourage with him. Anu came over and teased, "What are you looking at so reluctantly? If you are reluctant to part with that Tubo beauty, our Arabian horse can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Why don't you ride on it and catch up with them? It's not too late if you want to change now." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Pack up, it's time for us to leave." Xiao Man asked softly, "Lang Jun, where are we going next?" Yang Fan said, "Back to Chang," and Xiao Man was slightly startled. They had agreed to stay for another 3 days before leaving. Why did they suddenly? Yang Fan said, "Let's get ready to leave." He then turned around and walked towards Yang Yinzu, who was playing happily. This child was very playful. If Yang Fan did not personally appear, he would not be willing to leave. Anu said curiously, "The Tubo Empire is here to marry the princess. Why are you so anxious?" Xiao Man, Anu, and Gu Zhuting looked at each other and suddenly felt guilty. Could it be that the unmarried princess and our Lang Jun cough? This is not impossible. Our man has a criminal record. Among the ladies, only Warner nodded her head lightly. She had obviously seen what Yang Fan saw under the appearance of marriage. Chapter 1053. Xiao Man, Anu, and Gu Zhuting were not inferior to Wanner when it came to intelligence and craftiness. However, they were not in positions and did not participate in politics. They did not have Wanner's experience of serving the emperor since she was 14 years old and immersed in politics. Therefore, they were not used to analyzing weddings and funerals from the perspective of political changes and power struggles. Wanner was different from them, so she immediately thought of the various effects of the Tubo peace marriage on the political situation of the Great Zhou. The Turks once refused their daughter's marriage on the grounds that the prince consort who went to the Turks was surnamed Wu and not Li. As a result, Wu Yanxiu was still herding horses on the prairie. The Tubo princess could only be a member of the Li family. Now that the emperor had decided to return power to the Li family, this was known to all. So it was even more impossible for the Tubo princess to be a member of the Wu family. But how many princesses of marriageable age were there in Li Tang's royal family? Crown Prince Li Dan had 6 daughters who were not very old. But after Li Xian returned to the court, in order to consolidate his position, he used marriage to win over the aristocratic families and make friends with the Wu family. All 6 of his daughters were quickly married to the sons of the aristocratic families and the Wu family. If the Tubo wanted to make peace with the Great Zhou, the only choice was the daughter of Li Dan, the Prince of Xiang. Li Dan had a few more children than his 7th brother, Li Xian. He had 5 sons and 11 daughters, the eldest of whom was not even 20, and the youngest was only 7. There were a few who were unmarried and of marriageable age. So the question arose, what was the real purpose of the Tubo peace marriage? For peace? Absolutely impossible. In history, there had never been a peace marriage that really played such a role. It was always proposed as a dignified way to end a conflict when one side could no longer fight and the other side would lose more than the gains. Sometimes after the peace marriage, the 2 countries would calm down for a few years, a dozen years, or even a few decades. It was not because a daughter was married, but because neither side had the ability to continue fighting, or they did not think that continuing to fight at this stage would bring them more benefits. So the Tubo peace marriage was because the prime minister and the emperor wanted to stop fighting and recharge after exhausting the country's power? If so, the Great Zhou might agree to the peace marriage. You need to conserve your strength, and I also need to conserve my strength. After a few decades, who will be stronger and who will be weaker will depend on who recuperates better in these few decades. However, right now, the object of the Tubo peace marriage could only be the Prince of Xiang's daughter, and Li Xian was a crown prince whose authority had fallen to the Wu clan. Once he ascended to the throne, he was destined to become a weak crown prince. After the Tubo and the Prince of Xiang became in-laws, would they instigate the Prince of Xiang to ascend to the throne and interfere with the internal affairs of the Great Zhou? The Crown Prince Li Xian and the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, had originally been emperor and minister, but these 2 brothers had both been crown princes and emperors. If a foreign power tried to stir up trouble, would the imperial court stir up another storm, making the future political situation of the Great Zhou even more complicated and confusing? Ever since the Tubo eradicated their war god, Luan Qinling, their military strength had been greatly weakened, and they began to lose more than they won against the Great Zhou. After Wu Zetian moved the capital to Chang'an, she strengthened the defenses of the Guangzhou region, increasing the pressure on the Tubo. This was probably an important reason why they chose the peace marriage. But just like how Luan Misa had casually dug a hole for Yang Fan to jump into, the Tubo peace marriage could not have any good intentions. As long as they were given a chance, they would not give up on splitting the Great Zhou and weakening the Central Plains. In addition, from the perspective of the Great Zhou Empire, would the Tubo marriage with the Prince of Xiang arouse the suspicion of the Crown Prince? To the Wu clan, Li Tang was one. If the Tubo marriage with the Prince of Xiang strengthened the power of the Li clan, how would the Wu clan react? In the last few years, Wu Zetian had been making preparations for her death. Would the political balance she had worked so hard to create be broken by the peace marriage? How would she choose? All these unknown choices could have far-reaching effects on the politics of the Great Zhou in the future. Even if Yang Fan was just a simple general standing in his sensitive position, it was inevitable that he would be drawn into conflict. And this was not to mention that he had another identity in secret. If he felt that this matter had nothing to do with him and hung up high, it would be too late for him to react when disaster struck him. A person with foresight would not do something so short-sighted. Thus, even though Yang Fan did not know what he could do in this matter, he had to go. He had to know what was going on as soon as possible and prepare for a rainy day. An hour after Zhang Yu, the Qi province's commander, escorted Loomis's team away, Yang Fan and his family's carriages also left the 5 Zhang plain. In the twilight, the carriage traveled along a strangely beautiful and dangerous ravine. This was a ravine that had been carved out by a river over tens of thousands of years. The mighty forces of nature had carved desolate and solemn marks into the yellow cliffs and river. Warner and Yang Fan stood side by side on the yellow cliffs, looking at the strange and dangerous ravine. The night wind blew through one Er's hair. The setting sun added a layer of gold to her hair and face, making her look like a beautiful statue. Years ago, Zhuge Liang set out from Hanzhong, took the Baoxie Road, crossed the Qinling Mountains, and entered Wuzhong Plain. Here, he was locked in a stalemate with the Wei General Sima Yi. He used a trick to lure the Wei soldiers into the gourd ravine and set fire to the entrance of the ravine. Unexpectedly, a heavy rain saved the Wei army from danger. Zhuge Liang was a great talent, but he could only sigh and say, "Man proposes, God disposes." Yang Fan rode to the top of the cliff, listening to Warner's soft voice. It was as if he could see the golden spears, iron horses, and banners in the sky. It was as if he could hear the sound of horns and the rumbling of drums. Yang Fan sighed and said, "It is not only Zhuge Liang who feels this way. No one can do as they please, even if they are the high and mighty emperor. Don't worry, I just want to plan, not go against heaven." The censorate's first attack on Heir Zhang succeeded in removing the 3 brothers, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changyi, and Zhang Changqi, from their official positions and fined Zhang Changzong 20 caddies of copper. It could be considered a small gain, but Heir Zhang's vitality was not damaged. A few days later, at the request of the Zhang brothers, Zhang Tongxiu and his brothers became officials again. Wu Zetian issued an edict appointing Zhang Tongxiu as the Fang prefecture magistrate, Zhang Changyi as the Baoang prefecture magistrate, and Zhang Changqi as the Qi prefecture magistrate. All 3 were demoted to a county magistrate. This was the first assistant of a county official. Compared to their original positions in the capital, it was a demotion, but in terms of real power, it was a demotion. With the Zhang brothers supporting them in the capital, a county magistrate was enough to suppress a county magistrate and become the real head of a county. Although the 3 were demoted, they did not leave the Guangzhong area. They were all local officials in the Guangzhong area, and the capital was in the Guangzhong area. Moreover, the 3 originally had no real power, but now they had real power in their hands. This was a strong counterattack by the Zhang brothers and also a strong counterattack by Wu Zetian. The Zhang brothers proved that the emperor loved them, and Wu Zetian showed that power was still in her hands. Although the imperial censorate could use the rules of the law to make things difficult for the Zhang brothers, she could also use the rules of power to turn the tide. The Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong and the imperial censorate Song Jing heard that the Zhang brothers had been reactivated, and both rushed to the emperor to argue, but returned without success. The Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong and the imperial censorate Song Jing heard that the Zhang brothers were reactivated, and both rushed to the emperor to argue, but returned without success. This time, Wei Yuanzhong and the others' attack on the second Zhang family really did not have the right time, the right place, and the right people. This sudden accident completely diverted the attention of the court. In the face of this far-reaching and important national affair, they had no choice but to continue to be entangled in the Zhang brothers' corruption case. The Tibetan envoy Lumsa came to the capital and presented 1,000 horses and 2,000 taels of gold as tribute to the Zhou court, and brought a letter of credence to ask the Zhou emperor to marry the princess of the royal family to the Tibetan Zanpu. The 1,000 horses could not be brought into the capital, so they were handed over to the local government in Qi province. Compared to the Turkic Khan Mozi's stingy marriage proposal, the Tibetan tribute was very grand, but after the peace marriage, they would receive a more generous dowry. Even if the peace marriage was not approved, the reward from the Zhou Empire would be doubled. The Central Plains Empire had always been generous. Wu Zetian received the letter of credence and announced that the Tibetan envoy would be entertained at the Linda Hall of the Daming Palace the next day. After the officials from the Ministry of Rites took the Tibetan envoy Lumsa away, Wu Zetian immediately discussed with the officials whether the Zhou Empire would agree to the Tibetan marriage proposal. For a moment, the officials were discussing, whispering to each other, and the hall was buzzing. Wu Zetian frowned, looked at the Prime Minister Banzhong, and asked in a clear voice, "Minister Wei, what do you think?" Wei Yuanzhong slowly stepped out and bowed to Wu Zetian and said, "I remember that the Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty once said, the customs of the northern barbarians are mostly about internal affairs, that is, having children. Then my grandson will not invade China, and so the border has been peaceful for the past 30 years. Although the current country was called the Zhou Empire, Wu Zetian ascended to the throne because of her son's abdication of the throne, and it was a peaceful evolution. And the Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty was her father-in-law, so the Zhou Empire was not too afraid to talk about the previous dynasty. Wu Zetian herself often talked about how Taizong was, so it was not a big deal for Wei Yuanzhong to use Taizong's words as an answer. Wu Zetian's eyes narrowed, and she asked, "So Minister Wei agrees to the peace marriage?" Wei Yuanzhong hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Yes. I think, since Tibet is sincere about peace, why not become a father-in-law and son-in-law state? The two countries can turn hostility into friendship, and the people will be very happy." Wei Yuanzhong was a member of the Crown Prince's faction, loyal to the current Crown Prince Li Xian, but he was also close to the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan. The reason why he hesitated just now was also because of this relationship. He felt that if they wanted to make peace with Tibet, they could only marry the Prince of Xiang's daughter, which would not be good for consolidating the Crown Prince's position. But if Li Tang's royal family and Tibet were married, it would be beneficial for Li Tang's royal family to compete with the Wu family, so it was difficult for him to choose. But the emperor had already asked, and there was no time for him to slowly weigh the pros and cons, so he could only answer hastily. Minister Wei's words are wrong. Just as Wei Yuanzhong finished speaking, a tall civil official stepped out from the crowd, vehemently saying, "In the third year of Zhengguan, Songzan Gampo succeeded to the throne, and after that he trained his troops, quelled the rebellions, and successively conquered the Supi, Domi, and Yangtong tribes trying to unify Tibet. In the 8th year of Zhengguan, Songzan Gampo was still in civil strife, and in order to seek the support of the Central Plains, he proposed marriage to Emperor Taizong, but was rejected. Not long after, he proposed again, but was also rejected. Songzan Gampo resorted to military force and sent troops to Songzhou, but was defeated by Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, and the marriage proposal was no longer mentioned. In the 14th year of Zhengguan, Songzan Gampo used military force to unify Tibet, and after the chaos, he urgently needed to govern. If he wanted to govern, He needed to borrow the strength of the Central Plains, so he sent troops to the border and once again sent envoys to propose marriage and added craftsmen, agriculture, culture, education, and governance as dowry. At that time, the Tang dynasty was on an expedition to Korea, and because of the civil strife of the Eastern and Western Turks, the Tang dynasty took this opportunity to send troops to suppress them, and did not have the strength to wage war on three sides, and also to fight with the newly unified Tibet, so they had no choice but to agree to the marriage proposal. Looking at it from this point of view, that speech was really a cover-up. Minister Wei is knowledgeable. How can you not know? Chapter 1054. The speaker was Ran Zuyong, one of the three thoughts and five dogs, now an assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Tubo's marriage alliance would inevitably lead to internal strife among the Great Show's factions, but the uproar it caused was beyond everyone's expectations. Wei Yuanzhong glanced at Ran Zuyong and said, "Am I wrong? Ever since Princess Wencheng made peace with Tubo, although the two countries have not had 30 years of peace, there has been no war for 22 years. Ran Zuyong looked up to the sky and laughed, saying coldly, "What Prime Minister Wei said is true, but did you think that 22 years of peace came because of a woman?" Ran Zuyong flicked his sleeve and faced the officials, saying with fervor and assurance, "Songzan Gampo had more than one concubine. He also married the princess of Xiangxiong, and his sister married the king of Xiangxiong. What was the result? In the 18th year of Zhengguan, Songzan Gampo destroyed Xiangxiong and killed the king." Wei Yuanzhong said, "So what? He did not invade the Tang dynasty." Ran Ziyong said, "Wrong. He only did not directly invade the Tang dynasty. Not that he did not invade the Tang dynasty." Wei Yuanzhong frowned, saying, "What does Minister Ran mean?" Ran Zuyong rolled his eyes and said with a cold smile, "Prime Minister Wei, do you dare to tell the world that invading the Tang dynasty's vassal states is not an invasion of the Tang dynasty?" Wei Yuanzhong suddenly remembered something, and his voice became stifled. Ran Zuyong said, "After the marriage alliance, Songzan Gampo did not fight with the Tang dynasty because Ho Junji happened to destroy Gaochang at this time. The Tang dynasty set up the Anxi protectorate at Jiaohe and set up their army in coordination with Tuyuhun. Would Tubo dare to start a war with the Tang dynasty? But what did Songzan Gampo do in these 22 years? He suppressed rebellions, formulated laws, rewarded meritorious officials, created a written language through marriage. He obtained a large number of craftsmen and agricultural books from our Central Earth, reformed the political and military system, and conquered the Eastern Kong and in regions. It was during this period that the more than 20 vassal states of the Tang dynasty in the Kong and in regions were swallowed up by the Tubo. Tubo has been working hard for more than 20 years. As soon as the internal affairs are stable and the national strength is strong, they sent troops to destroy the last barrier between our Tang dynasty and Tubo, Tuyuhun. Tuyuhun is also a vassal state of our Tang dynasty. 7 years later, the Tubo Empire invaded 18 prefectures of the western regions, attacked Kucha City, defeated Shuirengui, and invaded Jiannan. Another 6 years later, they raided the 5 prefectures of Qi, Qua, He, Fang, and Di. The following year, the Tufan invaded our Fuzhou's Linhe town and captured the town's General Du Shaosheng. In the 9th month of the same year, they defeated Li Jingxuan's 180,000-strong army and captured the Minister of Works, Left Guard Great General Lu Xunli. With all these kinds of things, how could there be peace? To seek peace from the princess, and the Tufan is no different from asking for fish from a tree. It is pure wishful thinking. Song Jing reported, "Your Majesty, the 2 states are related by marriage. If the daughter of a big country is married off to her father's country, and the son-in-law is married off to her son's country, there is no need to doubt this principle. If the 2 states are related by marriage, at the very least, it will protect the people, and not harm the harmony between the two states. At the very least, it will avoid war and not harm the foundation of the country. Using one woman to defeat 1,000 soldiers. Why not? If not for this marriage, the Tang and Tubo might not have had 22 years of peace. Zhou Yi reported, although our heavenly empire intends to win over people with virtue, the barbarians have the ambition of wolves. Without a strong military force to rely on, it is difficult for us to seek peace. If not for the marriage, the Tubo might not have dared to fight. If the Tubo dared to fight, based on their situation at that time, they would have suffered great losses, and the 20 or so western vassal states of the Central Plains would not have been swallowed by them one by one, resulting in the Tubo's vast territory today. The two sides argued, each quoting from the classics, refuting each other, not giving an inch. The magnificent hall suddenly became a place for both sides to show off their tongues. More and more people joined the fray, but no one could convince the other side. Seeing that it was noon, Wu Zetian was tired from sitting in the court for a long time. Impatiently, she ordered, "This matter will be discussed later. Court dismissed." The clamor in the hall immediately died down. All the officials bowed to the minister and respectfully sent Wu Zetian off. Wu Zetian unhappily left the hall. The current palace guard, Ji Su, accompanied her. Sitting on the carriage, Wu Zetian shook her head and sighed to Ji Su, who was accompanying her. She said, "The court is full of officials, each with their own schemes, yet they are still dignified and full of righteousness. When will they be able to put aside their selfishness and wholeheartedly serve the country?" Although Ji Su had been demoted once, he still had a bold personality. Hearing Wu Zetian's lamentation, Ji Su straightforwardly replied, "I think that the situation of the court today is really Your Majesty's fault." "Oh." Wu Zetian waved her hand and stopped the carriage. She looked strangely at Ji Su and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Ji Su bowed and said, "Your Majesty, if water and earth are mixed into a lump of mud, will the mud fight?" Wu Zetian said, "The two have already merged into one. Naturally, there will be no fight." Ji Su said, "If the mud is divided into two, one half is sculpted into Buddha, the other is sculpted into Tianzuan. Will there be a fight between them?" Wu Zetian said, "One Buddha, one Tianzuan, each seeking incense. Naturally, there will be a fight." Ji Su said, "Exactly. If the royal family, Li family, and the relatives, Wu family, each abide by their duties, the world will be at peace. Now that the crown prince has been appointed, and the relatives still call themselves kings, this is Your Majesty creating a situation where they will have to fight in the future. I fear that they will not be at peace." Wu Zetian was silent for a long time. She sighed and said, "I also know, but things have come to this. There is nothing I can do." The estates of the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons had not yet been completed, so the 5 princes were still living in their father's estate. Today was not the Grand Court Conference, so the Prince of Xiang and his 3 sons did not need to go to the palace to see the ruler. However, the news of the Tufan peace marriage still quickly spread through their channels to the Prince of Xiang's estate. Upon hearing the news, Li Dan immediately summoned his 3 sons. Because the 4th and 5th were still young, they did not participate in the discussion. In truth, the 3rd son, Li Longji, was also not very old, but he was mature and resourceful, even more so than his 2 older brothers. He had always been highly regarded by the Prince of Xiang and would often be summoned to discuss matters with him. Li Dan explained the situation of the Tufan peace marriage, then said, "The crown prince has no daughter to marry. Once the peace marriage is completed, there is an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that it will fall on your sisters. What do you think of this matter?" Li Qingqi frowned and said, "Father is correct. If the Tufan peace marriage is completed, the only suitable daughter of the royal family is my family. Tufan is a barbaric land, and the mountains are high, and the road is long. If we go, we will be parting with our relatives forever. None of my sisters will be willing to go to the Tufan peace marriage." Li Qingqi loudly said, "That's right, Father, you can't agree to this matter. That boorish foreign king is the ruler of an uncivilized country. His whole body smells like sheep. It is said that he has never bathed in his entire life. Even if it was the daughter of an ordinary family in the Central Plains who would be willing to marry him, let alone our family." Li Longji hesitated and said, "The king of the Tufan is the ruler of a country. He holds great power and can be considered a great man. But the customs of Tufan are very different from those of the Central Plains. Their temperament and character are also very different from those of the Central Plains. If my sisters are married, I am afraid it will be difficult for the husband and wife to live in harmony. In the past, when Princess Wencheng was 16, she had to travel through mountains and rivers to marry in the distant western regions. But she and Songzan Gambo were husband and wife for 10 years, and the time they spent together was no more than 3 years. For the next 30 years, she was even more lonely and destitute. How can you let my sisters suffer like this? Father, can't you find other members of the royal family to marry?" Li Dan sighed and said, "There are a few members of the royal family. Their fathers and older brothers were executed for treason. Now, they are imprisoned as sinners. If they can marry far away and gain their freedom, they might be willing to do so. But the Tufan is harboring evil intentions at this time. The one they are plotting is definitely not a woman. If it were an ordinary member of the royal family, they would never agree." For a moment, the four of them were all silent. Li Dan was silent for a long time. He slowly looked at his 3 sons and gently stroked his beard. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Li Longji saw the smile on his father's face and couldn't help but ask, "Father, why are you smiling? You have an idea?" Li Dan shook his head and said, "It's not that I have an idea. It's just that I am deeply gratified to see you all like this." Li Qingqi and his brothers looked at each other in astonishment. They didn't quite understand what Li Dan was saying. Li Dan said, "When I came to discuss this matter with you 3 brothers, all of you were thinking about was whether you sisters would be happy or not. Not a single one of you thought about how marrying a sister would help our family. I am very happy that you brothers and sisters can love each other so deeply." Li Qingqi said, "Father, we brothers and sisters are related by blood. We should love each other." Li Dan nodded deeply and said in a deep voice, "That's right. This is also what I am most proud of. You all must remember that no matter what happens, you must never forget about brotherly love. Power, status, riches, and future prospects should never be placed above familial love." This was a solemn warning from a father. The 3 brothers hurriedly stood up and solemnly acknowledged. Li Dan waved his hand and said, sit down. We're father and son, so there's no need for so many rules." Li Dan twirled his beard and thought for a moment. He then said, "I was thinking too much just now. Thinking too much ahead of time has made me indecisive. You 3 brothers' words have reminded me that my daughter has to be willing to marry herself and find an ideal husband for her. How can I ruin my daughter's life for the sake of profit? Our daughters can't be married off to Tufan. If we want to avoid this calamity, we have to get them married as soon as possible." Li Qingyi grinned and said, "Great. This way, I'll have quite a few brothers-in-law. I'll have company when I want a drink in the future. I'll go talk to the girls." Li Qingqi hurriedly pulled him back. "Wait, Erlang!" Li Qingqi stopped Li Qingyi and turned to Li Dan. "Father, the imperial grandmother hasn't made up her mind yet. If you're in a hurry to find a son-in-law for your daughter, won't she blame you if she finds out? When Li Dan heard this, he frowned. Both he and Li Xian were cowardly. Although he was braver than Li Xian, he didn't have the courage to go against Wu Zetian. Moreover, he understood that unless his mother allowed it, even if he chose a son-in-law for his daughter, it wouldn't count. Li Longji slowly said, "I don't think it'll be too difficult." Li Dan's eyes brightened. Samling has always been wise. What ideas do you have? Tell me quickly. Li Longji smiled. How could I have any ideas? It's just that I know that Imperial Grandmother has always listened to the Wu clan. The Wu clan will definitely oppose the marriage of our Li clan's daughter. Thus, although the court has yet to come to a decision, Imperial Grandmother has probably already made a decision. Right now, Imperial Grandmother is only worried that the Tubo clan will use force to force the marriage after failing in their marriage proposal, causing chaos at the borders. Our capital has just been moved back to Chang, and the border defense has yet to be consolidated. If war breaks out and we lose, I'm afraid we'll have to move the capital again. If that happens, we'll be the laughingstock of the world. If Father asks Imperial Grandmother for permission, there's an 80 to 90% chance that Imperial Grandmother will agree. What the Tubo clan needs is only dignity. If all the eligible women of our Imperial clan already have husbands, can the Tubo force us to cancel the marriage? Now that the Tubo clan is not as strong as before, they won't be willing to go to war unless absolutely necessary. If the Tubo clan is willing to marry, then they can choose a guilty Imperial clan daughter to marry. If they don't want to marry, then it's because they don't have a suitable candidate. This matter must be approved by Imperial Grandmother. Only then can we ask Imperial Grandmother to issue an edict to have the Four Quarters Embassy prevent news of this from reaching the ears of the Tubo envoys. Li Qingqi and Li Qingyi nodded. Li Dan also nodded. Samling's words are reasonable. I'll go to the palace now and ask Mother for permission to pick a son-in-law for your sister. Li Dan counted with her fingers and said, Shouchang and Jingshan are already 16 years old, while Huayang and Lianghua are 15. These 4 daughters have to get married immediately. As for the other children, the oldest is only 12. I don't think the Tibetan king will marry them either. I'll go to the palace now. Yang Fan hurried back to Chang, and with his entire family. He had originally believed that the moment he returned to Chang, and he would hear that the Wu and Li clans were engaged in an endless war of words over the marriage. He had not expected that the most sensational news he had heard was that the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, was scouring Chang and to find a son-in-law for his daughter. Chapter 1055. Yang Fan's carriage rushed all the way to Longqing Square. All kinds of news that had happened in the capital city in recent days were continuously passed to his carriage. The common people naturally did not know about the detailed debate in court about the marriage alliance. They only knew the result, but Yang Fan had his own channels of information and clearly grasped the reactions of the various factions. As for the rumor that the Prince of Xiang was in a hurry to marry off his daughter, Xianzong had already confirmed it. The Prince of Xiang was marrying off 4 daughters. How could such a large commotion be concealed? This matter had already spread throughout the city. The only people who did not know about it were the Tubo emissaries. The Tubo emissaries were settled in the Four Quarters Embassy. The Four Quarters Embassy was under the Ministry of Rights, and its function was to receive the emissaries of various countries. Thus, even a low-ranking official or servant in the Four Quarters Embassy was considered half a spy. They analyzed the words and actions of the emissaries and obtained all kinds of intelligence. At the same time, they were also responsible for preventing the emissaries from spying on their own country. Under their vigilance, Misa and the others really did not know what was happening in Chang's city. Moreover, in order to cover the Prince of Xiang's selection of a son-in-law, Wu Zetian had used the excuse of lacking palace maids after the capital was moved to hold a selection in Chang's city. For a moment, the common people of Chang's were busy looking for son-in-law to marry off their daughters. This was an excellent cover for the Prince of Xiang's actions. After reading the news, Yang Fan lightly sighed and said to Xiao Man, "If the Prince of Xiang can marry a daughter into the Tubo Empire, it will be extremely beneficial to his consolidation of power. But for the lifelong happiness of his daughter, he is willing to give up this opportunity. For a prince in such a dangerous situation to do this is truly not easy." Xiao Man sighed. Yes, this is something even many noble families cannot do. In their eyes, their daughters are only tools to be used to form alliances with other powers. When a noble family marries off a daughter, the most important thing is never whether the daughter likes him or not, but what benefits the son-in-law will bring to the family. Yang Fan slowly nodded. Yes, the noble families are like this, and the imperial family is also like this. The current crown prince, the current emperor. Yang Fan suddenly thought of how Crown Prince Li Xian had hastily married off his daughter after returning from Fangzhou. Compared to his brother Li Dan, Li Xian's decision to marry off his daughter was too obvious. Even the current empress Wu Zetian had forced Princess Taiping to marry Wu Yuji out of political motives. Although Wu Zetian had compensated her daughter and rewarded her generously, raising her salary to the rank of a prince and bestowing her with fields and houses, could all of this heal the emotional damage she had suffered? It was truly rare for the Prince of Xiang to resolutely abandon this opportunity that could greatly increase the influence and status of the Prince of Xiang's estate and improve his political environment. On the long street, Shanghai Wanner's motorcade was slowly leaving. As soon as they entered the city, Er's entourage separated from his. She accompanied her mother, Lady Zheng, and turned towards the Shangguan family's old house. Yang Fan looked out the window at Er's entourage, which was gradually moving further and further away. He thought of how he and she could not stay together because there were too many interests at stake. He could not help but sigh sadly. The next day, Wu Zetian invited the envoy of Tufan, Luan Misa, to a banquet in the Linda Hall of the Palace of Great Clarity. After all, this was the first important envoy from a foreign country that the emperor had welcomed after moving the capital. It was accompanied by all the civil and military officials and members of the imperial family. For such a grand banquet, naturally it was necessary to play court music. The first song to be played was the Taipingyu. The Taipingyu was also known as the Five-Direction Lion Dance. It consisted of two people wearing flowery embroidered robes, 5-colored silk cloths, cloud crowns, and black leather boots. They held ropes and brushed them as they teased the male lions. There were also 10 people dressed as 5 male lions, each standing on one side and dancing to the music. There were also 140 people singing the Taipingyu at the same time, clapping their hands and stomping their feet to match the beat. As soon as Luan Misa saw this grand and powerful dance, he could not help but dance with joy. He hurriedly asked Wu Zetian, "Your Majesty, I was born in the wilderness and do not know Chinese music. Now that I am sitting at the bottom of the stairs, I cannot see the details of the dance. I beg your Majesty to allow me to leave the banquet and come closer to take a look." Wu Zetian smiled and nodded her head. Luan Misa and Tufan's assistant envoy left their seats and rushed to the side of the song and dance performers. They leaned against the dragon pillar and whispered to each other, praising them incessantly. The civil and military officials in the hall saw them like this. They could not help but show contempt on their faces. Some people even whispered and laughed in low voices. But Luan Misa and the deputy envoy stood there with a look of surprise and admiration. They seemed to be completely unaware of the people's barely concealed mockery. Yang Fan held his sword and stood at the side of the hall, watching his performance with cold eyes. He gradually became vigilant. He had a confrontation with Luan Misa on the Wuzhong plain, so he knew that this man's appearance was rough, but his mind was actually very cunning. Perhaps Luan Misa had never seen this kind of grand, well-dressed, uniform, and dignified palace music. But as an envoy sent by the Tubo king, his self-restraint should not be this low. Now that he was pretending to be rough, he must have some ulterior motive. When the song of peace and prosperity was over, Luan Misa and the deputy envoy returned to their seats. They sighed in admiration and thanked Wu Zetian, saying, "Ever since I entered the holy court, I have received your majesty's preferential treatment. Now that I have seen this wonderful music, my life has not been in vain. Although I am lowly, I really do not know how to repay heaven's kindness. I only wish your majesty to live long, long, long live." Luan Misa humbled himself. Even though she knew that he was speaking words of flattery, Wu Zetian could not help but be pleased. She, who rarely drank in recent years, unexpectedly also picked up her cup and took a big sip. Luan Misa continued, "Tufan is located in a remote and desolate area. We have always admired the culture of the Central Plains. Today, I have been sent by my king to come to your country. I sincerely beg the Holy Emperor to allow the marriage of the imperial princess to my king. From now on, our two countries will forever be father and son-in-law." Wu Zetian was slightly startled. She put down her cup and said with a smile, "Even if I am an ordinary housewife, marrying off my daughter is not a small matter. I have to discuss it with my children and see which of the marriageable girls in my family is the best match. Since you have just arrived in the Central Plains, there is no need to be anxious. Today, let's watch the song and dance and discuss this matter later." Luan Misa had no choice but to thank her and return to his seat. Following that, the hall began to play four-way music. Luan Misa sat upright and watched while his assistant looked left and right. Suddenly, he saw someone and was startled. He whispered a few words to Luan Misa. Luan Misa looked over and was also slightly startled. Then the two of them whispered to each other and peeked at each other from time to time. Wu Zetian saw that the two of them were acting suspiciously. She could not help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Luan Misa quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, may I ask if the general at the opposite table is surnamed Tang?" Wu Zetian looked at the person he was pointing at. He was indeed wearing a general's uniform. He looked vaguely familiar, but she could not remember his name. She signaled him to come forward. That person was Liangzhou's governor Tang Xiujing, because he had just returned to the imperial court to handle some matters. According to his rank, he was also attending the palace banquet today. After Tang Xiujing introduced himself, Luan Misa suddenly realized, it really is General Tang. Wu Zetian curiously asked, "You have a relationship with Tang Xiujing?" Luan Misa hurriedly said, "My country overestimated its own strength and offended your country's heavenly prestige. During the Battle of Hongyuan, I saw this General Tang with my own eyes. This General Tang is brave and invincible. He was outnumbered and defeated my Tufan army. Because I have seen him with my own eyes, I have a deep memory of him." Wu Zetian was very happy to hear this. She turned to Shangguan Wana, who was accompanying her, and said in a low voice, "This man is a brave general. Remember his name. I want to put him in an important position." Yang Fan did not believe that as an envoy, Luan Misa did not have this kind of profound bearing at the banquet. Even the old and clumsy Wu Zetian was able to notice his strange behavior. He was afraid that seeing Tang Xiujing and exposing the scandal of his defeat at the hands of the Zhou army were all intentional. This Luan Misa was so servile that he did not hesitate to expose his own disgrace. First, he portrayed himself as a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Now, he shamelessly exposed the scandal of their defeat at the hands of Tang Xiujing. Was all this just to curry favor with the emperor and ask for a marriage alliance? When a bird is about to strike, it will fly and fold its wings. When a fierce beast fights, it will bow down. Yang Fan suddenly thought of these words and couldn't help but tremble. He immediately rushed to the palace and gave a few orders to Run Wei, who was patrolling outside, before returning to the palace. As the sect master, there were many things that he did not need to do personally. As long as he thought of it, he could use his own strength to carry it out. In this case alone, if he had any suspicions, he could use his own strength to investigate. And these matters were not something that a few servants and attendants in the estate could accomplish. Besides Yang Fan and Shen Mu, only the imperial court had this kind of power. But this sort of groundless suspicion might not necessarily be enough to convince the imperial court to mobilize its strength to investigate. Moreover, the efficiency of using official channels was too slow. By the time the truth was discovered, it might already be too late. Yang Fan's rush in and out of the palace attracted Luan Misa's attention. When Luan Misa saw Yang Fan, he couldn't help but laugh and whisper a few more words to the deputy envoy. After entering the court, Luan Misa had already paid a visit to the crown prince, the Prince of Xiang, and King Liang with lavish gifts, so he was rather familiar with them. Seeing him laugh, Crown Prince Li Xian followed his gaze and asked, could it be that esteemed envoy is also an old acquaintance of General Yang? Luan Misa smiled. Indeed, this envoy came from Tibet and passed through the Wuzhong plains. I once met this general. General Yang has an Arabian horse. This envoy wanted to buy it with a large sum of money, but General Yang is also a horse lover and firmly refused. This envoy wanted to exchange a Tibetan beauty for a horse, but General Yang still refused. What a pity! When Li Dan heard this, he turned to glance at Yang Fan and said to his eldest son, Li Qingqi, who was sitting to the side, Yang Fan loves horses, and the Tibetans are unwilling to part with him. How can I, your father, abandon my beloved daughter and marry someone far away? The marriages of your sisters must be carried out as soon as possible. Li Qingqi replied in a low voice, Father, rest assured. Your son has already selected a few suitable candidates from the talented and noble young masters of the capital. In the next few days, I will invite them to my residence for a banquet and have the sisters take a look. If they are to their liking, they will immediately be engaged. Li Dan nodded. At this moment, Luan Misa suddenly said to him, This envoy has heard that your highness, the Prince of Xiang, has many beloved daughters who have all reached marriageable age. My prince is currently in his 30s and is in the prime of his life. Moreover, he has always longed for the people of the Central Plains. I wonder if your highness, the Prince of Xiang, is willing to marry my prince? Crown Prince Li Xian quickly glanced at Li Dan and answered on his behalf. Esteemed envoy is too impatient. Didn't His Majesty say that marrying off a daughter is not a small matter? This matter can be discussed later. Li Dan sighed inwardly, thinking there are two overbearing Zhang and the Wu clan eyeing me like a tiger. I didn't think that elder brother would still be wary of me. Luan Misa smiled. That is why this envoy is asking the Prince of Xiang. If your highness, the Prince of Xiang, agrees, I believe that Her Majesty, the Empress, will also graciously approve. Li Dan said, Esteemed Envoy's Information Network is not very well informed. To tell you the truth, although this prince has several daughters who are suitable for marriage, they have long since found husbands. The betrothal gifts have already been sent out. My eldest and second daughters will be married this year, and my third and fourth daughters have already been engaged. Luan Misa immediately asked, Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang has more than 4 daughters, right? Have the other imperial daughters been married? Li Dan replied, This prince has 7 daughters, but the eldest of these 7 is only 12. How can we talk about marriage? Luan Misa clapped his hands and laughed. The Prince of Xiang's words are incorrect. According to the customs of our Tubo, what harm is there in getting married at the age of 6 or 7? Since Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang, has 7 beloved daughters, I believe that for the sake of the friendship between the Great Zhou and the Tubo, Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang, will not refuse to marry one of your 7 beloved daughters. Chapter 1056. Li Dan was dumbstruck, momentarily speechless at Trinling's words. He suddenly remembered, in the 3rd year of Xianqing, when Tubo proposed marriage to the Tang dynasty, Tubo king Mongsong Mangzhen was only 8 years old. In the 4th year of Yifeng, when Tubo proposed marriage to the Tang dynasty, Tubo king Chittasong was only 4 years old. In a political marriage, the decisive factor was the political benefits attached to the marriage. Age was definitely not an issue. In fact, in the history of the Tang dynasty, Tubo had asked for a marriage with the Tang several times, including the 3rd year of the Divine Dragon. Tubo had asked for a peace marriage with the Tang. At that time, the Tubo king Indazuzan was only 3 years old. 3 years later, the peace marriage was successful. The 6-year-old groom married the 12-year-old princess of Jincheng. It was not that Li Dan did not know about the Tubo's marriage proposal to the Tang several times in the past. The problem was that the Tubo king was still a child when the Tubo king married the little princess. At worst, the husband and wife would grow up together. But now the Tubo king was already over 30 years old. How could a man over 30 marry a 12-year-old little princess? So Li Dan completely ignored this point. It was only when Misa nonchalantly said that a 7 or 8-year-old princess would be fine that Li Dan suddenly understood. A political marriage could not be judged with common sense, not to mention his 12-year-old daughter. Even if his daughter was only 3 years old, as long as it was in line with political interests, she could still become the Tufan king's wife, even if the Tufan king was already 80 years old. Luan Misa stared at Li Dan with bright eyes. His expression did not have the initial feigned awe and ignorance. He believed that Li Dan was willing to marry his daughter to Tubo. Tubo had investigated the current situation of Great Zhou. They believed that a peaceful marriage would help to consolidate Li Dan's position. He would definitely be willing. His current refusal should be because he was afraid of arousing the fear of the crown prince and the Wu clan. Li Dan hesitated for a moment before saying reluctantly, a 12-year-old girl who is young and inexperienced, how can she become a qualified consort and wife? Our imperial family has other imperial daughters. Luan Misa interrupted him. Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang, based on what this foreign subject knows, the crown prince's daughters have all been married off, so the only one suitable to marry my king is Prince of Xiang's daughter. Your country pays particular attention to the marriage between 2 families of equal social status. Isn't it the same in Tubo as your daughter? Even if she is young, I believe that she is well-educated, gentle, and virtuous. As for the fact that she is still young, that is not a problem. After my Wang marries Wang Fei, we can wait until she is a bit older before consummating the marriage. Li Dan couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't possibly say that his 11 or 12-year-old daughters were also engaged, right? Even if he could change his words now, what about his 6 or 7-year-old daughter? Could it be that they were already engaged, but he did not even want to marry his grown-up daughter to Tubo? How could he be willing to marry an innocent 12-year-old girl to Tubo to suffer? Li Dan could only brace himself and say, This My daughter is still young. In this prince's opinion, it's not appropriate for her to get married so early. How about this? Let this prince discuss this matter with the empress first. Today, we are only hosting a banquet for the esteemed envoy. Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. Come, 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 let's have a drink. Li Dan could only use the delaying tactic against the Tubo proposal, but he didn't know how long he could delay it. Luan Misha would go to the imperial palace every other day to seek an audience with the Son of Heaven, urging him to agree to the marriage. From time to time, he would also visit the crown prince, the Prince of Xiang, and Prince Liang, using both the carrot and the stick. Wu Zetian had also tried to marry a sinner daughter to Tufan as a princess, but she was flatly rejected by Luan Misa. Luan Misa's reason was that Tufan Zanpu was, after all, the ruler of a country and could not be matched with a sinner daughter of the great Zhou dynasty. Only the blood of the empress was worthy of the ruler of Tufan. The only children who had continued Empress Wu Zetian's bloodline were Li Xian and Li Dan's branch. Li Xian's 6 daughters were all married off, so only Li Dan's daughter could be married off. However, even if Crown Prince Li Xian still had a daughter to marry, Wu Zetian did not wish for a marriage with the Tubo Empire to increase the balance of power in the Great Zhou Empire in the future. Moreover, it was Li Dan's daughter. Once the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, married the Tubo Empire, the political situation in the future would become even more complicated. But if she did not agree, she was worried that Tubo would once again send an army to war. Tubo was currently a powerful neighboring country. Although the Great Zhou had gradually gained the upper hand in military power after the death of the Tubo's military god, Luan Trinling, it was still not strong enough to completely suppress the other side. To kill 1,000 enemies, one would suffer 800 casualties. Wu Zetian, who had just moved the capital to Chang, and did not dare to lightly start a war. In the past, it was not that Wu Zetian did not have this confidence, but ever since the Little Khitan rebelled and lost Wang Xiaojia and several other great generals sent troops to Hebei and dealt a blow to the Great Zhou, Wu Zetian suddenly realized that although the Great Zhou still looked like a colossus, it was no longer as powerful as it was in the days of Taizong and Gaozong. The court did not delay for more than half a month. Luan Misa's attitude gradually hardened, and he came to the palace every day to pester them. Even Wu Zetian found it difficult to deal with him. At this time, the Turkic Khagan, Mok, suddenly sent troops to harass the entire Wuzhou territory. Traces of the enemy appeared in Yan Province, Xia Province, Bing Province, Daizhou, and Xinzhou. After receiving the report, Wu Zetian didn't dare to send those nephews of the Wu family to mess things up. She first appointed Xue Jichang, the chief scholar of Yong Province, as the defense ambassador of Shandong Province, in charge of the troops in Hebei Province, Tsang, Ing, Yu, Yi, Hung, and Ding provinces. She also appointed Zhang Renyuan, the provincial governor of Yu Province, to be in charge of the defense of Yu, Ping, Gui, and Tan provinces. Together with Xue Jichang, they worked together to repel the Turks. Shortly after, Wu Zetian appointed Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, as the Northern Protector General of Anbei, and the Grand Marshal of the Path of Heavenly Soldiers, commanding the troops of Yen, Zhao, Qin, Long, and Yen against the Turks. However, she still used the same trick, appointing Li Dan as the Grand Marshal, but not letting him lead the troops. It was just a title for Li Dan, but in reality, Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong was the Grand Marshal to deal with the Turks. At this time, Wu Zetian had a good reason to evade Luan Misa. Since the Great Zhou was at war with foreign enemies, it wasn't appropriate for them to discuss the marriage. When Luan Misa learned that the Great Zhou was at war with the Turks, he didn't go to the royal palace to urge them. Instead, he settled down in the Four Quarters embassy. It seemed like he could stop urging them for the time being, but he wouldn't let the marriage go just like that. He wouldn't leave until the marriage was settled. Thick clouds covered the sky, and a cold wind howled. The snowflakes were swept up by the fierce winds, making it difficult for the passers-by to open their eyes. The snow fell more frequently this winter, and the earth seemed to be covered with a thick blanket. The farmers were overjoyed. This year was destined to be a bumper harvest. On the other hand, the shepherds couldn't help but pray to the heavens to give them a break. They couldn't do without snow, but if the snow was too heavy, it could easily turn into a white calamity, freezing all of their cattle and sheep to death. That would be their nightmare. It was currently the midwinter season, and with the end of the year approaching, the mountains and villages were all empty. Humans and animals alike were beginning to hide for the winter. The roads were blocked by the heavy snow, and there shouldn't be any humans in the world of ice and snow beyond the Great Wall. But in this weather, on the outskirts of Maozhou, present-day Maowenchang Autonomous County, Sichuan, several figures were arduously traversing through the snowy plains. The snow was a foot deep, knee-deep, and coupled with the abominable weather, there shouldn't be any humans in the wilderness. Yet these figures were clearly humans. They were leading their mounts and hurrying through the heavy snow. As the snow was too deep, it was impossible for the horses to gallop. As such, the four of them could only lead their mounts on foot. The horses were wrapped in warm wrappings, and a blanket was draped over their backs. The four of them were dressed in thick sheepskin jackets, and their pants were sewn from wolf pelt. The legs of the pants were tucked into high felt boots made of cowhide, and their legs were bound with leather leggings to prevent the snow from seeping in. The four of them wore dogskin hoods on their heads, and they used towels to cover their mouths and noses, leaving only their eyes exposed. Their breaths emitted hot air from the towels, and a thick layer of frost covered their mouths and the corners of their eyes. It seemed that they were working very hard. The four of them walked forward with uneven steps. None of them expected that, as they advanced, 6 figures would suddenly appear in the snow around them. All 6 of them were dressed in white, the same color as the snow. In the wind and snow, if they hadn't suddenly appeared and brandished their knives, no one would have noticed them. The snow was knee-deep, and it was difficult to move forward. But the 6 of them were unusually agile. As soon as they appeared, they pounced on the 4 walkers like a pack of hungry beasts. Kill! With a cold shout, the 6 of them transformed into 6 gusts of wind, filling the sky with snow as they pounced on the 4 walkers. The 4 walkers had walked a long distance in the snow, and they were exhausted. Moreover, they covered their mouths too tightly, and their vision and hearing were affected. By the time they discovered the danger, it was already a beat too late. Moreover, the 6 attackers had suddenly launched an attack. Their movements were swift and agile. As the shadows intertwined, blood splashed everywhere. Amidst the screams, one of the walkers broke out of the encirclement, turned around, and madly ran. While running for his life, this person suddenly had a divine strength, and he was able to run knee-deep in the snow as if he was flying. The other 3 companions of the walkers were cut into meat paste by the 6 people the moment he broke out of the encirclement. The escaping walkers ran 7 or 8 feet away, leaving behind a trail of blood that looked like blooming plum blossoms. The 6 people didn't chase after him. One of them just sneered. He used one of his feet to pick up a knife from the ground, and used the tip of his foot to kick the handle of the knife. The knife suddenly whizzed out like a windmill and spun in between the right leg of the escaping walkers. As the knife spun, the walker's right leg, which had just been raised, was cut off from the ankle. The walkers let out a miserable scream and fell diagonally into the snow, wailing mournfully as he rolled on the ground. A white-robed assassin slowly chased after him, and with a palm strike, he struck the walker's neck and knocked him out. Then he grabbed the walker's collar and dragged him back like a dead dog, leaving a horrifying trail of blood wherever he passed. This person was left alive, but they didn't try to bandage his wound. In the cold of the 12th lunar month, a drop of water would turn into ice. Soon, this person's wound would freeze into ice, and he wouldn't die from excessive blood loss. The 6 people suddenly killed 3 people and chopped off another person's leg, but they looked as if they had just slaughtered 3 wild dogs. Their expressions were terrifyingly calm. They carefully searched the 3 corpses and put everything they found into their own pockets. A moment later, the 6 people led the 4 horses and carried the half-dead walkers and disappeared into the endless wind and snow. The wind and snow would quickly bury the blood on the ground, the scattered corpses, and the weapons. If the beasts with a keen sense of smell couldn't dig them out from under the snow and wrap them up, they would have to wait until spring before they could be discovered. These 6 people were just one of the hundreds of small teams that Xianzong had sent out after Yang Fan gave the order. They had luckily found the people they were looking for in their mission. After completing the mission, they turned in the things they had found and the people they had captured alive. As for why and who they had killed, they didn't care at all. They were originally horse bandits who killed without blinking and only cared about getting paid. After the things they had seized and the people they had captured changed hands 5 times, they were taken over by Yang Fan's people. Before this, the 5 layers of relationships did not know that they were working for the Succession Hall and did not even know that the Succession Hall existed in the world. The people who were alive were interrogated by Yang Fan's people. As long as they were still alive, they had a way to make them talk. Very quickly, the information they had obtained was carried by a dog-pulled sledge, and like an arrow, it passed through the snowy Guangzhou plains into Chang'an. At this time, Yang Fan was on duty in the 1,000 Horsemen camp, and the information was passed to Renwei. When Yang Fan read the secret letter, he couldn't help but be shocked. Unfortunately, he was right. The Tubo really had other plans. Chapter 10:57. As the end of the year approached, the defense of the palace was strengthened. Yang Fan patrolled around again and told Dugu Hueji, who was on duty today, to be extra cautious and not make any mistakes. Only then did he find an excuse to leave the palace. As soon as Yang Fan left the palace, Renwei, who was waiting at the black tortoise gate, draped a fox fur cloak over him. Yang Fan asked in a low voice, "Has Shenmu returned to the capital?" After the air hall and the obvious and hidden sects got rid of the aristocratic family's control and became partners, there were many relations that needed to be clarified. Shenmu was better at these kinds of things than Yang Fan. Moreover, he was more familiar with the aristocratic families than Yang Fan. In addition, he did not have an official identity and could move freely. Therefore, these days, he had been running between the aristocratic families to coordinate and discuss. Now that it was snowing heavily and the end of the year was approaching, Shenmu had to return to the capital for the new year. Yang Fan had asked Renwei to inquire about Shenmu's return date in advance. The two had not seen each other for a long time. There were many things between the obvious and hidden sects that needed their 2 leaders to discuss. Shenmu's participation in this important matter was even more important. Renwei said, "I have received news that young Master Shen will return to the capital tomorrow." Yang Fan looked up at the gloomy sky and sighed. "The snowstorm in Guangzhou this year is too heavy. I hope there will be no heavy snowstorm tomorrow to hinder his journey." Renwei grinned and said, "General, rest assured. No matter how heavy the snowstorm is, it can only stop thousands of troops and horses. If young Master Shen wants to return to the capital, he will definitely not be delayed." Yang Fan nodded. At this time, a subordinate brought him a horse. Yang Fan fastened his cloak, adjusted the saddle, and mounted the war horse. By the Longqing Pool, The 5 Jun Wang mansions on the right side of the Yang family mansion were already half completed. Li Qingqi's and Li Qingyi's mansions had already been officially completed, and Li Longji's mansion only had one last place left that needed to be completed. Due to the cold weather, they had temporarily stopped work. The completion of Li Qingqi and Li Qingyi's new residence naturally necessitated a celebration, and the banquet was held today at Li Qingqi's estate, compared to Princess Annal's housewarming banquet, which had lasted for several days and invited all the nobles of the capital. The Prince of Xiang's 5 sons were much more low-key. Besides their own siblings, they had only invited a few members of the imperial family. The 4 young ladies of Shoucheng, Jingshan, Huayang, and Liang were already engaged, and their future husbands were also invited today. The 4 young ladies could only accompany the noble ladies of the imperial family in the rear residence. It was not good for them to walk around, lest they bumped into their fiancés and embarrassed them. The other 7 young ladies were still young and were not treated as women. They were all treated as naughty children. The girls were lively and extremely active, so it was uncomfortable for them to stay in the rear residence, but it was not good for them to go to the front residence and mingle with the male guests. As a result, the 7 of them walked around the Junwang residence and soon arrived at the secluded left gable. Of these 7 girls, the oldest was only 12 and the youngest was only 6. Each of them wore a coat made of snow fox fur, and 2 or 3 of the older ones even wore a coat made of marten fur. All of them were beautiful, some clean and elegant, some gentle and tranquil, and some bright and beautiful. Although not all of them were exceptionally beautiful, their clothes and elegance made them look the most beautiful. The 12-year-old Shouguang County Magistrate, Li Huahuan, had a gentle and delicate appearance. She had been fond of calligraphy and musical instruments since childhood, so she was the most gentle and virtuous of the 7 sisters. The 7 sisters stopped under a large tree with withered leaves. Li Huawan rubbed her hands, which were red from the cold, and said to her sisters, "I heard that the Tibetan envoy still refuses to leave the 4 Quarters embassy. Every day, he comes to the palace to pester Imperial Grandmother, insisting on choosing one of us sisters to marry to the Tibetans." The Qingyang County Magistrate was the same age as her, but her birthday was slightly younger. Qingyang's looks were slightly mediocre, but her skin was extremely fair and tender. Hearing her sister's words, Qingyang timidly said, "I don't want to marry to the Tibetans. I heard that it's very hard there. They use carpet as their rooms and the ground as their beds. Moreover, the highlands are closer to the sky, the sun is blazing, and the wind is strong. It won't be long before I become charcoal black." The Xiqing County Magistrate, who was also 12 years old, said, "You only know how to cherish your skin. This small matter is nothing. I heard that for those who marry there, if their husband dies, they will have to marry their son, and if their son dies, they will have to marry their grandson. Back then, when Princess Yicheng of the Great Sui married to the Tibetans, she married 4 times in her lifetime. Heavens! This is too scary. This kind of thing that goes against the moral principles. Even if you beat me to death, I won't do it." That's right. I also heard that the people there don't take many baths in their lifetime. Their bodies are so smelly. A few young girls covered their mouths and noses at the same time. Their delicate eyebrows also wrinkled, as if they had already seen a very smelly, very dirty, very, very smelly man. The 9-year-old Chongcheng County Magistrate, Li Qiang, was the most outstanding beauty among her sisters. She had a pair of big and bright eyes, red lips, white teeth, and delicate facial features. Although she was still young, the special bright and beautiful temperament of a beautiful girl could not be concealed. Li Qiang angrily said, "I really don't understand. Why does Imperial Grandmother have to be so tolerant to the Tibetans? Could it be that she is willing to let her own granddaughter marry to the Tibetans and suffer? Thinking about how powerful our Tang dynasty was under the rule of Emperor Taizong, didn't Wen Cheng receive a cold reception when he entered Tibet? The attendants she brought with her didn't even have anyone to take care of their meals. After she got married, she lived in a simple small room with only a bed and a cupboard in the room, not even enough room for a few people to stand. Wen Cheng brought such a generous dowry, but she received a cold reception and was even bullied by the princess consort. After getting married for more than a month, she didn't even assign a servant to serve her. The Tibetans thought that Wen Cheng's marriage was because the Tang dynasty was afraid of their military power, so they begged for peace with the Tibetans. Our Tang dynasty was obviously humiliated to the point of losing face, but the historian still tried his best to blow his own trumpet, saying that the Tibetans admired our Tang dynasty and how they bathed in the grace of the heavenly kingdom. They were deceiving themselves and others. Princess Wen Cheng married to the West, and when she arrived in the Tibetans, she was only a secondary consort, not even the legal wife. The Tibetan king built the Jokhang temple for the legal wife and enshrined the 8-year-old statue of Sakyamuni brought from Nepal. But for Wen Cheng, he only built a much smaller Jokhang temple and enshrined the 12-year-old statue of Sakyamuni brought from our Tang dynasty. The difference in status between the two princesses was obvious. Moreover, Princess Wen Cheng and the Tibetan king were husband and wife for 10 years, but Wen Cheng only saw her for less than 3 years. She had no children, no love, and was like a servant. Let me ask you, as the daughter of the Xiang prince, do you think I am more respected than Wen Cheng? The more Li Huawan heard, the more scared she became. She couldn't help but ask, Qieying, where did you hear this? How come I don't know about it? Li Qieying said, I heard it from third brother. The court officials only know how to blow their own trumpet to make themselves look fat at their own cost. Will they tell you the truth? Li Huawan knew that this little sister was smart and quick-witted, and Sanlang Longji was the most mature and steady of the siblings. He was usually the most concerned about the affairs of the world. Since it was him who said it, it must be true, so she was even more scared. The princess of Hua was only 6 years old, so she didn't know much, but she could understand whether the words of her sisters were good or bad. She couldn't help but be scared, and with tears in her eyes, she said, I don't want to go to Tibet. Li Qieying rolled her eyes at her and said unhappily, All right, what are you crying for? You have 6 older sisters above you, so it won't be your turn. Hearing Li Qieying say this, the 12-year-old sisters of Shouguang, Qingyang, and Xiqing couldn't help but panic. They were the oldest of the 7 girls. So once the emperor agreed to the marriage, the one to be married to Tibet would most likely be one of them. Li Huawan clenched her fists and loudly said, I won't marry. I'd rather die than marry. The Qingyang County magistrate bit her little finger and thought for a while. Suddenly, her eyes brightened and she excitedly said, That's right. Back then, Tibet proposed marriage to our Tang dynasty, wanting to marry Taiping aunt. Did an imperial grandmother build a Taoist temple for Taiping aunt so that she could become a monk? In the end, Tibet could only return empty-handed. Why don't we also become monks? The princess of Hua applauded. Good, good. Then, let's become monks together. Everyone will live in the same temple in the future, so it won't be boring. The Xiqing County magistrate dejectedly said, Forget it, this is really wishful thinking. 7 imperial daughters becoming monks together. Do you think this reason can deceive the Tibetan people? Do you think they are stupid? The girls looked at each other and slowly lowered their heads. Li Qieying bit her thin and tender lips. Her big watery eyes looked around a few times. Suddenly she said, Today the emperor's relatives have come to congratulate our Xiong on his housewarming. Why don't we take this opportunity to make a big fuss and let Imperial Grandmother know that we would rather die than marry? Maybe the Tibetan people will retreat." Li Huawan hurriedly asked, "Tell me, how do we make a big fuss?" Li Qiang was in high spirits as she said, "We hang ourselves." Ah, Li Huawan's mouth opened wide in shock, but she immediately understood Li Qiang's meaning. She couldn't help but ask, hesitantly, "You mean we pretend to die to show our sincerity?" Li Qiang proudly said, "That's right. There are so many people going in and out of the prince's mansion, we can't really hang ourselves. As long as we are willing to hang ourselves, the news will certainly reach Imperial Grandmother's ears. Imperial Grandmother can't force her granddaughter to hang herself and then force her to marry, right? Prince Xiang had 5 sons and 11 daughters. Among the 5 sons, third son Li Longji was the wisest and had always been respected by his brothers. Among her daughters, Li Qiang, who was only 9 years old, was the most intelligent and quick-witted. Her sisters had always listened to her. The 6 sisters listened to Li Qiang's words, looked at each other, and couldn't help feeling excited. "Little brother, you have to be careful. Don't fall down." I know, sister, you're really annoying. Just help me look out. Tell me if someone comes." Young Nianzu, like a monkey, nimbly climbed up a branch of an old plum tree and then continued to climb higher. Wherever his hands and feet touched, the snow on the tree rustled down. Yang Shinian avoided the falling snow, stood under the tree, and nervously stared at her little brother. The weather was cold, and the siblings really had nowhere to play. Seeing that the old plum tree was gorgeous, Yang Sarong took a fancy to the fragrant plum blossom tree. Young Nianzu, who had too much energy but had nowhere to go, immediately volunteered to climb up the tree. Yang Sarong was worried that her mother would see, but she also wanted to break off the plum blossom branches. She was very conflicted. Yang Nianzu was on the first branch. He could reach out and break off the plum blossom, but he was playful. Since he had climbed up the tree, he wanted to climb to a higher place. Fortunately, his body was light and the trunk could support him. As he climbed up, the old plum tree did not sway much. "Alang, you're back." In the distance suddenly came the solicitous voice of Emo Xuanfei. Yang Sarong hurriedly shouted, "Oh, no, father is back. Nianzu, come down quickly." "Sister, don't be noisy. I'm afraid father doesn't know I'm here. How can I go down so quickly?" Young Nianzu, like a little adult, impatiently interrupted his sister's words, rolled his eyes, and an idea came to his mind. "Sister, I'll hide in the tree and not move. Father will pass under the tree. He won't look up." Yang Sarong hurriedly said, "Then what should I do?" Yang Nianzu said, "Sister, you're so stupid. You hide behind the tree, wait for father to pass, then we'll come out." Oh. Yang Sarong happily agreed and tiptoed to the back of the tree. Yang Fan, wearing a military uniform and a cloak, strode along the clean gravel path to the old plum tree. The white snow on the roadside was not cleared, and Yang Fan suddenly saw a clear line of small footprints leading to the back of the plum tree. He looked up and saw a corner of a dress behind the tree. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. The little girl was so focused on her head that a part of her dress was exposed, but she didn't notice it at all. Yang Fan only thought that his daughter knew he was home and was playing hide and seek with him. He was about to sneak up and catch her when a wisp of snow suddenly fell from the tree. It was because Yang Nianzu was nervous that he moved his feet and touched some snow. Yang Fan was startled, and his figure suddenly floated away like a ghost. Yang Fan suddenly looked up and saw his son hugging the trunk and lying on the top of the tree, looking at him with an embarrassed face. Yang Fan's face turned serious, and he shouted in a deep voice, "You little bastard, why did you climb so high? Are you going to see the hanging ghosts?" Yang Nianzu was not afraid of the heavens or the earth, but he was afraid of being scolded by his father. Yang Nianzu embarrassedly replied, "Father, I want to help my sister." Yang Nianzu was about to confess, but suddenly saw the situation of the neighbors outside the wall, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Father, you're so right. Standing here, there really are hanging ghosts." A group of hanging ghosts. It's so spectacular. Chapter 1058. Li Qianying tightly grasped the belt around her neck. Her face was red. She panted and shouted at the youngest county magistrate of Hua. "You little idiot! I clearly told you to pretend to hang yourself. Why did you really hang yourself?" Little Hua Gua, who was 6 years old, was hanging from the belt. She was so tight that her tongue was almost sticking out. Her face was red, and she kept yelling and kicking her legs. She wanted to raise her hands to grab the belt, but she couldn't lift them at all. Li Qianying gripped the ring around the belt and said nervously, "Why isn't anyone here yet?" "Qianying, it's bad. Little sister is about to hang. Let's call for help." The Qingyang County princess said with tears in her eyes, I can't hold on much longer." Li Qianying said, "Then let go. It's not high from here. You won't die if you fall." The Qingyang County princess said with a trembling voice, No, I'm scared. I don't dare. Ouch." She was weak and couldn't hold on any longer. Her hands loosened and the ring tightened around her neck. The Qingyang County princess' eyes bulged, and she couldn't speak. Li Huawan panicked. She was already exhausted, and now her hands slipped and her neck was tightly bound by the belt. This time, the Seven Sisters Act became reality. Originally, they wanted to pretend to hang themselves, but now they were really hanging themselves. The servant girls and maids who accompanied the sisters had already been ordered to leave. In this cold weather, none of the guests attending the banquet in the Junwang Fu were willing to leave the warm and cozy court and run to the easternmost corner of the courtyard. Li Qianying was so scared that tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't dare to let go and fall. Seeing that she didn't have the strength to hold on any longer, she could only scream in fear, "Quick, someone, come." On the other side of the wall, Yang Fan heard his son talking nonsense in the tree. He couldn't help but feel angry and amused. He scolded him, "Little brat, you've learned to bluff your father? Get down here right now." Yang Nianzu was so anxious that he jumped on the tree. "No, father, there really are people hanging over there. It's a large group of people hanging, and they're all very beautiful girls." A group of people hanging themselves, and it's a group of beautiful girls? How could Yang Fan believe such nonsense? His face darkened as he scolded, "Are you coming down or not? If you don't come down, I'll spank your butt." Yang Nianzu didn't dare to disobey his father's command and quickly slid down the tree trunk. Halfway down, Yang Fan grabbed his back and placed him on the ground. He lightly kicked and scolded, "You little brat, why are you even more mischievous than your father when he was young?" Just as he said this, he heard a faint voice coming from the wind. "Help!" Yang Fan was startled. Suddenly, he jumped 10 feet high and stood on the trunk of the plum tree. He looked out of the wall. His son did not lie. There were people hanging themselves over there, and it was a group of girls dressed in luxurious clothes. Yang Fan cried out involuntarily, "Someone really hung himself." Yang Nianzu seized the opportunity and stretched his neck under the tree, saying, See, father doesn't believe what they said. You even kicked there, but..." Yang Surong anxiously paced around and chased after her brother, asking, "Little brother, who did you say hung themselves? How many? Quickly tell me." Yang Fan didn't dare to hesitate. He leaped up and used the rebound force of the tree trunk to leap onto the top of the wall, like an eagle. His toes pushed off the top of the wall, and he leaped another 30 feet into the air. Li Qiang was panicking and afraid, but it was too late for regrets. She saw a strong and vigorous figure suddenly sweep across the sky. In midair, there was a chong-chong-lang sound of a saber, and a dazzling stream of light whistled through the air. The two belts hanging from the tree branches were cut, and the two sisters, Shou Guang and Huoguo, fell to the ground. The figure clearly hadn't stopped moving forward, but he straightened his waist and forcefully sank down, landing on the ground before the two sisters. One by one, he steadily caught them. Li Qiang's big eyes were still blurred with tears. She suddenly opened them wide and exclaimed, "Amazing!" On the other side of the wall, Yang Serong had just asked her brother when her father, Yang Fan, stomped his feet on the tree. The thick snow on the tree rustled and fell down. Yang Nianzu and Yang Serong were hit by the pouring snow. The two little ones cried out in pain and ran away like rats. For a moment, they couldn't care less about the girls hanging themselves. Yang Fan didn't stop to think. He grabbed the two little girls and pushed Huoguo, who was coughing violently, into Shou Guang's arms. He immediately leaped up again and saved the two girls, Qingyang and Shiqing, in the blink of an eye. Yang Fan hurriedly glanced around and found that the pretty girl with an oval face, big eyes, and a small mouth was the smartest. Her hands were still holding the ring around her neck. Although it seemed that she was in danger, he didn't have to worry about any real danger. So he put her last. Yang Fan moved like a hare and swooped like a falcon. It was as if there were springs under his feet. In a flash, he saved 6 girls. When he landed on the ground with the last 2 girls, the pretty girl with big eyes and small mouth couldn't hold on any longer. She cried out and fell from the tree. Yang Fan was holding one person in each hand. As soon as he landed, the girl fell in front of him. He didn't have time to let go to save her, so he hurriedly stretched out his right leg. Yang Fan was a master of Kuju. He could lift heavy things as if they were light, and lift light things as if they were heavy. He used the girl as a ball, and used the back of his foot to cushion the girl's buttocks. He lowered and lifted his thigh to ease her fall. Yang Fan put down the 2 girls in his hands and slowly lowered his right leg. The girl sitting on the back of his foot had already touched the ground, but she still sat there foolishly. "Little girl, you're safe now." When Yang Fan saw that the girl was scared silly, he couldn't help but find it funny. However, he knew that this was Li Chengqi's royal prince's palace. Looking at the clothes of these girls, they weren't maids or servants, so he didn't teasingly call her a little girl. Instead, he used a proper form of address. "Oh, ah." The one sitting on the back of Yang Fan's foot was Li Qiang. Li Qiang thought that this fall would definitely break her buttocks. She didn't expect that she would land steadily on the ground. She was puzzled and only reacted after hearing what Yang Fan said. Li Qiang quickly jumped up. She tidied up her clothes and stroked her buttocks. She suddenly remembered that this man's foot had touched that place and couldn't help blushing. Although she was still young, she was born in the royal prince's palace. She had received all kinds of education since she was a child. She knew that men and women had different principles, so she couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Yang Fan looked at the 7 little girls who were still in a state of shock and said with a smile, "Ladies, what game are you playing? Why did you start to hang yourselves? Do you know how dangerous it was just now?" Yang Fan didn't think that these 7 ignorant little girls really wanted to hang themselves just now. Besides, when he jumped over the wall to save them, he saw that some of them were still holding the noose with their hands, so he thought that they were playing a game. Li Huawan and her sisters looked at each other and were speechless. Yang Fan jumped over the wall. Although it was to save people, it was trespassing. Seeing that the girls were silent, Yang Fan shook his head and said, "Don't play this kind of dangerous game in the future." It's not every time that someone will come to save you. Quickly move that ladder away, lest your family's adults see it, and they will reprimand you again." With that, Yang Fan was about to jump over the wall. Li Huowan reacted and hurriedly went forward to thank him. "Thank you for saving our lives. May I ask for Longjuan's honorable name?" Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. There's no need to thank me. This lowly one's surname is Yang, and my given name is Fan. We can be considered neighbors." The blush on Li Chuan's face faded slightly. Hearing his name, her eyes lit up and she blurted out, looking at Longjuan's clothes, "You must be a general of the Imperial Army. Langjun is also surnamed Yang and given name Fan. Could it be that Langjun is the loyal great general who brought the crown prince safely back to Luoyang?" Yang Fan glanced at her in astonishment, his heart secretly on guard. Only after he brought Li Xian back did the imperial court publicly send someone to Fangzhou to pick up Li Xian. Of course, this was only under the guise of picking up Li Xian. In reality, they were picking up the princess of Luling, Lady Wei, and Li Xian's children. The people who knew that he had brought Li Xian back from Fangzhou were all influential figures in the court. Not only did the common people not know, even many of the officials in the court did not know that the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, had long since been brought back to the capital. Moreover, so many dangerous and bizarre things had happened on the road back to the capital. But this little girl actually knew. Yang Fan slowly replied, "This lowly one is indeed the loyal great general. As for bringing the crown prince back to the capital, there's actually no such thing. I don't know where you heard this from, but you must not easily believe such rumors." Li Qiang pursed her lips and said, "General Yang is a great hero who is open and above board. There's no need to hide what you've done. I've heard third brother talk more than once about how General used a series of clever schemes to rescue my seventh uncle and bring him back to Luoyang. That's why my third brother would spread rumors to deceive his own younger sister. Li Dan has 11 daughters. Among them, there are only 2 younger sisters who share the same mother as Li Longji. One of them is Li Qiqiong, the Lord of Western District, and the other is Li Qiang, the Lord of Chongchang District. Therefore, Li Qiang is the closest to her third brother, Li Longji. From Li Longji, she has learned many secrets that others are unaware of. When Yang Fan heard her addressing Crown Prince Li Xian as seventh uncle, he vaguely understood their identities. Hesitantly, Yang Fan asked, "Your third brother is—" Li Qiang answered, "My third brother is the Prince of Linzi." Looking at these 7 ladies, Yang Fan was enlightened. "So you are the 7 noble ladies from the Prince of Xiang's residence. Forgive me for my lack of manners." Li Qiang replied, "General Yang is the benefactor of us 7 sisters. There's no need to be rude. However, does General know that even though you have saved our lives today, if we are unable to solve a difficult problem, we will still seek our own deaths?" As Li Qiang spoke, she circled to the front of Yang Fan, blocking his path. Yang Fan frowned, feeling that he has brought trouble upon himself. Bracing himself, he answered, "All the noble ladies are descendants of the emperor. Their identities are respected, and their status is extraordinary. What kind of trouble can there be?" Li Qiang inquired, "Has General heard of the Tubo King's proposal for a peace marriage?" Yang Fan nodded. "I have heard a little about it." At this point, Yang Fan finally understood the situation. These 7 princesses were not hanging themselves earlier, but because the Tubo King is unwilling to marry them. Judging from their earlier actions, they may not be hanging themselves, but they are intentionally creating a ruckus to exert pressure on the Empress and force her to reject the peace marriage. Li Qiang took a step forward and slightly lifted her chin, looking at Yang Fan. The radiant sunlight is shining on her face, and on her lips there is a thin layer of virgin hair. Under the sunlight, It is as if her delicate skin is covered with a layer of pearl powder. On her sharp chin, there is a small cinnabar mole, giving her a mischievous look. Yang Fan cautiously took a step back, unsure of what this witty lass is up to. Suddenly, Li Qieying bent her knees and prostrated in front of Yang Fan, sobbing, "I beg General to show mercy and save our sisters' lives." Yang Fan turned pale with fright. If this was seen by others, Yang Fan quickly dodged and exclaimed, "Princess, please get up. What are you doing?" However, Li Qieying did not get up. She moved her knees and continued to kowtow to Yang Fan. She sobbed and said, "I don't want to marry Tubo, and I don't want my sisters to suffer in Tubo. But Tubo is aggressive, and Imperial Grandmother is likely to agree to Tubo's request. I beg General Yang to help my sisters." Yang Fan can't hide, but he can't just jump over the wall and escape. He was so anxious that he was sweating. He hurriedly looked back. Fortunately, this place is relatively remote, and no one came. Yang Fan quickly stepped forward and said, "Princess, please get up. The peace marriage is a national event. My words carry little weight. How can I make the decision?" Originally, there was a difference between men and women, so Yang Fan shouldn't help her up. But at this time, he couldn't care too much. No matter what, he had to pull this troublesome little girl up first. If this was seen by others, it would be improper, but he didn't expect that as soon as Yang Fan reached out, Li Qieying would grab his sleeve tightly and not let go. Li Qieying turned her head and said to the 6 sisters who were in a daze, "When 7th uncle returned to the capital, the treacherous officials had set up layers of traps to intercept and kill him. It was thanks to General Yang's clever plan that 7th uncle returned to the capital safely. Third brother said that General Yang's strategy is outstanding, and he is the world's top wise man. There is nothing in this world that can't stop him. Our lifelong happiness now depends on General Yang. If you don't beg with me, when will you?" Li Qieying was now desperate to find a doctor. She didn't care whether Yang Fan could really solve her problem or not. But she did hear from Li Longji about Yang Fan's clever plan to save Li Xian. After hearing it, Li Qieying worshipped Yang Fan like a god. Li Longji's evaluation just now was indeed from Li Longji. As Li Longji grew older, he was no longer as naive and childish as he was in the past. He already understood that sometimes good and evil, distant and close, were not always the same on the outside. It was unavoidable to put on a show in the officialdom. As a result, he no longer held any prejudice against Yang Fan getting close to King Liang. He also sincerely admired Yang Fan's ingenious arrangements, which was why he said these words. Li Qieying wasn't the oldest among the girls, but she had the most prestige. As soon as she said these words, the sisters who had no idea what to do all knelt down one after another. Li Qieying said, "General Yang, we entrust our lives to you. Please help them to the end, and help them to the end." The 7 little girls knelt in front of Yang Fan and said in unison, "General Yang, we entrust our lives to you. Please help them to the end, and help them to the end." Yang Fan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If someone saw this, who knew what kind of ugly rumors would come out of it, he looked around in panic. Fortunately, there was no one around. Yang Fan was drenched in sweat as he said, "Don't be like this. This is too much for this Yang. Get up, get up. We can talk things out. We can talk things out." Chapter 10:59. Yang Fan flew back to his own wall. His heart that had been hanging in suspense for a long time finally relaxed. That scene just now had been far too thrilling. If others had seen the 7 princesses of the Prince of Xiang kneeling before him, the little lowly leading them, even hugging his thigh, even though she had only been tugging at the corner of his clothes. Yang Fan, who had long ago experienced the gossipy woman's ability to spread rumors in Luoyang's show and workshop, could completely imagine it. Saying that the girl was hugging his thigh would be an understatement. Just this scene was enough to shake the world, and these 7 little girls, who hadn't even fully grown their hair, were still saying that they would entrust their lives to General Yang. It was simply unimaginable. Yang Fan patted his chest and inwardly rejoiced. Fortunately, I escaped in time, and no one saw me. The immeasurable Lord of Heaven, my Buddha! In those circumstances, Yang Fan was in a hurry to escape, so he could only agree. The girls, who ranged in age from 6 to 12, were easy to deceive. As soon as Yang Fan made a promise, they believed him. Yang Fan wasn't sincerely deceiving them, but ever since he had received the news from Mao Zhou, he knew that this peace marriage would be filled with twists and turns, and there was a high chance that it would end without any results. However, he didn't dare to guarantee that this matter would be foolproof. If he tried his best, and the marriage ended up becoming a reality, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. If he went back on his word, then so be it. In any case, he was forced to do this. Lord Yang wouldn't feel guilty towards those little girls, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After thinking it through, Yang Fan walked toward the back of the residence. Separated by a wall, the 7 little girls excitedly gathered together. Li Huowan excitedly said, "This is great. Third brother has praised great General Yang so much. Since he's agreed to help, us sisters won't have to marry off to Tubo." The Lord of Qingyang County had a naturally pessimistic personality and timidly poured cold water. But not even father can do anything about this matter. He can only hurry up and marry off. No matter how powerful General Yang is, he can't be more powerful than father. And besides, will he really help us? What if he goes back on his word? Li Qieying glared at him and threw down a harsh sentence. He dares. If he dares to go back on his words, I won't let him off. Li Huowan rolled her eyes at her and said, "He is a great general who has a large army under his command. Even if you are a princess or a princess, what can you do to him? I heard that Sister and Lu was humiliated by him in the East City. I have my ways." Li Qieying rolled her eyes and puffed out her chest, saying, "If he dares to go back on his words, I will sue him for molestation and have Imperial Grandmother punish him." The 6-year-old county princess of the Hu Kingdom clapped her chubby little hands and said in admiration, "Good idea. Shenyang is the smartest." Li Huowan rolled her eyes again and said, "What good idea? How old is Shenyang? Would anyone believe that great General Yang molested her?" Huagua's county magistrate nodded and said, "Wunyang is right." Li Huowan and Li Qieying spat at her together. "Bootlicker." Li Qieying was unconvinced and said to Li Huowan, "Why can't we believe him? I heard from third brother that Lu Qiantian, the magistrate of the Chang, and local government, is a heretic and likes to play with young girls. He said that it can nourish yin and yang and prolong life. Anyway, if he dares to go back on his words, I will make him suffer. When the time comes, you can help me testify and see if Imperial Grandmother will believe him alone or the 7 of us." The 6 little heads nodded like chicks pecking at rice, and the county princess of the Hu Kingdom's silly flattery could be heard. "Shenyang is so smart." As Yang Fan walked, he suddenly sneezed for no reason and hurriedly pulled his clothes tighter. As soon as Yang Fan stepped into the moon gate in the backyard, he saw Xiaoman and Si Rong hurrying over. Nianzu was running in front of them, but he stopped when he saw Yang Fan. Xiaoman said, "Langjun is back. Nianzu is talking nonsense about a group of little girls in the Shochuan prince's mansion hanging themselves." Xiaoman saw Yang Fan's strange expression halfway through and was startled. She asked curiously, Is it true? Yang Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's hard to explain. Why did you come out wearing such thin clothes? Come, let's go to the hall and talk. Yang Fan and Xiaoman led the two children back to the hall. The animal charcoal stove in the hall was burning brightly. Although it was winter, the hall was warm as if it was spring. There was also a faint fragrance in the warm air. Anu was wearing a soft silver silk inner garment and a pair of reed flower warm shoes with a soft inner lining made of cattail straw. She was sitting on the left side of the Kong bed, while Yang Ji was lying beside her with his head on her lap. He was snoring loudly, and his sleeping posture was extremely pleasant. Anu was holding a beautifully made hand stove in her hand and talking to Gu Zhuting, who was sitting on the other side of the Kong table with a smile. There was a swaddling cloth next to Gu Zhuting. Yang Dyer was also sleeping soundly. Gu Zhuting was wearing a soft silk dress. Her abdomen was bulging. She was going to give birth in 3 months. At this moment, she was supporting herself with her hands on the edge of the bed. Her slender feet, wearing snow-white socks, were stepping on a rolling footstool. This rolling footstool was made of bamboo. It was 2 feet long and 6 inches wide. It had a roller cylinder inside. When one stepped on it and rolled the bamboo cylinder, it could massage the soles of one's feet. Now that Gu Zhuting was pregnant, it was not suitable for her to exercise. It was also not suitable for her to take a walk in the courtyard in the middle of winter. Therefore, she used this rolling footstool to activate her blood vessels so as not to affect the fetus in her belly. Seeing Yang Fan coming in, the two hurriedly stood up. Yang Fan quickly gestured for them to sit down. He and Xiaoman sat on the side chair. Yang Nianzu couldn't wait to ask, "Father, are the sisters next door dead?" Yang Fan said, who said that they wanted to hang themselves. They were too naughty and didn't listen to adults. They didn't know the severity of the situation and used hanging as a game. In the end, they were almost hanged to death. Fortunately, Father saved their lives. Otherwise, Nianzu, you can't be so disobedient. You understand? Yang Nianzu didn't expect that in less than 3 sentences, his father would go back to lecturing him. He couldn't help but agree dejectedly. Yang Fan asked again with a frightening face, "Have you memorized the article that I asked you to memorize today?" Yang Nianzu said in a panic, I have almost memorized it." Yang Surong quietly stuck out her tongue and tiptoed to the study. Yang Fan pretended not to see and said to Yang Nianzu with a straight face, "Quickly go and memorize it. Father will test you in a moment. If you can't memorize it, I will hit your palm." Yang Nianzu made an "oh" sound and walked to the study with his head drooping. Xiaoman whispered to Yang Fan, "It's almost the new year. Don't be so strict with them." Seeing that his son had already entered the study, Yang Fan said to Xiaoman with a smile, Don't you understand the principle that a loving mother spoils her son? You, Anu, and Zhuting all spoil them. If I don't let them know what fear is, won't they turn over the sky? Do you think I like to play the role of a villain?" Xiaoman wrinkled her nose at him. Although she was a mature woman, such a small action still carried a bit of playfulness of a young girl. All right. If you continue, I will also be scolded by you. What happened in Prince Shouchuan's mansion? Did someone really hang himself?" Yang Fan sighed and told them what had happened just now. Anu and Gu Zhuting also listened attentively. After listening to him, Anu smiled and said, "There are always some false rumors among the people. Although Tubo is not as good as our Central Plains, you don't have to treat them as barbaric as foreigners." Gu Zhuting said, "Even so, even if Tubo is 10 times stronger than it is now, these noble ladies may not be willing to marry there." Anu nodded and said, "That's true. Which ordinary people would be willing to marry their daughter to Tubo? These princesses were desperate to find a doctor, and they actually pestered their Langjun. What is Langjun going to do? Do you really want to help them? Yang Fan spread out his hands and said with a smile, whether they marry or not depends on the current emperor. How can your Langjun make them refuse to marry? Xiaoman said angrily, then you shouldn't have lied to them. Why did you lie to them that you are willing to help? Yang Fan touched his forehead with his hand and said with a bitter smile, you don't know the situation at that time. The 7 little girls were kneeling in front of me. If people saw that, how could I not agree? However, I didn't mean to deceive them. Today, I just received a secret report. If it is true, this peace marriage will definitely cause more problems. Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He raised his eyebrows and said to Xiaoman, tomorrow, ask the kitchen to prepare some fine wine and dishes. There are distinguished guests coming. Early the next morning, it was another bad weather with heavy snow falling from the sky. Today, Ma Qiao was on duty at the Black Tortoise Gate. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao were like brothers, so he only sent someone to deliver a message to Ma Qiao. Yang Fan himself didn't rush to the palace to patrol, and only cared about waiting for Shenmu. As soon as Shenmu's carriage entered Chang, and he did not return to his mansion, but went to Longqing Square. Yang Fan held a banquet to welcome Shenmu in the Pine Wind Pavilion. The dishes were naturally sumptuous, the 8 treasures of water and land and dried fruits. However, in this winter, the real precious thing was not the dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but the chives, celery, rape, spinach, and other fresh green vegetables. In this era, if one wanted to eat these green vegetables in winter, they either had to use the natural geothermal hot spring or build a greenhouse. It was very expensive to take care of them. Therefore, only the imperial banquets could be enjoyed. Even the noble families had no chance to ask, let alone the ordinary people. On Yang Fan's left was Princess and Li's mansion. On his right was Shouchuan Junwang's mansion. His own family's 3 meals a day or the banquets and banquets these past few days admittedly had no lack of delicacies, but he had never seen this kind of fresh green vegetables. For Yang Fan's dining table to have this kind of imperial treatment, naturally it was because of the succession hall's strong financial resources. Yang Fan raised his cup and said, when I saw the heavy snow this morning, I was worried that Brother Shin would miss the journey. I did not expect that Brother Shin would brave the wind and snow to rush back. Now, let's prepare some water and wine. Let's have a drink. Cheers. The two drank a cup together. The wine was soft and sweet, leaving a fragrance on their cheeks. Shenmu took a mouthful of vinegar-stained celery. Yang Fan asked, how is Brother Shin's trip? Shenmu smiled and said, I have already said that they are all outstanding people who know how to adapt to circumstances. Naturally, everything went smoothly. How are you doing here? Yang Fan said, Chang and used to be peaceful, but recently it seems that the trees want to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Shenmu's gaze froze. He put down his chopsticks and asked, where does the wind come from? Yang Fan said, the Tubo Plateau. As he said this, he took out the secret letter from his sleeve and slowly pushed it towards Shenmu. Shenmu took the letter and read it carefully. He put the letter on the table and poured himself another cup of wine. Yang Fan sat in front of the table and calmly asked with a smile, I wonder what good plan Brother Shin has. Shenmu glanced at him and drank the wine in one gulp. He took a mouthful of celery and said, you obviously have an idea. Why test me? Tell me, what do you plan to do? Chapter 1060. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and said, I have indeed thought of a solution and waited for you to discuss it with you. However, I still have 2 doubts. If I cannot confirm it, I do not know if my solution will work. Shunmu picked up a mouthful of boiled spinach and dipped it in the chili oil made from dogwood. He chewed with relish while looking at Yang Fan. Yang Fan said, "This winter, the Turks suddenly launched an all-out attack on our court in Hebei and Longyu. Such a large-scale war is unprecedented." Almost at the same time, the Turks also deployed their troops and began secret operations in Sichuan and Shaanxi. Are the Turks and the Turks communicating with each other? Is this a joint operation? If not, why is there such tacit understanding between them? If so, why did the Turks make their move earlier while the Turks are so slow? Shenmu asked, "What's the second reason?" Yang Fan said, "If the Turks intend to ally with the Turks and take advantage of the fact that our capital has just moved to the west and has yet to gain a firm foothold, why would the Turks send an envoy to our court to request for a peace marriage? That Tubo envoy is still staying in the Four Quarters embassy and refuses to leave. Every day he pesters us, showing his sincerity. But ever since the news of the Turks invading our court, he has become quiet. This is not in line with their usual practice. At this time, the Turks did not take advantage of the situation and added more conditions. Instead, they are being reasonable. This is also the reason why I suspect that the two countries are plotting something." Shinmu quietly pondered for a moment and slowly said, "The last place I went to was Longyu. On the way back, it was snowing heavily, and the journey was difficult. This winter, not only Chang but the Turks also experienced heavy snow. Little Flying Arrow Zhang Yi is active in the Turks' territory this winter. He received news that the Turks are not only active in Sichuan and Shaanxi, but are also secretly deploying their troops in Kangning." Yang Fan's eyes narrowed as he blurted out, "You are saying that it is true that Tubo and the Turks have joined hands to send their troops, and the reason why Tubo did not cooperate with the Turks in time was not because they did not want to, but because of the heavy snowfall which slowed their movements and delayed their journey?" Shenmu said, "It is highly possible. Today's snowfall was too heavy. It was rare to see such snowfall in more than 10 years. And on this point, if the Turks and the Tufan were conspiring, they would not have been able to predict it, so that the Tufan would not have been able to send their troops in time, unable to coordinate with the Turks from afar. Otherwise our court would have been attacked from two sides." Yang Fan slowly raised his cup and pondered. "But what is the purpose of the Tubo peace marriage? They have offered 2,000 good horses and 2,000 taels of gold as tribute, plus a bushel of pearls and several carriages of beautiful women to entertain the ministers of our court. Since the Tubo people are determined to fight with our court, why would they bother with this superfluous action?" Shenmu said, "I came from the northwest and heard of something." Yang Fan glanced at him and said, "Can you finish it all at once?" Shenmu smiled and slowly took a sip of the wine, carefully savoring it before finishing it in one gulp. He leisurely replied, "The two Jew have also sent a marriage envoy to our court. They want to marry Maudwa's youngest daughter to our great Zhou's imperial grandson." Yang Fan frowned and said, "They are still doing it? The last time they said they wanted to marry off their daughter, but in the end they tricked Wu Yanxiu to go to the two Jew and have not released her until now. Now they want to trick the imperial grandson too." Shenmu said, "If they use the same trick again, naturally our court will not be fooled again. But this time their conditions are very relaxed. If our emperor agrees to the marriage, they will release Wu Yanxiu back to our court. At the same time, the imperial grandson need not personally go to the two Jew to escort the bride. He can only welcome the two Jew princess at the border of the two countries." Shen Mu winked at Yang Fan and said with a smile, "You see, they are very sincere." Yang Fan was stunned. Shen Mu said, "The Tubo people first use courtesy before using force. On one hand, they sent an envoy to make peace. On the other hand, they are mobilizing their troops. On the other hand, The two Jew people first use force before using courtesy. They first sent their troops to invade our court, and then, full of sincerity, they sent an envoy to make peace with our court. Don't you think this is somewhat illogical? Yang Fan's heart vaguely grasped something, but for the time being he could not understand it clearly. He put down his chopsticks and quietly pondered. After a long while, Yang Fan suddenly raised his eyes and met Shenmu's smiling eyes. Shenmu leisurely asked, "You have thought of something?" Yang Fan said, "If I am the Tubo king, you are the Tu-Ju Khan." The Wuzhou emperor suddenly moved the capital to Chang, and Chang, and is closer to the Tubo and Tu-Ju than Luoyang. Once the Wuzhou emperor moves the capital to Chang, and he will inevitably increase the military strength of Guangzhou and Longyu. Next to his bed, a fierce tiger is lurking. It makes people uneasy. Shenmu said, "That's right. Therefore, I came to discuss with you and decided to join hands to attack Wuzhou while the Wuzhou emperor is still unstable. Based on the military strength of our two countries, it is impossible to destroy Wuzhou. But if everything goes well, we can drive the Wuzhou emperor back to Luoyang. If we are lucky, we can also occupy a large piece of land in Longyu, Hebei, Kangning, Sichuan, and Shaanxi." Yang Fan frowned and said, "War is a matter of great importance to a country. It is a matter of life and death, a matter of survival. We must be careful. What if the operation fails? If the Wuzhou emperor wins, not only will Wuzhou gain a firm foothold in Guangzhou, its prestige will also soar. At that time, you and I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace." Shenmu said, "That's why before we think about victory, we must first think about defeat. We must have a backup plan. If we can win, we will fight. If we can't, we will make peace through marriage." Yang Fan said, "Of course the purpose of making peace through marriage is not to become relatives." Shenmu said, "That is natural. If we can't win, we can just pat our butts and leave. The Wuzhou emperor does not have the strength to chase into our country. Why should we make an unnecessary move to become relatives?" Yang Fan said, "Then we must think carefully about who to make peace with, between the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang. Only the Prince of Xiang still has a daughter to marry. Why don't I appoint the Prince of Xiang as my father-in-law and marry one of his daughters?" Shenmu said, You beat me to it. Then I can only suffer a loss and choose a daughter to marry to their imperial grandson." Yang Fan said, "If we join forces, the Wuzhou emperor will definitely have a headache. If we want to stop fighting and make peace through marriage, she will be more than happy. At that time, I will be His Highness the Prince of Xiang's son-in-law, and you will be the imperial grandson's father-in-law. We will wholeheartedly help our relatives, and Wuzhou will become lively." Shenmu said, "Great. With our help, the more we help, the better it will be. When the time comes, the brothers will fall out. What we cannot achieve through war, perhaps we can achieve without bloodshed through our personal soldiers." Yang Fan said, "But what if the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang don't need our help?" Shenmu said seriously, "How can that be? As a father-in-law, I will stand up for my daughter and future grandson. I am in the right. Who would dare to stop me?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "That makes sense. Then, as a son-in-law, it is perfectly justifiable for me to stand up for my father-in-law and brother-in-law." The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed at the same time. With a clear dang, the two drank another cup of wine. Yang Fan said, "Fortunately, this heavy snow has caused a setback to the joint operation of the Turks and Tubo. The Tubo was unable to respond to the Turks in time. Our troops can still be mobilized. Although the Turks are launching an all-out attack in Hebei and Longyu, our court has not mobilized the elite troops stationed in the Guangzhou area. At present, The troops from the east and south have been gathered and can be sent north at any time. Shenmu said, but although the Tubo troops have been delayed by the heavy snow, they will come sooner or later. Although we are prepared and won't let them take advantage of us, chaos is inevitable at that time. If they bring up the marriage, the emperor will definitely agree. If the Turks and Tubo interfere with our internal affairs, they will become a big problem. Yang Fan said, if we fight back when the troops come, even if we repel the invading enemy, the marriage will inevitably happen in the end, giving them an excuse to interfere with our internal affairs. To repel the invading enemy and prevent the emperor from agreeing to the marriage, there is only one way: to have the two countries withdraw their troops of their own accord. Shenmu said, to have them take the initiative of their own accord, the only way is to take drastic measures. Yang Fan nodded and said, that's exactly what I'm thinking. With your support, the chief of the Tukashi tribe, Wuzhail, has already replaced Huziruo as the Kaghan of the 10 tribes of the Western Turks. If you can have him stab a knife into the heart of the Turks, do you think the Turks will retreat? Shenmu thought for a few moments before slowly replying, although I can influence Wuzhail to a certain extent, mobilizing the soldiers of the 10 tribes to attack the Eastern Turks is a huge matter. Even if Wuzhail is willing to agree, he may not be able to convince the chiefs of the 10 tribes. Without sufficient benefits, they will not mobilize their troops, Yang Fan said. With the strength of the hidden sect alone, they might not be able to bring about a war between the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate. However, what if His Majesty also sends an envoy to reward the 10 tribes and requests for them to send troops to attack Mosh, setting the southwest corner of the Turkic Khaganate on fire? Shenmu slowly nodded. If the imperial court is bewitching us in the open, and the hidden sect is instigating us in the shadows, this matter will succeed. But what about the Tubo side? Yang Fan raised his cup with a smile and said, let me burn the fire in the backyard of the Tubo Empire. You? Shenmu was a little surprised, but he quickly understood. You intend to light this fire in the southeast of Tubo? Yang Fan smiled. Brother Shen has been managing the north and west for many years. It is not good for this brother to interfere, so I can only develop elsewhere. The western regions had been the territory of the hidden sect for many years, and after Shenmu had been sent to Xinlua, the hidden sect had rapidly expanded its influence in the north. Moreover, that region had been the foundation of the 7 sects and 5 families, so the two could easily become one. If Yang Fan did not want to have any conflict of interest with the hidden sect, he could only take another route. From what Shenmu said, not only the south, but even the east had become his sphere of influence. Shenmu knew that when Yang Fan had quelled the chaos in the 6 paths of the southeast, he had established an extremely close relationship with many tribal chieftains in the south border, and had even become sworn brothers with a few important tribal chieftains. With such a foundation, in addition to the formidable strength of the hidden sect, it was easy to infiltrate his influence into the south border. However, other than Japan, the east was a vast ocean. Shenmu had no idea how the hidden sect established themselves in the east and how they expanded their strength. Other than admiration, he couldn't help but be curious about Yang Fan's methods. However, he also knew that this was related to the hidden sect's secrets, and Yang Fan would not reveal the whole story to him. Shenmu raised his cup and said, since that is the case, let's light these 2 fires and see who can burn more vigorously. Chapter 10:61. The saber spun like a wheel, and the spear moved like lightning. The 2 burly men, 1 saber and 1 spear, 1 long and 1 short, cooperated very well, attacking and defending like tigers and tigers. There was only 1 person facing off against the 2 of them. This person wielded a spiked mace. The entire spiked mace was made of black iron, and it was powerful and heavy. The spiked mace in his hand was extremely domineering, and the two people wielding the saber and spear couldn't get close to him at all. This kind of fierce and unyielding martial arts couldn't be performed without divine power. However, once one had divine power, it was enough to cause headaches for many martial artists. This was because no matter how exquisite one's moves were, it would be difficult to injure them until they were exhausted. It was currently the bitterly cold weather, but the three people fighting were all bare-chested, and their bulging muscles emitted steaming hot air. Among the three people, the one wielding the spiked mace was especially sturdy. He was at least 3 meters tall, had a shaved head, and his bronze skin was covered in scars. His chest and shoulders were as sturdy as rocks, and his manly and wild aura made him seem like a giant beast from the primordial era. His muscles and bones, which had been forged from years of exercise, were as strong and solid as cast iron. From his movements, it could be seen that he was not only born with divine power, but was also skilled in martial arts. His strong, flexible, and well-proportioned muscles contained a turbulent violence, and all of this was reflected in the unstoppable spiked mace he wielded with ease. Suddenly, the spiked mace in the burly man's hand whistled as it spun in a circle, and the steel saber in the hand of his opponent barely touched it. With a loud clang, the steel saber flew out of the man's hand. The surrounding soldiers quickly scattered, allowing the saber to fly far away and stab into the snow at an angle. I'm done. I can't hold back any longer. The 3-meter-tall burly man slammed the spiked mace on the ground, panting heavily as he spat out clouds of white mist. He chuckled at the man who had lost his saber and said, "Commander Luo, I'm sorry. I've ruined another good saber of yours." Luo Sima laughed. "You can't be blamed. You, Governor Chen, are nicknamed the Mighty Bear King, and your martial arts are renowned throughout the army. Wouldn't I be asking for trouble by sparring with you?" Governor Chen laughed heartily. At this moment, a guard who had already arrived at the drill ground and was watching the battle hurriedly walked over and whispered a few words into Governor Chen's ear. Governor Chen frowned and said, "A peddler says he has an important military report to me." "Damn it, what important military report does a peddler have?" Luo Sima's eyes flashed, and he said, "Governor, why don't we go take a look? If there's something important, we won't miss it." Governor Chen grunted. Someone took his leather robe and hat. Governor Chen put on the leather robe and hat and put it on his head. This leather robe and hat were actually made of white bear skin. This Governor Chen was the military governor of Maozhou of Jian'an, Chen Desai. His name was very refined, but this Governor Chen had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was 2 meters tall and looked like a black diamond. Not only did he not have a kind and benevolent appearance, he did not look like a benevolent and compassionate scholar. Instead, he was a brave and skillful general who killed people like flies. Chen Desai led a few generals back to the commander's tent, where he saw 2 burly men with tall noses, deep eyes, dark red faces, and sharp facial features. Their hair was braided into braids, and they were tall and burly. They were dressed in khaki robes, and Chen Desai could tell from their facial features that they were Chang people. The Maozhou region was inhabited by many different tribes, but most of them were the Chang people. Chen Desai had led troops here for a long time and naturally recognized them. Chen Desai looked at them and asked loudly, "What are your names? Since you're merchants, what urgent military matters do you have to report to me?" The 2 Chang people were serious people. Although they knew that he was the governor of Maozhou and bowed respectfully to him when they saw him surrounded by a large group of generals, they did not have the habit of smiling like ordinary merchants. Chen Desai knew that these Chang people were straightforward and serious people. Although they were merchants, they did not change their nature, so he was not surprised. The older man said, "Governor, my name is Riwa Buji, and this is my brother Ri Gudeji. The two of us have been traveling the world, doing small businesses to make a living. A few days ago, we were going to Yi City from Jiaoliang province. In order to save trouble, we took a shortcut and passed through a Tubo area. Chun Desai had been guarding the border for many years and was an old enemy of the Tubo people. As soon as he heard the word Tubo, his eyes widened, and he stared at Ri Wabuji. Ri Wabuji said, "We discovered that there are several thousand Tubo soldiers secretly stationed nearby, and there are more coming from all over the country." My brother was frightened and hastily broke camp and left. On the way, we happened to meet a Tubo rider who was chasing an injured gazelle. We were afraid that he would attract the Tubo soldiers, so we had no choice but to capture him. After asking around, we found out that they were gathering a large number of soldiers to attack Maozhou. We are from Maozhou and were afraid that our hometown would be in danger, so we rushed here to report to you. Chun Desai did not interrupt. After listening to his story, he asked, "Where is the Tubo soldier you captured?" Ri Wabuji said, "He tried to escape and was killed by us in a panic, but we still have his body with us." Chun Desai went outside the tent and saw someone untie a stiff body from the back of a horse. The body was covered with cuts and bruises, and his right foot had been chopped off at the ankle. Although Chun Desai was illiterate, his many years in the army had trained him to be a cautious and meticulous person. He squatted down and pried open the dead man's hand to take a look. Then he looked at his teeth, hair, skin color, face. Some things on the surface can be disguised, but some things are very difficult to disguise. For example, the calluses between the thumb and index finger of a saber, or the red and rough skin caused by living on the plateau for a long time. Even different eating habits and hygiene habits can cause different changes in the color of skin and the wear and tear of teeth. Chun Desai examined the corpse carefully. He also asked Wabuji for the things he found on the man's body. After a careful examination, he was convinced that it was the body of a Tufan soldier. With a wholehearted smile, Chun Desai said, "Your information is very important. This supervisor will send someone to verify it. You can stay in the army for the time being. Once it is verified, I will report to the imperial court on your behalf." Ri Wabuji said with difficulty, "General, we brothers still have a batch of goods to transport before the end of the year." Chun Desai laughed and said, "You have made such a great contribution. Why do you still care about a small profit? Go, rest for the time being. Once the information is verified, the imperial court will reward you handsomely. Don't worry. Even if the imperial court does not reward you, I will not treat you unfairly." Chun Desai ordered his men to bring the two brothers away. Immediately he turned to Luo Sima and said, "The dead man is definitely a Tubo, but I don't know if the information these two brothers gave is true or false. You have seen their residence just now. Immediately check with the local magistrate to verify these two men's identity." Luo Sima nodded and walked out in quick steps. Chun Desai turned to a high-ranking military officer and said, "Quickly send out scouts to investigate if there are any Tubo troops hiding around Maozhou." Chun Desai used his finger to draw on the map. Although he did not recognize many characters, he knew every mountain and every river in Maozhou by heart. With one look he knew what was going on. Chun Desai's carrot-like thick finger pointed on the map and said, "These two merchants said that on their way from Jialiangsu to Yeqing, they took a shortcut and encountered Tubo troops and horses along the way. In that case, the Tubo troops and horses should be hiding here. See Lai Ping. Focus on this place." The high-ranking military officer cupped his fists to receive the order and left in a hurry. Chun Desai squinted his eyes and stared at the map, lost in thought for half a day. Then he turned around and walked out. He casually said, "Keep a close eye on those two merchants. Don't let them slip away." A shrill sound, like a ghost crying in the night, suddenly swept across the wilderness. Although the sound was not very loud, it lingered on for a long time. A hunter was excitedly taking a trapped rabbit out of a snow hole. Suddenly hearing the sound, he could not help but raise his head in astonishment. But the shrill voice was gone in a flash, and the huntsman shook his head, thinking that he had misheard. He knocked the hare to death, slung it over his shoulder, and hurried on to the next trap, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The whistling sound was actually a whistling arrow. It was the warning sent back by the mounted scouts of Mao Zhou, who had traveled hundreds of li into the depths of the Tufan territory. Every arrow's distance, there would be several mounted scouts. With this kind of relay, news from hundreds of li away could be delivered to Mao Zhou in the blink of an eye. Chen Desai quickly received the news from the scouts. The 3 armies in Mao Zhou were immediately mobilized. Immediately report this news to the chief of Jiannan Dao's troops and horses, and to the Ministry of War in Chang, and send a copy to the garrisons in Tuazhou, Gongzhou, Yazhou, Weizhou, and Pangzhou. Chen Desai grabbed the commander's seal and stamped a bright red seal on the urgent military intelligence report with a bang. He threw it to a courier and then strode to the map. The few generals who were surrounding the map and arguing with each other hurriedly made way for him. Luo Sima said, "Governor, I think we should send troops to Min Mountain. We should use Min Mountain's geographical advantage to repel the enemy. We should not trap ourselves in the camp and wait for the enemy to attack." Chen Desai stared at the map and slightly bent his back like a giant bear ready to pounce. He said loudly, "Taking the initiative to send troops is the right thing to do, but waiting for the enemy to attack by relying on Min Mountain is very inappropriate. Although this place is dangerous, it is only suitable for defense. Now that we know what those sneaky bastards want to do, why are we still waiting for them at Min Mountain? What a joke." Luo Sima and the generals looked at each other and asked, "Then how does Governor plan to fight?" Chen Desai stretched out his bare paw and slapped it on the map. "Wenchuan. We will fight at Wenchuan. Gather the troops and immediately rush to Wenchuan. We will hide our troops at Qianglai Mountain and catch them off guard by the Min River." Motherf asterisk Kerr. Were they the only ones allowed to play dirty? I know how to do it too. Tubo had sent troops to attack Mao Zhou. There was no court meeting today. When Wu Zetian heard the news from the back palace, she could not help but turn pale with fright. She immediately went to the main hall of the Courtyard of Longevity and ordered people to summon the prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall, the Minister of War, the Assistant Minister, and other officials to see her. After the eunuch who delivered the edict left the hall, Wu Zetian anxiously paced with the help of her dragon-headed crutch. "I have just moved the capital to Chang, and Mosu has already started a full-scale war with the Great Zhou. Now Tubo has ruthlessly stabbed me in the heart. The country is in a difficult situation. If the military situation is unfavorable..." Wu Zetian worriedly looked out of the hall and muttered to herself, "Why did Tubo send troops? Is it to force me to marry my granddaughter to their monarch? Fighting on 2 sides, one careless move, and we will lose the whole game. Tubo is taking advantage of the situation. If I give up my daughter and stop the war, it is not impossible." Today, Yang Fan was on duty in the palace. He had just met with Shanghai Wanner. Wanner heard that her tone was a little hesitant. She quickly said, "Sage, according to the information from our scouts, Tubo has made a move in the Kong, Ning, Sichuan, and Shan area. This does not seem to be for the peace marriage. If Tubo had not encountered the blizzard that they have not seen in 10 years, I am afraid they would have already attacked our country with the Turks." Wu Zetian was startled. She suddenly turned to look at Shanghai Wanner and said in a deep voice, "You mean Tubo and the Turks have joined hands to plot against our Great Zhou?" Shanghai Wanner said, "Wanner does not dare to make a conclusion. but from the information I have, it is very likely. Wu Zetian's eyes gradually became blank. She muttered, "If so, even if I agree to the peace marriage, this war cannot be avoided." Shanghai Wanner's eyes flashed. She suddenly said, Wanner suddenly remembered something. When the Tubo envoy went to the Linda Hall for the state banquet, didn't he see a general who defeated the Tubo army? That general has been leading troops in the western region. He is familiar with the Tubo situation. Why not let him participate in the military strategy? Maybe he will have a solution. Wu Zetian said, "Yes, yes, yes. What is that person's name again? I want you to remember his name. It seems to be the governor of Liangzhou." Wu Zetian gently knocked her head. She frowned and thought. Wanner said, "That general is called Tang Xiujing." Wu Zetian said, "Yes, it is him. Quickly send an edict to summon him to the palace to discuss the military strategy." Wanner complied and quickly walked out of the hall to announce the edict. Yang Fan was standing in the courtyard holding his sword. He walked back and forth in the sparse snowflakes. His shoulders were covered with snow. Wanner called over a servant and hurriedly said a few words. The servant ran away like a wisp of smoke. Wanner turned around to return to the palace. Yang Fan happened to walk to the front of the stairs. When Wanner came to his side, she quickly gave him a charming look and said in a low voice, "It's settled." Yang Fan smiled and nodded without leaving a trace. He walked out of Changshan courtyard. At the Prince of Shochuan's mansion, the 5 brothers were leisurely eating and drinking. An imperial bodyguard suddenly came to Li Longji's side. He whispered a few words in his ear and handed over a ball of paper. Li Longji did not avoid his brothers and directly opened the ball of paper. It was a secret letter from Gao Lisher, informing him of what had just happened in the palace. Li Longji frowned after reading it. He rolled up the letter and threw it into the copper charcoal stove. Li Qingqi asked, "What is troubling third brother?" Li Longji waved his hand to dismiss the serving maids in front of the hall. He said to Li Qingqi, "Eldest brother, Tufan has sent troops to attack our court. I'm afraid our little sister will not be able to escape the fate of marrying to Tufan." Hearing this, Li Qingqi and his brothers looked at each other, stunned and speechless. Behind the screen, Li Qiang tiptoed away. After a while, the 7 sisters gathered again under the big locust tree by the eastern wall. Li Qiang's little face was flushed red as she said, loudly, "He didn't keep his word. He promised to help us think of a way, but he broke his promise." Li Huan said helplessly, "Now that Tufan has sent troops to fight, I'm afraid even Imperial Grandmother is at her wit's end. He is only an Imperial Guard General. What can he do?" Qin Yang and Shi Cheng's little faces drooped. They were dizzy. If one of them had to marry to Tufan, it would most likely be one of the 3 of them. Li Qiang angrily waved her hand and said, "I don't care. Who told him to promise us? I'll go find him." "Shenyang, Shenyang." Li Huan did not manage to pull her back. Li Qiang had already puffed out her chest and angrily walked away. Chapter 1062. Yang Fan exited the Black Tortoise Gate and mounted his war horse. Once he was out of the Black Tortoise Gate and around a wall, he suddenly reined in his horse's reins in surprise. This was still within the boundaries of the Imperial Palace. There was another wall on the outside of the Imperial Palace, and in the middle was a long path that was specially used for people coming and going from the back gate of the Imperial Palace. It was simply impossible for ordinary people to come here, so the path was very deserted. Not even the snow had been swept away. The snow on both sides of the path was gentle, rippling in the wind. The center of the path was covered in messy footprints of carriages and hooves, making it seem rather filthy. On this path stood a petite girl, a snow-white fox fur coat, wrapped around her cute and petite figure. On her head was a furry beard hat, and 2 snow-white foxtails draped over her chest, making her small face seem as delicate as a budding wintersweet. She wore a snow-white fox fur coat that reached her knees, revealing a lake green skirt. Underneath the skirt was a thread of light yellow silk. Following that, she wore a pair of white satin high-heeled boots that wrapped tightly around her slender calves. For an unaccompanied girl to appear in this sort of place was a little too strange. As a result, Yang Fan immediately recognized her as the girl who had tugged at his clothes in the Prince of Shochuan's estate and forcefully thrown a massive problem onto his shoulders. She was naturally the Prince of Xiang's daughter. As for what rank this girl had amongst the Prince of Xiang's daughters and what her name was, Yang Fan had no idea. He had not asked that day, and even if he had, how could he possibly remember the ranks and names of the 7 girls? Li Qieying seemed to have been standing there for a long time. Her snow-white face was red from the cold, and her straight and exquisite nose was also red from the cold. She curled up her hands and breathed in, stamping her boots as she strove to keep warm. When she suddenly saw Yang Fan appear, she immediately straightened her back and clenched her hands into fists. She had the imposing and tyrannical air of a debt collector, but before she could speak, 2 crystalline teardrops slowly condensed and hung on her long eyelashes. Ren Wei and the others stopped their horses and looked at Yang Fan. It was common for beauties to block the way a few years ago, but it was very rare in recent years. But today, not only was there a beauty blocking the way, it was also a little beauty, no matter how one looked at it. She looked to be around 10 years old. Ren Wei and the others did not suspect that this little girl would have any feelings for the sect leader. Although the sect master was dissolute and was very popular with women, no one had ever heard of him having strange fetishes like young girls. No matter how beautiful these young girls were, how amorous could they be? The sect master would not have any emotional disputes with her. However, although it was impossible for this little lass to be the sovereign's lover, it was hard to say if she was the seed of some of his romantic debts. In this era, most people got married early. Although men from rich families got married later, they didn't spend too much time with women. At the age of 12 or 13, there were many rich young masters who went to brothels to seek pleasure. There was also no lack of people who secretly tasted the forbidden fruit with their lovers. The sect master was now 28 years old, and this girl looked to be around 10 years old. Speaking of which, she was younger than the sect master by 18 years. If the sect master had an ill-fated relationship when he was 17 or 18 years old, then it was normal for his daughter to come looking for him now that she had grown up. So they immediately stopped. When Yang Fan saw this crafty little girl, he really had a headache. He was afraid that some minister would pass by and see this scene. So he quickly got off his horse and walked in front of her. Li Qieying's body was shivering from the cold. When she saw Yang Fan walk in front of her, tears of grievance rolled down her face. She sobbed and said, You are shameless. You are a great general. You have promised me something, but you still lied to me. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, Little girl, why do you say that? When did I promise you something? But I didn't do it. Li Qieying said, angrily, Yes, you still want to lie to me? I heard that because our court has been slow to agree to the marriage, the Tubo army has already attacked Maozhou. This time, Imperial Grandmother will definitely agree to the marriage. What about your promise to me? Yang Fan's heart thumped. The emperor had just gathered all the ministers to discuss military matters, and this little girl already knew the Prince of Xiang's estate was very well informed. As Yang Fan thought to himself, he said, Then what do you want me to do? Do you think that if I say that the Tubo army is not allowed to send troops, they won't send troops? Or do you want me to single-handedly charge into the Tubo army and kill the Tubo king with a single stroke of my blade. Once the groom is gone, you won't need to get married." Although Li Qiang was young, she also knew that this was far too impossible. However, Yang Fan was her last straw to clutch at. She was like a drowning person, even if she knew that he was unreliable. As long as her last sliver of hope remained, she was unwilling to give up. In truth, rather than saying that she had placed her hopes on Yang Fan to refuse the marriage, it was better to say that she wanted to preserve a sliver of hope in her heart. If her hope was shattered a little longer, her heart would feel a little better. Li Qiang said nothing, only pursed her lips and put on a very aggrieved appearance. Yang Fan sighed and softened his voice as he comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm already thinking of a way. But this will take time. Since the Tubo army has already sent troops, no matter what, they will have to fight. If the emperor immediately agrees to the marriage just because the Tubo army is sent, what dignity would the imperial court have left? So you don't need to worry. There are still many variables in this matter." Li Qiang's thick eyelashes trembled. Her originally blurry eyes blinked a few times, gradually becoming black and white. She bit her tender cherry lips and thought for a while, then hesitantly asked, "Are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me?" Yang Fan hurriedly replied, "Of course not. Why would I lie to a child? I won't hide it from you. Today, the palace is discussing this matter. Since the Tubo army has sent troops, we must retaliate. Once we start fighting, victory and defeat will not be decided in a short period of time. Even if the marriage is delayed, I will definitely think of a way during this period of time." Li Qiang sniffed and asked, "Is this true?" "Of course it's true. However, only you and I can know of this matter. You absolutely cannot tell anyone else." Li Qiang saw that he was speaking with such caution and gradually began to believe him. She lightly nodded her head. Yang Fan saw that this girl immediately knew that the palace was in the middle of a military conference, so he knew that the Prince of Xiang's estate had to have bribed spies in the palace. Even if he didn't say anything about the imperial court's counterattack, this girl would quickly find out. For the sake of escaping, there was no harm in telling her first. But he couldn't let her spread this matter to anyone else. Whether it was letting others know that he had leaked military secrets or letting others know that the Prince of Xiang's estate had spies in the palace, it wouldn't be a good thing. Thus, Yang Fan added, "When I say anyone, I include your sisters, brothers, and your father. In short, you absolutely cannot let anyone know. In the future, if you hear any news, you can't carelessly spread it. If someone finds out, it will be very disadvantageous to your father and brother." Although Li Qiang was young, she had been born into an imperial clan, so she understood this principle. She solemnly nodded her head and whispered, "Didn't I just tell you? I naturally won't carelessly spread it to outsiders." Yang Fan replied, "That's good. Just treat this matter as a little secret between us. No matter what, you absolutely cannot tell anyone else, understand?" Li Qiang rolled her eyes at him and said, "I understand. As long as you don't lie to me, I won't tell anyone else." Yang Fan didn't really believe in the promise of a girl, so he threatened, "You absolutely can't tell anyone. If you tell anyone, my plan won't work. When the time comes, the emperor will send someone to be married off to Tubo, and I will suggest to the emperor that you be married off to Tubo as a bride." Li Qiang bit her cherry lips and suddenly waved at Yang Fan. Yang Fan suspiciously bent down and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Qiang tiptoed and leaned close to Yang Fan's ear. The bangs on her forehead touched his cheek, exuding a touch of a girl's fragrance. Li Qiang whispered in Yang Fan's ear, "I'm also telling you, if you dare to break your promise, and Imperial Grandmother really wants to choose one of us sisters to marry off to Tubo, I will volunteer to be the princess." Yang Fan looked at Li Qiang in surprise, raised his thumb, and sincerely said with admiration, "Little lady, You have a deep sense of righteousness and share the country's worries. Such a noble character and unquestionable integrity is really admirable. Such a deep love between sisters is even more touching. Li Qiang's small mouth curled up, and she snorted, "Don't try to flatter me. I did this because I entrusted this matter to you. If this matter is ruined by your hands, Li Qiang, will naturally bear the consequences. However, if you don't keep your promise, I won't let you go. I will make you my dowry." Yang Fan was startled and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Me as a dowry? I am a general of the imperial army, not a palace eunuch. Why should I be a dowry?" Li Qiang's pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. "Can't I just castrate you?" Yang Fan was suddenly stunned. The corner of Li Qiang's mouth slightly curled up, and a beautiful arc appeared on her pretty face. She proudly raised her chin and said to Yang Fan, "I will keep my promise to you. Today's words will only be known by the heavens, the earth, you, and me. I will not let a third person know. You should also keep your promise to me. Otherwise, you will accompany me to Tubo." Li Qiang was still a child after all. It seemed that she had a weapon to threaten Yang Fan, so that she and her sisters would not have to marry to Tubo. Her heart lightened, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She turned and walked away with the light step of a doe, like a general who has won a battle. At the corner in front, a few little servants hurriedly came in, and then a light carriage arrived. Li Qiang lifted her skirt and stepped onto the carriage. When she was about to bend down to enter the carriage, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Yang Fan. Yang Fan was still standing there. The two of them were far apart, and he couldn't see Li Qiang's facial expression clearly. However, Yang Fan could completely imagine how proud she was when she glanced at him. This move was really ruthless. If this little girl, who didn't know when to weigh the consequences, was chosen as the princess of marriage, she might really do such a thing. If she uses me as a dowry, as the only condition for the marriage, will the emperor agree? Yang Fan thought for a moment, and his hair suddenly stood up. Chapter 1063. The prime ministers and officials of the Bureau of Military Personnel came up with a strategy to defend against the Tufan invasion in the Maozhou region. The royal court immediately issued an order for the troops of the various provinces of Jiannan to be on guard against the Tufan invasion. At the same time, a second line of defense was set up to prevent the Tufan army from entering the Maozhou region after the Jiannan region was breached. Even though their strategy was conservative, it was still a relatively safe one at the moment. Firstly, the capital had just been shifted back to Chang, and there was no room for mistakes. If the Tufan army were to invade the Maozhou region, the emperor would have to shift the capital back to Luoyang. Even if it was only temporary, the prestige of the empire would be tarnished. Furthermore, it was currently winter and the roads were blocked by snow, making it inconvenient to move around. Furthermore, the Tufan army was on the offensive, and they had already grasped the initiative. At the same time, the Tufan army was moving around the Kang, Ning, Sichuan, and Shaanxi regions, making it difficult to determine the direction of their attack. If they were to take the initiative to attack, it would be easy for the enemy to take advantage of the situation. Thus, the best strategy was to station troops in the provinces bordering the Tufan army. As for Maozhou's governor Chen Desai, the scope of the battle was still within Maozhou. Furthermore, he was only dealing with the first wave of Tufan army that had invaded Jiannan. Even if he were to fail, it wouldn't have a negative impact on the overall situation. If he were to win, it would even raise the morale of the Great Zhou army. At the moment, they could only let the situation play out. This could be considered as attacking while defending. With regards to the current military operations of the Tubo Empire, The strategy of the great Zhou dynasty's ministers was commendable. Wu Zetian also agreed with their opinion and immediately issued a decree. However, the officials were unable to come to a consensus on how to deal with the joint operation of the Tufan and Turks. Wei Yuanzhong once again brought up the old suggestion of agreeing to the Tufan peace treaty, but King Liang's faction was adamant. Both sides had their own arguments, and Wu Zetian couldn't agree to it either. She could make the final decision on internal affairs, but when it came to military affairs, especially specific strategies and tactics, Wu Zetian knew her own shortcomings, so she wouldn't express her opinion rashly. At this moment, Liang Province's governor Tang Xiujing arrived at the longevity courtyard. Tang Xiujing had intended to return to Liang Province in the near future, but due to the heavy snowfall, his journey was delayed. However, Tang Xiujing was not surprised to suddenly receive Wu Zetian's edict. This was because there had already been guests who had come to visit him and revealed the news in advance, helping him analyze the situation in the western region. Tang Xiujing was the same as Gui Yuanzhen. As a vassal who guarded the western region, he had to manage the military, political, and economic affairs. Therefore, he could not do without the support of the local tyrants. Most of the local tyrants had inextricable ties with the succession hall, and some were even members of the hidden sect. Therefore, it was very easy for Shen Mu to establish a close relationship with Tang Xiujing through these connections and exert a certain amount of influence on him. After of Tang, great Tang, great of Tang, they of Tang, they of war with, and to with of Tang of the of academy of with of Tang, of war of governor, with of Zhou of imperial of the Tang of. After Wan finished, Wu Zetian asked, Subject Tang has lived in the West for a long time and is familiar with the situation of Tubo and Tubo. Now that our court is fighting on two fronts, it is inevitable that we will be stretched. Does Subject Tang have a good plan to get us out of our current predicament? Tang Xiujing already had a plan in mind, but it wasn't good to say it out loud. He pretended to ponder for a moment, and all the officials stopped arguing and looked at him in silence. Tang Xiujing frowned and pondered for a moment. He bowed to Wu Zetian and said, Your Majesty, this subject thinks that to break the deadlock, we can only destroy the alliance between Tubo and Tubo. Wu Zetian nodded. All the chancellors have the same idea. However, if Tubo and Tubo are really in cahoots, advancing and retreating at the same time, forming an alliance, what should I do to break their alliance? Tang Xiujing said, This subject thinks that the court can borrow the power of Tubo to restrain Moshe. Once Moshe retreats, the alliance between the two countries will naturally be broken. Wu Zetian was silent for a moment and hesitantly asked, If I issue an edict, will the Tubo send out their troops? Regarding this, Wu Zetian really has no confidence. Perhaps the Tubo will not openly defy the edict, but as long as they carry it out passively and do not put in any effort, the court will be helpless. If we place all our hopes on the Tubo, and the Tubo refuse to send out their troops, it will instead delay the battle. Tang Xiujing confidently said, This subject thinks that this plan is feasible. Although the eastern and western Tubos share the same ancestry, they have long been enemies. Moreover, the eastern and western Tubos' roots are in the grasslands, and the grasslands are the foundation of their survival. Now that Moshe has occupied the most fertile area of the Tubo, just based on this fact, the eastern and western Tubo have become irreconcilable enemies. Now that Moshe's troops are out to attack the central plains, the country has no military power. For the Tubo, this is a rare opportunity. If Your Majesty can promise them some benefits, the Tubo will definitely become Your Majesty's elite troops and receive the edict to attack the heart of the Tubo and relieve the court of its danger. Wu Zetian immediately grasped the crux of the matter. The key to getting the Tubo to send out their troops is to offer conditions that can move them. Wu Zetian immediately asked, "In subjects' opinion, what conditions should we offer for the Tubo to send out their troops?" Tang Xiujing sighed. "The most important thing is to first offer them a righteous cause." Wu Zetian's eyes slightly flashed as she asked, "A righteous cause?" Tang Xiujing affirmed, "That's right, Your Majesty. The leader of the Tubo's 10 families is His Majesty's successor Khan, Ashina Huziruo. However, Huziruo has long since become a figurehead. For many years, Huziruo had left the tribe and lived in the capital. The 10 families have always been managed by Mohedegan, a Turkic official name. This Mohedegan's name was Wuzheil, and he was the leader of the 10 families' tribe's most powerful Takishi tribe. He was able to appease his soldiers and had great prestige. The Hu of the western regions all fought to submit to him, and now he had 20 military governors under his command, each of whom had 7,000 elite cavalry under their command. In addition to the 60,000 elite soldiers under his command, Wuzheil had 200,000 soldiers who could control the bowstrings. This was enough to compete with Mohedegan. At present, Wushel had set up a large tent in Suaya City and a small tent in Crescent City. All of Huziruo's former territory belonged to him. However, our court still only recognizes Huziruo as the ruler of the 10 families. Huziruo had a name but no reality, and Wushel had a reality but no name. If Your Majesty recognizes Wushel as the Khan of the 10 families, Wushel will definitely be grateful for the grace of the heavens and will definitely be willing to serve the court. Once he is recognized by the court as the ruler of the 10 families, he will be able to legitimately order the tribes under his command to send out their soldiers. As for the 10 families' chiefs, the court does not need to bestow them with money. You must know that once the Turks cause chaos in the Central Plains and the trade routes to the western regions are cut off, the 10 families' tribes will be the first to bear the brunt of the attack and will definitely suffer. As long as we send an emissary to warn them of the dangers, and with Wushel commanding the other tribes, they will definitely send out their soldiers. Wu Zetian was overjoyed. "Good. If we order you to bring our imperial edict to the 10 tribes and bestow the title of Prince Huaid, chief of the Tukashi tribe, Tukashi Khan, and order him to lead an army to attack the Turks, would you be willing to share our burden?" Tang Xiujing bowed. "This subject will go to Suiya and not disappoint Your Majesty's expectations." Wu Zetian was overjoyed and repeatedly nodded her head. On the other hand, was swiftly drafting up the edict for Wushel. Tang Xiujing continued, "Your Majesty, this subject believes that we can use the same method to repel the Turks." Wu Zetian had originally thought that as long as the Turks retreated, the court would have enough troops to deal with the Turks' invasion. Hearing that Tang Xiujing also had a suggestion for the Turks, she became even more excited. She hurriedly said, "Subject Tang, please tell me quickly what brilliant plan you have." Tang Xiujing said, "Your Majesty, the Turks have always been in internal strife. It was not until Songzan Gampo put down the rebellion and swallowed the other tribes that the Turks overtook Zhangzhung and became the most powerful country on the plateau. However, Songzan Gampo died young. Fortunately, the father and son, Lu Dongzan and Luan Trinling, were outstanding talents of the present age. Of these two, one was good at internal affairs, the other was good at military affairs. With these two as prime ministers, the Turks were able to maintain their peace for several decades. However, the internal and external troubles of the Turks had never been eliminated. They could only be suppressed by Lu Dongzan and Luan Trinling. Now, the Luan Trinling family has been eradicated by the Turks' king in one fell swoop. The Turks have lost all their good generals. Not only their military strength has been damaged, both inside and outside the country have been oppressed for a long time, and now they are somewhat restless. The Nanjiao states were originally vassal states of our Central Plains. Later on, they were forced by the Turks to become our vassal states. However, our Central Plains has always used virtue to win people's hearts. We treated the Nanjiao states with preferential treatment. On the other hand, the Turks were harsh and harsh. Comparing the two, the Nanjiao states naturally sided with the Central Plains and became the enemy of the Turks. These last few years, the Nanjiao states and the Turks have repeatedly waged war against each other. Sometimes they surrendered, sometimes they rebelled, sometimes they surrendered. Now that the Turks are attacking the Zhou, they will certainly extort the Nanjiao army's provisions. If your majesty issues an imperial edict to the Nanjiao princes, accepting them as our vassal states, the Nanjiao princes will certainly respond to the imperial court. At that time, the Turks will face the dilemma of being attacked from two sides. Naturally, they will not dare to send troops to our Central Plains. Without the Great Zhou's support, the Nanjiao states would rebel from time to time. Now that they are being extorted by the Turks, with the Great Zhou's support in weapons, armors, money, and provisions, it would be strange if they did not rebel against the Turks. What Tang Xiujing said was reasonable, and it sounded very feasible. It was such a difficult problem, but he put the solution outside of the imperial court and unexpectedly solved it easily. Listening to him, Wu Zetian's countenance was very pleased. She recalled the last time the Turks' envoy talked about Misa. He said that this person was brave and brave. He once defeated the Turks and made the Great Zhou proud. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. If she had used this kind of talent early on and fully utilized his talents, the Great Zhou would not be like it is now, being bullied and humiliated by the barbarians. Wu Zetian gladly said, "Tang Xiujing, listen to my appointment." Tang Xiujing quickly stood still and respectfully said, "Your subject is here." Wu Zetian said, "I order you to be Xia's minister, Shangshu, Liangzhou's military governor, the same rank as the Phoenix Pavilion's Wuantai third rank." Tang Xiujing was startled. He did not expect that with just a prelude to the emperor, he would be promoted to the current imperial court's prime minister. He hastily expressed his gratitude and said, "Your subject's virtue is shallow. How can I take on such a heavy responsibility?" Wu Zetian glanced at the officials in the hall with dissatisfaction and said to Tang Xiujing in a serious tone, "Your subject is the country's talent. You can share Zhen's worries. It is already Zhen's regret that you have been promoted too late." When the officials heard this, they all felt that their faces had lost some light.